Hey guys, Nick's here, and we are back with Reverse, and it's its anniversary, so we got free goodies. We got this fancy costume. I can't use this fancy costume because I do not have this character, but we got the fancy costume for if and when I eventually get fancy character. Oh, hey Lim.
咁單 case 就交俾我咯噃，多謝晒老細。I'm 黎媽的士 ，of course you would better call me An An。得閒一齊發達啦
Fancy costume. Okay. Cool. Cool. Give me stuff. Give me all the stuff. So many stuff. Yeah, I saw that. And the fact that this is Balloon Party does not look a thing like her, but that's Balloon. Let's see. I'm just going to claim all my rewards real quick. All the designs are really cool. There's something here? Oh, there's free stuff. May the winds guide you favorably, and remember that you are always welcome at this humble establishment. Oh, okay. Cool. Give me free things. I will take free things. I know a lot of stuff has been added. I've been trying to keep track of things on Twitter, but some things might have went over my head. It's fine. And we have fireworks, apparently. Okay.
You're here, my friend.
Oh, the fireworks turned into a dragon! Oh, that's cool! Yes, the fireworks are nice. That they get an instant win because dragon. I'm just going to grab things that I see need to be grabbed, and there's more stuff. Oh, it's probably wilderness. Oh, cool. I might have to get things that aren't just buildings. Because I do like the aesthetic. I know this is all like Chinese and not Japanese, but I still like the aesthetic.
Are we really going in the right direction?
How dare, lobster. How dare. Look at the fanciness.
Nothing but grass, grass and grass. The Easter arcade
Yeah.
said it's just a deception.
All of the new characters look so pretty. And the costumes.
Stay here.
Yes, so lobster. People are allowed to have accents.
For the former Jelly. Are you in trouble?
Our teammates were turned into horses and brought away by a talking giant bird.
Okay.
You should not be here. The Featherman is related to some disappearances in the city.
I mean, if this was, like, more Japanese-inspired, I would say that's a Tengu, but I'm not sure if there's, like, a Tengu in Chinese culture. He does give me Tengu vibes, though.
From the disaster.
They pretended to be merchants to get into the city, but they are actually with the Featherman.
Oh.
Casting the Eastern arcane skill we're looking for.
Congratulations on your stream streak, Lobster.
Terrible price.
Yeah, I know. I've seen all the new units because they are on Twitter.
She must be good at painting.
This is a perfect picture. Perfect. Absolutely on point there. Okay, is this... I'm just looking. Oh, there's new 3 Doors stuff. Cool. Cool. So I'm assuming that this is the main event. We go. Oh, is this not it? Because I want to do the main event before I do side things. Oops. I guess we'll do 1 chapter of this then. I was not planning on that. They always make it so confusing where things are hidden. Oh. Let's see. The smoke of the Featherland is sweet and pleasant to us, especially in the early morning when someone is about to travel far from home. However, it's not obvious to this complaining lady. Ah, I see.
Я слышала, что цена была низкая и рабочих рук у них не хватало. Эти торговцы жадные, как бездонная яма. Впрочем, как эти фермеры. Дым, пыль, приискиватели — это последнее, что нужно этому бедному городу. В прошлый раз она была в отъезде целый год и не прислала ни одного письма. Сейчас она опять уезжает в такие места, где подружиться можно только с комарами, вшами и ссыльными.
Oh no!
Святая Мария, не дай ей заболеть или вернуться домой ослепшей, как та женщина. А, вы имеете в виду медаль, врученная за исследование? Она из бронзы. Кто знает, сколько рублей она стоит. Не говоря уже о тех балах, которые она упустила. Молодые кавалеры приходили и уходили, но у нее даже не было возможности с ними познакомиться.
Okay. The Grumbles easily sneak into the room through the window with floating dust. The one being complained about closes the door. She needs to pack carefully in the room free of noise and interruptions. For a long journey, everything is too essential to forget.
Confirmed. Clothes, maps, carriage ticket, reference letter, glass bottles, rock hammer, and the knife in my pocket. Oh, I need to waterproof the papers. Linen, it's, oh, here it is.
The fabric left from the last trip has a broader width than remembered, perhaps because it's holding paper for only one user this time. It seems much more empty than it had been. Using such a large fabric is a luxury for her.
I could bring more new parchment this time. Wait, why is it already used?
A written document is hidden between blank sheets of paper. The handwriting is inconsistent but neatly pinned. It seems to have been deliberately forgotten and is now being rediscovered at this very moment. Fortunately, there are signatures in the margins, left as a discreet footnote in each page. Recorded by... Yenisei? Yenisei? Question mark?
It's a record I wrote from dictation.
Ah.
Judging from the handwriting, I must have done it in the wilds. The edge is ragged, so probably it's been stored for over a year since it dried. Over a year? Oh, it's the travel diary Madame Besmertz asked me to write down for her. Maybe I should call it travel notes? Either way, I think I had completed the arrangement and sent the original to her.
We will see. I'm going to struggle with all the names. It's fine. Eventually someone will say the name and we will learn the correct way to say it.
There's no way I forgot such an important thing. So, what is it doing here? And it's missing a few days of records. October 10, October 16, October 17, October 17. Cloudy. We sold the carriage and rented boats from the local farmers to sail along the River before it froze. In this way, we might be able to enter the city of Omsk without passing the North Gate. After all, the travelers from the Far East had said the city was heavily guarded like a fortress, and the guards would not overlook the slightest inconsistency between people's stories and their documents. We had to go through this trouble.
It's a
because
flashback.
We were in such a rush when we set off that we had little time to prepare the documents. They were far from authentic enough to convince the guards.
Before we left, I gave several speeches to raise funds for the travel. The last speech was in a new park in the downstream area of the River. My assistant described to me that the park was crowned by a large pile of cumulate rock, which was burdened with the European Russian vegetation, all in its best time of year. This is the note on the 17th, the day after... October 18th. I have almost no recollection of that day. Child, do you recall anything?
The girl is busy checking her records, but after a while she opens her mouth to respond.
October 18. I do. After we took a break and collected the supplies we needed, you talked to the governor. He introduced you to a historian and sent a land surveyor.
Oh. Yes, I remember it now. Bits of trivia. Let's skip that day for now.
Yes, madam.
October 19th, partly sunny. I elaborated on my plan in my speech in the park. One of my arguments mentioned the Duchois festival in the Eastern Land.
Legend.
Who is this lady?
The Duchois festival.
I was gratified to see that the audience was drawn to the relations between land worship and the historical
just the hair
features in Asia,
and the accent makes me think of Verton, but
lost arcane skill.
she also has the big hat going on.
While the forms of land worship vary from one religion to another, the
What if this is like
stories about
Verton's mom?
Eastern arcane skill, known to the merchants as ask and acquire, are almost identical. In those stories, men and women with determined minds overcame the highest mountain and the deepest canyon to seek an answer.
I mean, like, it's the same hair color. We aren't being allowed to see the full face. She's got the big hat. She's got the British accent. Verton? Maybe? Some relation? Because we don't know what happened to her family. We don't know much about Verton's family, if she has any.
They patiently endured the suffering like the ascetics, pleading for the gods of Shirti's motherly mercy and hoping to be given what they asked.
Like, all we know about Verton is that she was experimented on as a child, and that's how she became the timekeeper or whatever. We don't know anything about her family. The girl quickly makes a note of these important words. From unknown to familiar, she has known these names for a long time.
Even to this day, after the Seekers are long gone, the god has never shown itself to any one of us. But we know it was there, for there is no better proof of the ask and acquire than this revived land.
Well, to be fair, in most games where you have like a nameless protagonist or whatever, they usually remain nameless and faceless and have no character development, and yet Verton shows up in cutscenes in this game. So yeah, we also get backstory of her and character development and character interaction. Other games that have like, oh, you're the protagonist and you control all these units, blah, 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 blah. You usually don't get anything for the protagonist. I'm not sure if Never's here or not.
There is a sureness in people's remarks on us and Acquire. They are certain about its authenticity, like any geologist would not doubt the difference of soils and floodplains and mountains. That's right. Do we really have to see it to believe it? None of us have ever touched one sedimentary rock, but we can infer that such a thing exists.
The girl's speedy transcription follows in close synchronization with the speaker's words, but even so, she hesitates at this moment.
Madam, your analogy?
Is there a problem?
Well, now she has a name, Besmert.
The existence of sedimentary rock can be verified, but that of the lost arcane skill cannot.
Which is what I'm going to do now. To find the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle.
Pardon me, ladies.
A third voice rings out. A young man in glasses tidies up his clothes and walks towards them.
She's right. We do need to find something, otherwise, how are we supposed to make up for this time we've spent running and waiting?
Oh, is it? So I had some issues getting this game to update. It's fine, we're here. I didn't really have a chance to double check my settings. I apologize. I sort of just loaded in immediately. Here, one second. Try this. Hopefully that's a little bit better.
What?
Did that sound better when Yanise was talking?
Take a good look around.
The level seems a little bit better. The problem is Tinsura is like very, very loud, so I had to turn everything down. Yeah, I just forgot to bump things up. Let's see, the girl realizes that there will be nothing more for her to record today and puts away her pen and paper. Then she stands to take in a complete view of the steps now that the roaring wind and rain had ceased. Vultures, the same color as the dark earth, hover above their heads, gazing with a scavenger's intent at all the creatures below them that seem to have stopped moving. But no, I'll be able to fix that in the VOD, the quiet bit.
The rain has
This
stopped.
is why I record everything on multiple layers. Woo!
Don't act like you just noticed it, miss. How much longer are we going to wait, huh? Long enough for the vultures to eat our flesh and bones?
You! Mr. Krolik, you're troubled by unnecessary concerns. The vultures are scavengers. They are here only for the animal corpses brought by the thunderstorm. They will leave us alone.
Well, depends on what type of vulture. I've seen turkey vultures, like, dive bomb cars because they weren't moving quick enough.
So they don't pose a threat. Then what's with the waiting?
His hurried speech reveals his nervousness, though Yanise doesn't understand why.
If you're trying to get us back on the road, you have the right to propose it directly. The team discusses to decide the next step. That's how things have worked all the way. We are not trying to waste your time.
That's what I mean. We should get going now.
I see. We will suggest the directions as usual, and everyone will vote to decide, and
Thank you. Is this the first time you've seen my, Lolita outfit? This is definitely one of my favorite designs. This one and my orange one.
Oh no, you don't get it. There's no need to discuss or vote.
Yeah, I have like 6 different costumes. It's fine. I have options.
Because we are not going forward, but going back. That's the only direction available.
Yenise stares silently. I can read. Silently at Krolik. She disagrees, but politely waits for him to finish speaking.
I'm not the only one with this idea, Miss Besmer. Those legends from the East that the show festival, is it? And the arcane trick you call ask and acquire. None of them matter more than our lives.
He is right. The girl can only turn her head in silence further away to that desolate, boundless, snowless winter landscape. All that remained of the temperate... I don't know why I'm struggling. Temperate land after its withered grass scattered with the wind. I can read, I promise. The storm they had encountered had blown through here as well, sweeping away almost every living thing. And the young man's purpose is clear as the open land that lies in front of them.
Can anyone promise there won't be another emergency like this? What if we can't find shelter next time? Yeah, we'll be lying dead out there just like those corpses.
I hear you.
Let's see, it's been 37 days since they left Omsk, heading south. The 5th day on these steps, they had gone without fresh water. If everything had gone according to plan, they would have already been sitting in the supply station drinking tea. Yes, enjoy the lurking. If they hadn't encountered this sudden storm. Yet the two people who put this very team together did not anticipate such an eventuality.
Given what happened earlier, it is only reasonable that you would wish to return.
This marks a moment of disagreement, when all the half-met measures sow the seeds of discord. The descriptions in this game. The multiple thesauruses they had to have open when writing this game. Let's see, there is neither a single voice of opposition nor one of support from their fellow travelers. If Besmer could see their expressions, she might realize that this silent assessment had actually been the sound of plotting minds.
So are we on the same page?
I fully understand where you're coming from, and I acknowledge your reasoning.
But no.
What are you trying to...
But we still need a vote to decide.
Krolik opens his eyes wide, pure joy flickering within them, and waits for the person in front of him to utter the words he longs to hear.
Wait.
Yenise couldn't stop the inevitable. The explorer, with a knack for speeches, always seems to have a strong belief in her own persuasiveness.
No problem, of course. It's the civilized way to solve it.
We're going to have a debate.
But I require we skip the speech. We have no time to waste on your monologue.
All right.
Madam!
All right, gentlemen. If you agree to go back, please, raise your hand.
At these words, land on... I can read. As these words land on the listeners not far behind him, the people slowly began to raise their hands to their ears, fingers crossed. In the end, Krolik has it. He faces both of them, simply raising his hands as though grandstanding somewhat, and a victorious smile stretches across his face.
4-2. See, we can make decisions in no time. Right?
But...
This is their trap, madam. We can't just... Are you really fine with going back empty-handed like this?
The vote was required by Miss Besmer. not me. And you, I'll take it that you're challenging me to a duel if you continue with this slander.
No, good sir, please don't take it the wrong way. We don't have to go physical.
What about Mr. Urian? He has not voted yet, so the vote is not over.
The girl believes she has reached the heart of the matter, even if her rationale mind knows that a single vote would be of no use. Still, she insists.
Oh, he's too tired to show up. But I'm sure he shares the same idea with us because we are all humans. Of course, he's on our side.
Inise doesn't intend to say much to the young man and decides to cross over to the group of people ahead to search for their final voter. That is until another tall man stands up, seemingly to block her path.
Say no more, Krolik. Pack your things. Let's head back.
Fine. We'll split up from here then.
We'll take all the supplies with us, or we can't make our way back. No discussion.
He looks even tougher than the communicators they sent, and after saying his piece, he brushes past Yumeto down through the narrow rock crevice and leads the way towards the supply box behind them. A moment ago, they were all there, recounting their previous journey together.
Gentlemen, the team was put together in good faith. Perhaps we should negotiate, not...
Inise's solution is to chase after him and plant herself between the man and the besmirched.
The compass doesn't work here. You need me to find the way back. Leave our supplies, and I'll show you the way.
You have to do this the hard way.
They're gonna get into a fight! The man shakes his head, clearly unwilling to accept the proposal. In her shock, Inise instinctively protects the person behind her, realizing that confrontation seems inevitable. It is time for the poking? Okay, earth. Or not earth, mineral. Let's see. I mean, we could... Here.
Competition first.
I do have Uluru. We can play with her.
Just as what's been practiced countless times.
Let's see, where is... Put that there. Do this. That one. Actually, no, that should work for her.
A fair game.
Oh no, what's wrong? Oh! I've been doing grinding off stream. I forgot I had auto on, sorry.
I said hello.
Yes! We've been over this limb multiple times! I want all my characters strong. I know you don't care about them, but I do!
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Yeah! I will pray for you. Sorry.
You have said multiple times you don't care about anything less than a 6-star. I care about all of the characters. My other games have taught me that all of the characters should be valuable, so I treat them as valuable. Meh. Yes, I'm leveling up everyone. No, you've said 5-stars suck too. Let's see, the voice is calm and composed, but its gravity brings a swift end to the playful duel.
Mr. Jorian.
Yes, you have! In a makeshift team of this sort, the eldest member is often bestowed a special prestige based on their experience.
Mr. Jurian.
Monsieur Krolik, I thought you were here to discuss the reallocation of supplies with Madame Besmer. I didn't expect this.
Well,
It's true that you didn't choose to be here. You are here because you have an important mission given by the governor to complete. We have come this far. Do you really want to give up now?
The man's frame visibly shrinks. Their presence of communication has been exposed. Oh, pretense of communication has been exposed, and every word spoken by his elder makes it more and more impossible for him to offer a rebuttal.
As for you, gentlemen, Petrov, I'm surprised you're here too. It's a risk that none of us expected, but it shouldn't have broken your will. I remember you showed a great interest in those ancient strata in the south when we were at the speech.
All we need is safety. There will always be a buffer period after extreme weather. We should seize the chance and head back. If you persuade Miss Besmet to give us a confirmed date before which we can find the running water and come back, we can stick to the original plan.
Madame Besmet?
Certainly. You see, these are all negotiable.
Wait, about the date. We can only decide after making an inventory.
Upon hearing these words, the man takes out his pocket watch, shakes it twice, and shows Eunice the current time.
You have 30 minutes.
That's enough.
A brief consensus is reached, and the others scatter back to their former places, gathering supply boxes together, waiting for a response from the two in charge. Besmart cautiously touches the wooden boxes. The young girl comes to her side with a pen and paper, making a quiet record of things. For a moment, the only sound between them is of pen on paper.
You know... Mr. Jorian is very interested in Arcanum and Arcanists. He is the keenest supporter of our journey besides the governor. Even if his understanding of Ask and Acquire is significantly different from mine.
The girl continues her rummaging and recording while responding gently and deftly to Besmart's habitual broaching of this parallel topic.
The legend of Ask and Acquire, as told by many merchants, always involves a certain price. The price takes different forms in the stories, but mostly it is a great danger.
I believe that refers to the highest mountain and deepest canyon in those stories.
I reckon so. But Mr. Jorian, as a human historian studying the arcane skill, believes it's a form of exchange that arcanists make with nature.
And you think he's wrong?
At this stage, we can't verify anything, so all these assumptions will have to remain assumptions. However, as we are getting closer to that mysterious land, my craving for its knowledge is also becoming stronger.
Between these words, Besmart walks around to another box and notices that the closer the instrument is placed to it, the more distinctly she can smell the alcohol. It is obvious that the alcohol prepared for boiling point measurements had been used as an emergency resource during the night when the temperature dropped drastically. We shouldn't ask too much from such a ragtag team. Oh no.
What do we know about the supplies?
Put aside the water problem, the supplies can feed everyone for 8 days, maybe 12 if we economize. We can hold even longer if there are any preys or herders along the way.
Are there any supply stations?
Our supply stations are not on these plains. At least not on the map.
How much drinking water and alcohol do we have left?
Approximately... Oh great. These idiots put water in the alcohol. Now we are short of both.
Oh no.
At least the alcohol has kept them warm.
They could have just drunk the alcohol.
All right, child. Now we should focus on the direction for the next step, not these bits of trivia. Regarding which, just to be clear, What I have in mind is only slightly better than nothing.
Better how?
The moist air and the soil. Have you noticed? The soil beneath our feet is way too sticky, even for a land after a thunderstorm. I'm not entirely sure about this, but I tend to think that there is groundwater beneath us.
Okay.
Which means we are close to running water.
All right. Let me think about how to get us there.
Can't you use your arcane skill?
What? Just because you don't know what to do doesn't mean you should count on this thing. You're not like them.
I just want to make use of everything we have.
Fine, I told you how it works. Without new running water, the old samples in the bottles can only show us the way back. That's the best they can do.
To prove this, the girl takes a glass bottle from her person and places it in the waiting doubtful hand.
This one is from the lower course of the River. The arcane energy I can use for divination is almost faded away. Can it show us the way back? Sure, but that's not what we want. Only Mr. Krolik and his men would be happy to hear that.
Upon hearing this, Besmart stands up straight. Although she cannot see her eyes, her silent posture alone seems to affect an aura of rapid thought. Yanise looks up at her and can almost hear the sound of the gears spinning in her skull.
To think on the bright side, we still have a chance to go home.
But I didn't leave my homeland to go back there, madam.
Yes, I know. I feel the same. I'm not suggesting we turn back immediately. It's just an option. To the best of my recollection, such moist soil is often found in the mountains and floodplains of the temperate zone, especially in the forest steppes covered with Chernozem. The landscape is very different from where we are now. Before we sheltered from the thunderstorm, you told me about a mountain in the southeast. It blocked the horizon from our sight, right?
The girl's eyes widen upon hearing these words, the expression of a hopeful epiphany.
Based on this, I would assume the thunderstorm was the result of a stronger convection coming from the other side of the mountain. Now, on the steppe, to form a cloud large enough to bring a thunderstorm would require a large amount of running water.
And the source of the running water is probably on the other side of the mountain.
Exactly. We can set off in that general direction. We might not find any water there. That's the worst result. In that case, we can still return here with the help of your arcane skill.
So let's go all the way over there to where that far-off mountain is, and hopefully we'll be able to do a thing. If not, oh well.
As long as we have that glass bottle with us.
That's right.
We tell them we need another 5 days.
Besmart grips the glass bottle in her hand as though clinging on to one final trace of hope.
They won't accept more days than that. If they won't even settle for this, I will convince them, like I did when I first got them on the team.
Yes, but it's like, we don't have any water. We need to go over a mountain to maybe have a slight chance of finding water. Otherwise, we're screwed. We will climb the mountain and potentially die of dehydration. It's fine. The logic. Besmart did indeed succeed. On one hand, as she clearly points out the direction of her thinking and provides reasons and arguments for her judgment, her human companions are easily convinced. On the other hand, all other concerns soon cease to be of significance. 2 days later. The girl's eyes widen as she looks blinkingly at the flowing stream appearing seemingly from thin air far from them, as though staring at it might restore it all to its original state. She remembers clearly when she was only a mile from here yesterday evening, there was nothing to indicate the presence of such a miraculous hidden feature.
Mademoiselles, this is a miracle. I'm glad we didn't give up and go back.
Wait. Something's not right.
What are we waiting for?
Not intending to wait for an answer, he runs towards the stream, an unheeded reaction to the long labors of their journey through the desolate wilderness.
You're on the right path. I have nothing to say.
The humans move briskly towards the rushing stream. For a moment, only two arcanists remain skeptical about the new variable.
No, wait. Please don't.
Unable or unwilling to heed her shouts, they rush into the stream, sinking their faces into the water and pulling them out, with smiles as wide as if they had never seen such natural beauty before. Standing beside them, Besmirred, who had failed to stop their advance, the red-haired girl cautiously retreats as well, marking a sharp contrast with the humans who embrace the water like a fish too long in the air.
What? Madam, you didn't tell us the running water was right on the side when we pitched camp yesterday.
Yes, because I didn't notice any signs of water.
It's a trap.
I thought it was your doing.
I wish it was. But sadly, this is beyond my power. I'm not even sure if we are still staying on the planned route.
This is obviously not good news, as Eunice's silence reveals. Besmirred immediately realizes the ambiguity of her words.
Indeed. I can hear the river flowing and running against the stones and shores.
Have you noticed anything else?
Yes. I'm not an expert, though. The soil here is moist too, but it feels different. Like just dampened by frequent spring rains. The dry air of winter has completely gone.
And the grass here looks nothing like the temperate grass we should be seeing in December. It's so green, as if it were April or May now.
But we haven't gone that far. Is this some kind of illusion brought by arcane power?
Most likely, I would assume.
Whether it's an illusion or something else, there must be something wrong with the water they drank.
You're right. We can't let them drink it.
It's a little late for that. Yet their rational reputations could not change the fact that their companions had already drunk from the abnormal water. Besmirred instinctively runs forward, wishing to minimize the damage before things got worse.
Gentlemen, please listen. The water.
Hold on, madam. It's too late.
Eunice grabs her hand, trying to prevent Besmirred from running in a panic and potentially suffering a fall. Besmirred still wishes to rush forward, but finds herself unable to break free.
I have to tell them. I am the reason why they are here.
Listen. They have filled the water bags and are coming back.
The momentary joy at finally being able to move forward is rapidly diluted. The only consolation is that the humans walking back towards the two of them still appear to be normal. That's always a good sign.
Are you not going to fill your water bags?
Nothing. We'll go later.
All the talking of water makes me thirsty. It's fine.
The water is clean. You can even see the trout swimming. Too bad we need to keep our packs light.
Thank you. We'll fill our bags once we figure out which way we should go next.
Krolik is still by the river. He seems parched. Is he the reason you didn't go there?
No.
All right. No problem then. I'll go check and feel the rest.
Your tall companion nods and walks past the two of them and towards the previously set down baggage. Once she is gone, Eunice speaks once more.
Please, wait here, madam. I'll go check.
Madame Besmer!
Mr. Jorian, did you drink the water?
Oh, I did. Just like Petrov said, the water is clean. A bit sweet to taste, even.
That's good then. You were looking for me. Is there a problem?
No. Look, I know you don't need any compliments. But thank you for leading us to the running water. I'm glad you once again earned their trust.
Maybe we should thank the Ask and Acquire.
Perhaps. Now, it's time for us to set out again for the Eastern Arcane skill you mentioned. But before we do that, I remember you once mentioned your assistant during your speech, saying her arcane skill was related to water and could find directions in the wild.
Yes, you remember it correctly.
A glad smile of acknowledgement appears on the face of the middle-aged man, his enthusiasm compelling him to ask one question after another.
Ah, that is so wonderful. Earlier you said that this was a safe gap, but at the time you did not explain in detail how it would work. Now, may I have the honor to witness it? How does she communicate with water? Will she be possessed?
No.
Or like those mystics in the palace?
Sir, my arcane skill cannot predict what will happen precisely, and it is not cast through possession. Please do not overestimate what you don't understand and simply count on it.
I know, child. I'm only curious and hoping to see it with my own eyes.
Why do I not trust
No,
Jurian?
sir. It is not an exhibit in the museum or a play in the theater.
Oh.
The girl shakes her head and firmly refuses Jurian's request once more. But he doesn't care. He has received more of an answer than he expected, and as he leaves, he smiles and straightens his collar again, bidding goodbye to both of them respectively.
They look all right.
For now, yes. I feel uneasy about it. I have to go there.
There's little you can do even if you go there, given the condition of your eyes. I will go check them, one by one.
Oh, does she have bad eyes? Is that why she wears her hat like that? She can't see.
Maybe now was a good time.
What?
When you look for the direction with your arcane skill, check if the water is real.
What if it's not?
In that case, child, we have no choice but to divine our way back, with the water in your bottle.
Besmart's worried and helpless words echo in Eunice's ears.
Fine, I'll do it. I will find the direction through divination, verify if the water is running, and check if anything's wrong.
The girl takes a step forward and walks towards the strange bubbling stream that seems to have come from nowhere. Eunice walks barefoot into the river. Flowing water on a temperate plateau like this should naturally be cold. We can't read this because it's auto-playing, it's fine.
Святые воды, пожалуйста, теките, теките. Пусть ваша милосердная любовь и забота плывут вместе с пеной вдаль. По пути вы сможете поливать корни, увлажнять траву,
I can speed read when I'm not trying to like read it out loud. Because I can get through like really thick books, like 2-inch books in like a couple of days if I like get to it. So I can read very, very fast. But not when I'm trying to read it out loud. I trip over my words too much. Okay, is it done auto-playing? The empty glass bottle falls from her loosened grip. The girl looks dazed as she picks up her damp and heavy feet from the water, heading to the southeast. Oh no! Half of her mind is still in the realm of delirium. The sounds she hears are fragmented into pieces that she can only attempt to fit together. Yet through the difficulty of her present state of mind, she tries her best to make sense of what Besmart is saying.
Haven't you?
Easy, Yenny. Take your time.
Yes. Yes. The sign has come out. I asked the river to show me the place with the strongest arcane energy. Then it pointed at the southeast among all the other directions. That is probably the direction we are looking for. And yes, this river is real. Running water. It is flowing with vitality.
All right. Perhaps I was wrong.
It's never wrong to consider all the possibilities, madam. Please, wait here. I will mark the direction and inform everyone of it.
Sure.
Okay. So mystery water might be okay. Or is the mystery water what turns the characters into horses from that cutscene in the trailer? Look, strange horses! Okay, so, the water's horsing around a bit. It's fine. The spring scenery of the steppes stretch out to the edge of the horizon. The expedition team continues to trek in the direction indicated by the river. As they do, they scarcely notice as the terrain beneath them changes until the party at last finds themselves walking across bare rock. The uneven green rocks merge with grayish and purple granite, rough and jagged. In spots, tumbleweeds and sand rice plants pierce through the jagged stone, billowing and cascading and then plummeting down the cliff. The travelers also feel as though they are moving downwards, as the surrounding peculiarities I always struggle with that word, it's fine. So too does their breathing, which becomes increasingly restricted. It's called PlayStation's doing a stream later today. I will probably miss part of it. Because Reverse usually takes 5 hours or maybe a little bit more. But it's fine. After stream I will eventually watch it. Oh, it's too late. But rambling about PlayStation is fun, Lim. We can ramble about PlayStation while we read lore. Yes, it's PlayStation, though.
You did prove yourself right by finding running water for us. So I'm not judging you this time, but are we going the wrong way?
No. This is the right direction.
But it's getting harder and harder to breathe, even if we are going down the mountain.
I'm into both. Like, we can ramble about PlayStation in between the lore. Because, like, I don't have auto on, so we can pause and ramble and then play again and then ramble some more. Well, I don't do that because I don't know all of the rules, because I do know that there are rules to simul streaming and I don't have anything set up for that sort of thing, so no, I won't be doing that.
I feel fine. Perhaps because I'm used to climbing mountains. But we are definitely 3,000 meters above the sea level now. It's normal if you're feeling unwell at this height. If only we still had alcohol. Well, it's just a thought. I wouldn't have gathered enough courage to climb up that slope if I hadn't taken the last few sips.
Miss March shakes her head, dispelling unnecessary thoughts, and instead pursues another possibility.
But, child, are you sure we are on the right path?
No, I would have to read it. I would need to set things up, and that would just take too long, and by the time we finish this, and I read all of that, and set everything up, it would be way over, and no one's interested in watching a stream that's already done. So... Well, it's just a smart thing for me to read the TOS myself. Then I have a better understanding instead of just having it parroted back. Like, what if you read something wrong or misunderstood something? It's just easier if I read the TOS. But again, don't have time for it.
I don't think it's wrong. The clearer the sign, the higher the accuracy. And the sign I just saw happened to be exceptionally clear.
I have read plenty of TOS Lobster. Like the last big Pokemon stream, I read all of the TOS for that, but it just happened way too early in the morning for me to do anything about it. Because for once, Nintendo allowed people to simul-stream with the Pokemon thing legally. And I did read all of the TOS for it. So there. It just happened way too early in the morning for me, and it's like, no. I would be too dead to, like, react in a interesting way. I would just be sitting here like this the whole time. Until ZA got announced, and then I'd be like, oh! But other than that, I would just be... It was too early.
What about the others? Are you feeling all right? Shall we stop and take a short break?
I have a bad feeling. Instead of a break, we need a new direction.
He just said, I won't judge you. I'll follow you where you're leading us because you led us to water. And now he's made a complete 180. Probably not until the new console, which means we won't hear anything until we know more about the new console. Again, Lim, it's not necessarily a Switch 2. They never confirmed it as a second Switch. They just said it's the next console after the Switch. And I honestly hope it has nothing to do with the Switch and is nothing like the Switch, because oh my gosh, I kind of hate the Switch.
Before we do anything, can we have some rest? My head has been pounding for a while. I thought it was common in the mountains and you all felt the same.
Yes, headache is a common altitude sickness, sir.
But then you're just gonna get your hopes up and be disappointed when it has nothing to do with the Switch. I just have way too many issues with the Switch for me to want any console that is similar to the Switch again. Like, the only thing that will make me even consider the new Nintendo console is if it has an exclusive Kingdom Hearts game. And I doubt that happens.
Wait.
Otherwise, I probably will not touch it.
I don't think it
And if I do
yet.
touch it, it will be when that console is dead and dying, and like the console after that console is announced. Well, if it's another Wii, then I'm definitely not getting it, because I want nothing to do with motion controls. That's the Wii U. Technically speaking, the Wii 2 was the Wii U, and everyone hated it. Let's see, Yanise finally notices a large bundle trundling on not far away.
I hear. Are they rolling nearby? Are you sure? This is not the right season for them to roll and spread seeds.
I'm not seeing things, I guess. But I don't know why they are here. And those flowers.
The team members at the end of their procession stop in their tracks. The others beside him also stop as a result, until the entire team comes to a standstill.
Hey, you! Where are you taking us? Haven't you noticed the rocks around us? Their color is abnormal. I've never seen anything like this. Not even in books. And look at the holes in the rocks. They were made by water erosion, and that's not supposed to happen in this climate.
Calm down, sir. Perhaps we have reached somewhere beyond the other adventurers' records, but that's all.
What about this? How are you going to explain it? Another one of your stupid arcane skill tricks?
Yanise lowers her head to look at what seem to be ordinary yellow flowers. But these flowers wither almost immediately after blooming. It would be difficult to describe such a scene as anything less than a miracle or a curse. We shouldn't be here.
What? This is...
What is it? Explain what?
I don't know what species it is. It looks like a mini sunflower, but...
Told you we should head back. Something is wrong with this dump.
Agree. We have a situation now. We should go back while we still can.
Mademoiselles, I have to say this is beyond my imagination.
It's just a flower, yes? Why are you all so scared? I can't see, but...
Besmirch reaches out to grasp the flowers again, but the petals wither beneath her fingertips. Now more puzzled, she tries touching a complete cluster, but only ends up with a handful of withered husks. The scent of these withered fragments turn rotten as their sweet fragrance disappears, leaving her having captured only the base note of their perfume.
The smell.
Everything is wrong here. The fog is not supposed to form in this latitude. The terrain is strange, and the plants...
Well, like the humans wanted to leave at the very start. It was the Arcanists that were like, no, we need to keep going. And I mean, the Arcanists are probably fine here, but the humans are kind of screwed.
I don't want to say this, but this place seems to be cursed. These phenomena make no sense. We have to go back now.
The voice of the young man is more resolute than ever before. Faced with such a bizarre situation, escape is unarguably the most rational choice.
You heard them, madam. What do you say? Things are indeed weird.
No, we are not returning. We have made it through the thunderstorm. What could be more dangerous than that? Perhaps we are getting close. Like those merchants said, there will be a price we must pay for the ask and acquire. Mr. Jorian, you also asked me about it. Don't you remember?
On the contrary, madame. I remember it clearly. I have also told you my suspicion.
The more I see this dude's, like, profile or whatever, the more he's looking like Bob Ross, and I don't know how to feel about it.
What? Of course not.
Look around you. All this bizarre phenomena. You know I wasn't making things up. You set out to pursue that arcane skill, yet we ended up here.
I don't know what your next plan is, but count me out.
Yes, I have heard good things. I've seen people use his tutorial, but I have never used one myself or watched one all the way through myself. But he seems very chill. Agitated by this abnormal phenomenon and talk of possible sacrifice, the young man pushes Besmirch aside and stands with the others at the back of the group. A previous scene of division and opposition repeats itself.
No, I swear on my life. That is not my intention.
Madame Besmirch would never do that. The point is the compass doesn't work here. You will get lost on the way back without me.
There's no doubt this is part of your scheme.
Excuse me?
Mr. Jurian already told us about your secret arcane skill. It's our last hope of getting home in this plight. We trust him. That being the case, you must come with us.
No, I came here with Madame Besmirch. I'm not leaving without her.
Inese also expresses her intentions clearly, never having been one to be swayed by external forces, unless...
Let's...
It's fine, madam. We can keep going on our own.
Let's go back.
She changed her mind? Unless the person she is supporting lowers her head first.
It's all right. Though I can't see, I can imagine how shocking it must be to make you so uneasy. When we get back to the pasture land...
I'm sorry, madam. We're not taking you.
Excuse me? She's the one who hired you.
I don't think we have enough supplies for everyone to make it back. So certainly someone must be...
Maybe abandon this dude, because he's like the jerk of this entire chapter. Inese takes a step closer until she is completely blocking the depressed Besmirch's path.
Then allow me to say no. I will not show you the way without Madame Besmirch in the team.
No, Yenny. You're going with them.
But they're leaving you behind.
Looks like your assistant has made her own decision. Sorry, But I never thought it would end up like this.
Oh no.
Enough with the talking. My apologies, ladies.
Oh no.
What? What are you doing?
They are now facing each other, seeming to have decided to end their dispute through force. They are acutely aware that sacrificing one might save the many. It is a simple matter of arithmetic. Okay. But Smart should be more careful about who she hires in the future, I think. Because these humans aren't very nice. Okay, poke you.
The puppy agreed with your
Break it, break it. Oh.
Okay.
Your manners.
The puppy agreed with your
Actually, no. Here. We will do that into this.
Now a big shout out to the champion.
Oop, fancy cutscene. And the nays have it. Since they were putting things to a vote earlier, well, it's called... She does have rocks around her. I have been around horses. I have ridden some horses in the past. It's okay. I was not the fan of riding horses. My friend was a fan of riding horses. She actually got a couple horses. I watched from a distance. The giant animals sort of scared me. It's fine. I prefer my animals tiny and pocket-sized and cuddly. Like my gliders. Standing upright is a phenomenon exclusive to humans. It is a miracle born of a desire to break free from the earth and move upwards towards the sky. The outcome unfolds quite apart from everyone's expectations. Spiders has nothing to do with this, and though I probably wouldn't ride a transformed human, that just sounds wrong on a number of levels.
What? I don't understand. What is going on?
They drank the water, so they become pony. Even though they acknowledge the untimely nature of their dispute, they are left to witness all hope of reconciliation disintegrate before them. Eunice receives no answer, as the people standing in front of her now have lost the ability to reply. Oh no! We found pony people. Just language barrier, because that explains everything.
No way.
Turning around, she finds that her companion has transformed in an instant from a human on 2 feet to a strange hoofed animal on all fours. You don't know what a horse is. As the only person to have witnessed the entire process in detail, with every aspect too difficult to comprehend, she can only turn her puzzled gaze towards her elder. But Besmirth is also in the dark.
What's this noise? Mr. Krollick?
Is this like the last story where the one guy got turned into a pink platypus? Just these guys are being turned into Chinese horses. Let's see. The only answer she receives in the impatient stirring of the odd-toed ungulate as it tramples the grass. Though remember that, like nasty news reporter or whatever, the tabloid guy, the reason he had it out for flannel was because she accidentally turned him into a platypus, or took a picture of him when he got accidentally turned into a platypus.
Mr. Jorian. Strange. I heard animals. What happened?
It's like these guys just randomly got turned into horses instead of the platypus, but still.
Yenisei, I can't see.
Okay, Yenisei.
Oh dear. Give me a minute. Looks like they turned into, I don't know, striped horses? Sorry, I'm not sure. I've only seen similar animals in books. They look a bit smaller than horses, but taller and bigger than donkeys. And they have yellow stripes on their skin.
Perhaps some local species on the temperate steppe. Are you certain they're transformed from Mr. Jorian and others? Not the livestock of nearby herders. I didn't cast any violent arcane skills on them, nor did you. Besides, I didn't sense any fluctuations of arcane energy.
I'm sorry, madam. I have no idea.
I think if this wasn't because of us, there must be someone else around. Stay close to me.
Or it might be the water. The importance of rallying together and remaining vigilant has already been proven to them. The sound of raptor rings rapidly slicing through the air rushes towards the two travelers and their horses. Now,
watch out.
Now they're being described as their horses. They now own the humans that used to be there.
What is it?
They just came into acquisition of some new pony pets. It's fine.
Some bird of prey. It's fast, judging from the flapping sound of its wings. We must go up front to protect Mr. Jorian and the others.
Yes, the former humans are now their pony pets. It's fine.
Oh, yes, the flint.
Secretly, they wanted a pony for Christmas, and they got all of the ponies.
No, wait. I don't think that's a bird of prey, but the human with wings. And it's not coming any closer?
Oh, so is it like a Pinocchio situation where all the kids got turned into like literal donkeys? It's just these guys got turned into literal horses that they can be bought and sold without any repercussion. And see, the girl hesitates upon hearing the sound of music. The music had been playing for only a short while when those huge wings stirred the air into a violent storm. It was totally drowned out. I see. It wasn't until it gave up on advancing that the slow flapping of wings was covered up by the music. But the tune of the music is unknown to all present. Let's see, the music starts from the bird and spreads around like a torrential rain, enveloping the restless brown animals on the ground below. Is he like the Pied Piper for transformed humans? Is he just going to lead them away? The horses look up in search of the source of the melody, as do the other two listeners. It is a simple, repetitive melody, but more than enough to consume Besmirt's full attention. Fanciness? Fancy this.
Madam, that thing is...
Oh no, now she's entranced. The fierce step winds Carrie off her cries.
What did you say? I can't hear.
I said that thing looks like a human with wings.
A human? You mean it has the face of a human? Is the music also coming from it?
Yes!
The music playing winged creature with a human's face. Sounds familiar, don't you think?
An angel? You are not serious. But the angels blow trumpets. That stick it uses to play music, I'm not sure whether it's a wand or some instrument.
The girl's voice cannot conceal her doubt. She grabs Besmir, wishing to step back, but remembers not to stray too far from the horses. This conflict between her instinct and reason is revealed in her fragmented words. She tries to understand the current situation, but finds it strangely difficult. No, it's pretty normal for this to be difficult. You got a weird bird man, you got a bunch of former human horses. It's completely valid for you to be confused.
Calm down, child. Look closer and tell me. What does it look like? What about its wand?
It has a human's head, dressed in grey, with black wings instead of arms. Looks like a huge bird of prey.
Well, she's still trying to protect the human horses.
While the wand, I don't know how to describe it.
The girl hurriedly lifts her head again to confirm and add a supplementary defense to that which she cannot clearly express, and I clearly can't talk and sorry, for some reason there's this random tickle in my throat all of a sudden. I am choking on air. It's fine. I'll live.
The thing is not even holding it. It's making the sound in mid-air.
Sounds like a harpy, if there wasn't a wand.
But it doesn't quite fit the descriptions in the book. Neither the color of its feathers nor the environment does.
As they're trying to figure out what's going on, the horses, affecting a brisk piaffe? Something? I clicked. Look up to the source of the sound. I'm assuming the horses are just gonna follow him. After a brief moment, the harpy turns around, flapping its wings and slowly flying away, with the horses following closely behind as if compelled. I was right. So, he's the Pied Piper for transformed humans. It's fine.
Mr. Julian, they are leaving after that thing.
Stay calm, Yenisei. They must be under its control. But I'm not sure if a harpy can manipulate its subjects from a distance.
Besmir's strange to extract something useful from her mind, hoping to find anything that might explain the absurdities before her. In the end, she gains nothing, and the doubt strikes at her head again like a well-placed hammer.
All right. Let's hope that...
Hope that Harpy doesn't eat horses? Madam, we can't just stand here and hope.
Nonsense. Hope that this is just a mind-controlling arcane skill, and they're just affected by it. That's right. We must follow that creature and break the spell on them. Now you need to...
Besmir grabs Yenisei, while her other hand points firmly upstream towards the herd of horses. Yenisei takes only a moment to understand her intentions and calms down.
All right, I see what you mean. I'll go first. Please listen carefully to my footsteps and find us as soon as possible.
And we just leave the blind lady behind. It's fine. Unfortunately. They quickly realize that the creature doesn't need to look back to know what's going on behind it. It merely raises its talons and deftly parry Inise's attack. That is to say, they realize soon enough that its power is far beyond what the two of them had imagined.
Hold there! What on earth do you want? Answer me!
Perhaps it is because of this disparity in strength that the harpy seems not to feel any need to pay attention. It whirls around in midair. However, Yanise struggles to see any discernible expression on its human face.
Turn thee back. Seek what thou desire elsewhere.
What?
Turn thee back. There is naught to find here.
What is this sound? Speaking or singing? Sounds like a young man. How so? Well, at least it's definitely not a harpy.
Perhaps it's talking, but the tone sounds strange. I've never heard any language like this.
Yanise tries in vain to continue forward, but the giant bird shakes its head in the air as though issuing a warning.
Thy pursuit will cost thee greatly, and yet little will be thy reward. Tread not one step more.
As the wings of the giant bird rise and heave, in addition to the strange instrument, the horses also turn around. Their unhinged companions stand in the way as the music suddenly shifts from a melodious tone to a piercing frenzy. We're gonna have to fight the ponies! It paints the scene of a hopeless conflict. These guys are just having the worst day. Oh, we have her in our party for this. Okay. Let's see, let me think. No, we can keep Lynn there. Here, 37.
And now, I belong to this set.
They are posing. They're very fancy ponies.
That's her idea.
Let's see. Oh, she can heal. Interesting. Well, I sort of wasted having a balloon here. I didn't realize that Yanise could heal.
Break it. Goodbye.
Oh well, it's fine. There's only 3 of them. And we have counter.
How welcoming.
There's only 1 of them. It's fine.
That's the direction.
Break it.
We've done a good job. Now, may I have a hand towel?
The striped horses are driven by the giant bird, turning their heads to block her path. Yanise can only lift her hands against the encirclement and continue launching her attacks upward.
Gentlemen, get out of the way! Out! And you! Hey, the flying one! You can talk, right? I don't know your language, but if you are going to eat them, you'd better think twice. Horse meat has a bad smell.
The bird remains silent. Yanise notices a slender, white stick poking out from his feathers. Like a bone, but yet also like a wand.
No! Madam, watch out!
Oh no.
What? I don't sense any hostility.
This attack indicates that it is in fact a wand. However, the 2 individuals supposedly subjected to this attack seem unchanged, both physically and mentally. They are exactly as they were before, because they didn't drink the water. It's the water.
Huh?
Don't worry. I'm fine. It wasn't an attack.
Yeah, it does. Let's see, as the two of them begin to explore their uncertainty, the figure flapping its wings in the air speaks once again. This time, though, something is different.
Those whom you chase are no longer related to you once they walked in here and moistened their throats with the flowing water.
It's the water! It's the water!
They are the Jutsu's concern. No more chasing.
What is a GC? I don't understand. No, wait. I understand his words now. What?
So it was a communication spell.
But what is happening? Am I seeing illusions again? Madam, what about
No, it's not an illusion. I can understand it too.
Unbelievable. Is he able to speak different languages? Or can he learn from our conversation in no time?
The attack he just made could be his arcane skill. I can sense the fluctuation of his arcane energy. It's wondrous power that allows people to communicate.
Speculation is unhelpful to your situation. Go back to where you came from.
This time, its meaning is clear, but neither these words of advice nor its tone of refusal can shake their resolve. Well, good luck. Do all of the poking. Let's see, turning back had never been a consideration before, so of course they want to consider it now.
First, you must turn them back. Second, to go back or not is our decision to make, not yours.
That was not my doing.
Yumeto attempts to understand the true meaning hidden in the giant bird's words. Her mind spins rapidly and countless questions clamber up. Desperate to leap from her tongue.
You stopped here and cast that arcane skill for us to talk, which means you think communication is a available choice between us. You just mentioned the flowing water. Do you mean the river we passed by? And you say these striped horses are JC's concern. I need to know where that place is because they are my teammates. Besides, who on earth are you?
What you ask, I have no answer.
He's such a helpful bird boy.
Then what do you know?
The 4 books and 5 classics, Geomancy and Feng Shui, Shenwei Divination.
What are you talking about?
Huh? The answers to many questions, naturally.
The doubt in his tone seems to come straight from the bottom of his heart.
Yumeto, listen to me. We might be asking the wrong questions.
But we need to collect more information or buy more time. Whatever we are going to do, we can't just let him go. He will take Mr. Yurien and the team away from us.
But clearly he is reluctant to answer these questions. Perhaps he'd be willing to exchange them for our supplies. He is trying to take them away. Perhaps because they are carrying the supplies he needs.
Yes.
You mean food or what? Let's,
Stop. There's nothing else for you here. And I need nothing. What I yearn for is beyond even my own grasp.
Wait! Good sir!
And he's gone. The bird turns around and flaps its wings, flying away much faster than before. This time there is no music, yet the odd creatures follow closely in the wake of the wind raised by the motion of its wings.
darn! He flew away!
Did I say anything wrong?
Don't blame yourself, madam. He appeared to be the unpredictable type. Do you still have the strength to walk? We need to hurry up and go after him.
Besmirk grabs Yumeto's arm and quickly chases after the piercing sound of the wind. Okay. And we continue. Oh, is it a healer? Oh, speaking of bosses, I said I would give an update on the beatdown battle from yesterday's Tinsura stream, because I didn't do it on stream. I was, in fact, able to beat all of the battles for beatdown, so we're good. I can max out Glinda. It's great. The only problem is that these new units, they have a barrier, and the barrier is very annoying. It's all auto-playing. I'm not going to try and speed read this. Oh. Are we good? Did it stop? I think it stopped auto-playing. Their actions become increasingly labored and their steps slow to a plodding halt.
Are we going upstream? If we are, he must be taking his prey back to his nest. Is there a forest?
Yes. How do you think I stream it, Lobster? The Google Play beta has Tinsura on it. Or, if you prefer, you can wait until August and a console game will come out and it's basically Isekai Memories. They aren't even trying to hide that it's Isekai Memories because its name is Isekai Chronicles. There are some differences in story, but yeah. I have no way of recording things from my phone, so any quote-unquote mobile games have official PC releases. This has a PC release. Slime is through the beta. Eventually Google Play will not be in beta, but right now it's in beta, and that's what I use.
I'm sorry, madam. I can't think right now. I can't see anything. Only stars.
The girl suddenly realizes that she can no longer pull Besmirta along. With her energy dwindling, the sudden pause only leaves her more flustered.
Huh? Why? Why stop? Huh?
I hear horses right in front of us. And people.
Have we made it into a town? Let's see, not just people. Ah, it's hidden. Okay, I see. The clamor of commerce, a melody in the trundling of carriages, rolling wheels on the ground, and the sound of footsteps on soil and stones soon follow, no matter what lies ahead.
No, it's not a forest.
It was a secret town.
There are walls and people. I don't understand. Wait, could it be?
Hard city walls made of earth and stone, and a soaring gate tower, the likes of which they have never seen before, encompass the bustling town and the vivid figures within. The gate is opened wide, pedestrians pass under it, the guards wearing silver armor stand at the entrance to the city.
Is it a supply station?
I think this is a little bigger than a supply station.
No. Where on earth are we?
Child, please tell me where we are.
She doesn't know.
I can't hear the rustling of the sand rice anymore. But there are other noises. I'm thinking, is this a settlement?
The girl shakes her head, failing to answer Besmirt's question. Having never seen such a place before, she is naturally apprehensive of all that stands before her.
No. At least it doesn't look like one. Not like any towns or villages we've seen. I think I'm seeing another illusion. I see a desert, some plants, and a wooden pavilion on the yellow walls. The roof of the pavilion looks like bird wings, and the people down the walls are quite different from us.
Walls and people, right? Only a city has walls around it. I also hear those noises. It's not an illusion.
No,
You don't understand. Those yellow walls and the gates don't look real at all.
And yet they
I've
are.
never seen any buildings like this. A pavilion on the stone walls with 4 pointy tips around the roof. They seem to be flying in mid-air.
Perhaps it's just a foreign architectural style.
Besides, we couldn't have gone far enough to reach a city. Unless it's a fake one. We must not go there, Ashley.
We lost track of the giant bird and the others long before we heard the noises of this city. The last thing I can recall is that the flapping of the huge wings disappeared in the south.
The girl tightly clasps Besmirt's sleeve, realizing that things are sliding in a direction beyond her control.
The city wall before you is also to the south, is it not?
We go! Besmirt quietly turns her face towards Eunice, even though the girl knows her eyes are covered by fabric and are unable to see a thing. This gesture still possesses the power of a gaze. A kind of soothing, stable, but at the same time questionable power.
Madam, you are doing it again. You never listen to me.
I mean, she is the boss, isn't she?
Standing in the right place. Behind these walls, our teammates might be suffering due to my misjudgment.
Eunice pauses a brief moment before she makes up her mind.
The gate is open. I can see the people in the city, but there are guards patrolling around. They are holding some spear-like weapons, and the one in the front looks quite different from us. I don't think they understand our language, even if we ask them to let us in. Remember those herders? Almost impossible to communicate with them without an interpreter.
Hope our travel documents can get us through that gate.
Oh yeah, because this all started with, like, forging documents, didn't it? Oh, I have rewards. Well, a reward. Let's see, according to Eunice's description, the peculiar-looking city defenders are all clad in silver armor and bear sharp weapons in their hands. It sounds like a scene from the medieval era, having passed every barrier smoothly all the way from Omsk. They think the garrison here is also a piece of cake. Okay, well, good job. Let's see, but as it becomes clear, they are wrong to underestimate them. Even though both sides miraculously understood each other's words, the passes here are still well guarded.
Please show me your pass.
You have all our documents.
This is not a pass.
Sir, you have the documents. Please, take a closer look at them.
I'm not a sir. Please show me the right pass, which shows where you come from and where you're going.
I wouldn't have been here if I knew the answers.
No pass, no entry.
The problem seems to lie in both parties failing in the art of effective communication. This bickering back and forth over useless technical pitfalls undoubtedly waste everyone's time.
I think it has been clearly stated on our documents.
The documents were issued by the association. They worked in all the borders in the north. What makes the difference here?
It's not verified. I don't know which pass let you pass with this pass, let alone the writing and the seal on it cannot be recognized. If I let you in, it would be my negligence.
Can we talk to someone else? You don't understand what we are talking about.
I understand every word you say.
Very well. If you do, friend, this is what happened. Our teammates were transformed into horses and taken away by a winged man. We think they might have been brought here, so we need to get into the city to find them. This is urgent. I hope you can understand.
I've been on duty for over 6 hours. There was no such thing as a winged man. You can't fool me with your stupid story. I've seen too many of these little tricks. The rule is, no pass, no entry.
The defender in silver armor looks like a wall of iron from whichever angle he is seen. Yumeto looks up and sees the wooden eaves above the masonry, I can read, rising straight into the sky to cast a shadow over the ground. She remembers the giant bird and suddenly wishes she too had wings.
Fine. This man understands our language, but he won't buy it.
Yenny?
Unfortunately, she doesn't have wings, and so she must find some other way to deal with their predicament. Oh no, is she just gonna charge in there?
Then I will see if we can make it in without this pass.
Trying to break in? You're overestimating yourself.
Well, considering we're still in the early levels, not really.
Because we are not given any choices, sir.
Wait, Yenisei.
It's time to cause problems. Let's see, I'll grab you.
Time for Spadania! Wait, give me 10 more minutes.
You.
Me? Is everyone else dead?
We can use you as backup.
Huh? Am I not late? Nothing unexpected. For now.
Okay.
Nice tactic, that's right!
Or wait, no, we should do this, and then that, then this.
Oh, hi.
Anyone feeling cold? That hurts, huh?
Rotten toes.
Okay.
Nice tactic, that's right! Plan A. Huh, like a lighter. Seeing stars. Mm-hmm.
I do like how Spathadia will just give me a bonus card each time. It's great.
Plan A. Hey! Mm-hmm.
Here. Fancy animation.
Plan A.
Her animation's really cool.
Three, two, one, down.
Huh? It's already over?
Let's see. Emptying the glass bottles one by one, Yumeto's weapons are quickly depleted. Across from them, the dry iron wall, the poor guard, has become wet iron wall.
Warning! Intruders! Close the gate!
The guards on the wall above the city gates respond in quick and rhythmic step. Below, those within the city gates scuff the sand as the gate's heavy cables are twisted in reply, held tightly in expectant hands awaiting their next command.
They are closing the gate. This is bad. We have to get in. Or how are we going to get them back? We can't just leave them here. Neither can I just turn away from the clues to the Dushwa festival and the mysterious Eastern arcane power.
Let me just stand here and state all of my exposition as we need to hurry.
Sir, I beg of you.
Besmart rushes forward, attempting to pull back the guards and city gates with all her might. But her lack of sight impedes her, unable to detect the hidden dangers on the uneven, packed sand road. A loose stone is enough to trip her, and despite the demands of the moment, it takes her time to get back up again.
Don't get any closer.
Madam, are you alright?
She anxiously helps Besmart to her feet, with her other hand tightly gripping the empty glass bottle. They've had countless unpredictable mishaps along the way, enough to write an adventure story few would believe, and experienced more than enough to exhaust the will of any explorer. Perhaps simply allowing the city gates to close is safer and more appropriate approach.
Maybe we should just give up, madam. I'm even thinking if all these things
You see Lobster, Lim is still in like aggro mode because he fought the boss. He just hasn't come out of aggro mode. Give him a bit.
The unusual terrains, the teammates turned into striped horses, and now this nonsense. I won't let you go in there and risk your life.
Besmart cannot see her companion's expression, but can hear the hesitation in her voice. It proves enough to add to her struggle to get up again.
No. On the contrary, child. The unknown people. The uncharted city. We are very close to what we've been chasing. And we were born to run after these exciting and amazing things.
So sometimes you just need to... Sometimes it takes a bit when you're fighting a boss to get out of, like, boss fight mode. It's fine. Happens to everyone.
You're also looking for an answer from Ask and Acquire, right? Besides, we have no idea how Mr. Jurian and the others are doing. There is more to consider other than our own safety.
Well said. Speaking of which, the city is much safer than the wild. You have my word. As for me, I am the Li Zheng of the biggest merchants hub in this city. You can address me by my title.
He's not even going to say his title. Li Zhang, a low-ranking government official responsible for taxation and household registrations. So we must refer to him as Li Zhang, a low-ranking government official responsible for taxation and household registrations. We cannot refer to him but anything but that. That is it. I expect...
Li Zhang?
Say the rest of his name.
He sounds like a decent gentleman.
She messed up. She did not refer to him by his official title.
They are the intruders.
He did not refer to him as his official title either.
Noted. The situation is under control.
Everyone has forgotten his official title.
The ladies look like foreign merchants. Their business is within my purview. Besides, it's holiday time. They could be here for the celebration. Don't be so harsh on them.
Understood.
The guard holds his hand in front of him and makes a gesture that Yunesei cannot understand before retreating to one side. A glimmer of expectation is reignited in the hearts of Yunesei and Besmart, as if their misfortune might have at last dissipated.
If I am correct, you have lost your pass, right?
We do have a pass, but it seems it doesn't work here.
Well, just an understandable mistake for people from afar. However, either for business or the Dushuo festival, it is troublesome without a proper pass.
Dushuo festival? Is it taking place now?
That's what I said. I thought that is why you are here in Pei City.
Yes. We were told of it, but we've never been to one. We are not sure. We all heard of the legend about it.
So is the festival sung as a nursery rhyme in your tribe?
Tribe? We are not tribal people. We come from the north.
Northerners? Oh, I mistook you for the descendants of the Wu Sun from the westward. It is said that they have migrated outside the Jioloman mountain. No one has ever met them until now. Your clothes also have a unique style. I should apologize for my mistake. What's more, this lady by your side has red hair, green eyes, and fair complexion. The features match the records in history books.
History books? Mr. Li Zheng, in your history books, do you have...
Like I said, you may just call me Li Zheng.
What happened to addressing this man by his formal title? He made it a point that you must address him by his formal title.
The book says, Wu Sun, one of the tribes in the western regions, has the most unusual appearance. The present foreigners are their descendants with features of green eyes, red hair, and the looks of macaque monkeys.
I'm not sure how she's going to take that.
Monkeys?
Maybe we can't believe every word in the book. No matter. Where were we just now? Was it...
Dushuo Festival. We are here for the festival.
Oh, right. Exactly.
The old man in front of her seems to be full of interest, and with his hands clasped, he resumes his topic.
The Pei City is famous for its grand celebration and joyful spirit during the festival. It attracts countless travelers from far away every year. I could only imagine how hard it was for you to arrive here. Well done. However, forgive me for being offensive. It seems you have lost sight in both eyes.
Yes. Would that be a problem?
Under this city's caring policy, you have the privilege of traveling without a pass. The gate guard is new here. I sincerely apologize for his offense.
He bows slightly, implying a subtle apology, and leads the two towards the city proper. So this whole thing could have been avoided if the blind guard had noticed that we had a blind lady with us.
Come, follow me. It is not safe to stay outside of the city. There have been many missing persons cases recently. We intensified the patrol, in case someone is blocked out of their city and goes missing.
Missing persons cases.
Between further topics of conversation, the two follow Lei Zheng's guidance and at last pass through the city gates. I forget his formal title, so since he seems to be cool with everyone forgetting his formal title, I will too. Something taxation and house registration something. I like the table. That is a cool table. Lei Zheng leads the two of them up the city wall to a connected inner chamber. Yanise cannot shake the notion that her next step will land on thin air until they at last enter the room and she can let go. From the city gate to the room, the scenery is completely different from outside the city. Though it's a short distance, she is very impressed.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Here, madam.
I don't feel any chairs around me. How am I going to...
It seems the people here sit on their heels. Here, cushion.
Just make yourself comfortable.
The two of them hobble onward, imitating the old man's unfamiliar posture as he kneels down beside a low table.
You ladies look better now. What were you going to ask?
There are many fears and doubts in their hearts that beg expression. However, the first to break the silence is nothing more than an odd query.
Your walls, won't they collapse?
Why do you think that?
Because They seem to be made of only earth and stone. I don't think these materials can stand the weathering. Not to mention the wooden pavilion on the walls.
You draw the conclusion only by its appearance. In fact, the stakes are deeply driven into the ground and stand firmly. No need to worry about the peeling bricks and clay. It's just a sign of the city's longevity.
The city's longevity? So how old is this city?
As I recall, hundreds of years.
So they're pressed for time. They're looking for their friends or teammates, not even friends, that got turned into horses. And the first thing she's asking is like, "Aren't your walls gonna like melt in the rain?" Not about the horses, not about the bird guy. Just aren't your walls just gonna melt?
There are many historical sites in the city. You may take your mother for a site tour.
Madame Besmirch is not my mother.
Miss Pierre? Oh, I apologize. I forgot about her sight.
Between his words, Lady Zhang instinctively cast an apologetic glance in Besmart's direction. Though she cannot see, she seems to feel something and turns her head towards his voice.
That's all right. People often mistake me for having good eyesight because I walk around freely like others.
The silver lining is, we have a caring policy in this regard. We're here to help whether you need assistance or not.
You keep talking about my eyesight. May I ask why?
The government is obliged to provide help to people with severe impairments, including those who have lost their sights in both eyes. Isn't it the same with the Northerners? Oh, if my question is offensive.
No, that's fine. More than fine, actually. In the North, I have to do more to be treated like an ordinary person.
I see. I've heard that people at the North idolize the strong and pay little attention to the weak. Little did I know the disabled enjoy no privilege. But now you are here with us in Pei City. Please rest at ease. Moreover, you speak fluent Hanese. I'm sure your stay here will go swimmingly.
You mean we're speaking the Hanese right now?
So the speech magic is still working. Eunice feels her hand being pressed lightly by Besmart's own.
Are you not? It's interesting you ask. According to the records of the hub, most of the foreign merchants with fluent Hanese have lived a long time in the Central Plains.
I like how we have like subtitles here. Central Plains, the name given to China by the ancient Chinese.
While you're obviously not one of them,
we have translators' notes. It's fine.
Frequent visits here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have forgotten a proper pass.
This somewhat insightful witticism surprises Besmart.
You're a man of sharp wit, I have to say. Back where we are from, merchants come and go, including those who speak your tongue. We've dealt with them a lot throughout the years. If it weren't for their advice, we wouldn't have made it this far on our first journey as a new caravan.
I see. Foreign merchants are well informed and welcomed by the citizens in Pei City. Oh, there are other foreign merchants in the hub. If you have no place to stay, the caravanserai there might be a good choice.
As he speaks, Li Zhang takes out a sheet of paper from a large stack.
Take this with you. It is the pass to verify your identities. You can enjoy your stay here with it, or you might end up being expelled.
Thank you. Then how are we going to...
Please, show me the document you have now.
Certainly. Let me...
I'm guessing the guard still has it.
I have them. I always have them with me, madam.
Or not. He did give them back.
You are reliable as always, child.
They hand over a document in a brown paper envelope.
Thank you. I will take a look. Hold on a second.
On this document, besides a drawn red seal that roughly illustrates its purpose, the remaining descriptive handwriting looks like scrawled symbols with the beginnings and ends of sentences connected hastily without leaving any gaps. The embarrassment between the reader and the writer grows like a bubble waiting to pop. You can tell they're fake.
Looks like it's written in Turkish. Is it Turkish?
What? No, it...
Smart makes a move before Yenisei finishes speaking. She pats the... I can read. She pats the girl's back and gestures for her to allow her to explain. Despite her doubts, the girl habitually follows her lead.
Yes, a variation of it. This is the written language in the north. Yenny, this is the written language in your hometown, also known as Yeniseic, isn't it?
Yenisei is almost certain that her companion is winking at her, despite her eyes being covered. Or perhaps it is just her own intuition prompting her. She realizes then, in a moment of enlightenment, that in her precarious situations, she may well need to learn how to quickly accommodate these occasional lies.
Oh, yes, that's right.
My apologies. I should have known that our language is a rare kind in the Central Plains.
I understand. It's all right, but I'm afraid you have to write it down yourself, including where you came from. Please take this file as a reference.
Thank you, I'll do it.
But she won't be able to read this either.
Sorry, but I don't think I can read it.
Oh, my mistake. I should have realized the paperwork is much harder than oral communication. But the servant is not here today. All right, you can tell me and I'll write it down. Like this one. What did you come to the city for?
For business.
How many of you are there in the team?
Well, there were more, but they turned into horses.
7, including us.
There were 7 of us.
Were? Where are they now?
This is also what we are trying to find out. On our way here, they were transformed into horses and taken away by a giant bird.
Transform into horses? Then how come you didn't get transformed?
Well, he knows what's going on.
We have no idea. Perhaps because Madame Besmertz and I are arcanists, while the others are humans.
It's the water. He literally said it was the water.
What do you mean? Does the giant bird only attack humans? Then how does he identify them? There's no huge difference between humans and arcanists, after all.
What?
No huge difference.
This is an answer they had never considered before. Or rather, it was a premise that seemed so distant to their own views that it defied being considered. As if saying a diamond was no different from a clump of soil.
Is that a problem?
No, not at all. Let's go back to the difference between humans and arcanists later. My guess is there might be something wrong with the water. We found a river when crossing the steppe. Our teammates were too thirsty and drank the water in haste. Then we realized something was wrong.
Yes, it came from the northwest. Not a big one, but quite clean.
That might be the main river of Pei City, called Pei Lin River. But it's been shrinking these past years. Also, there are no cases of people drinking it and turning into horses. What were the features of that giant bird?
He has black or brown wings, red tail feathers, and a man's face.
Also, as I recall it, He has the voice of a young man.
A giant bird with a man's face. A feather man. Did he play a musical instrument?
Yep. He knows.
He played a stick-like instrument. His music could lead the horses to where he went.
Was there a bone-like wand with him?
Yep.
Could be, but I'm not sure. He was so far away from us.
I have a rough idea now.
Okay. Enlighten us.
If that's what I think it is, even though he is not a Shangre, I have to say...
He seems to be overcome with regret. Besmart merely, I don't know, adjust her kneeling position, keenly sensing a new development.
Sounds like something happened when you last met.
The giant bird, or the featherman as we say, was considered a Shangre by some citizens. It is because he looks like the legendary Goumang.
What is this Xiangwei? Is it some kind of guardian?
Not exactly. In most cases, Shangre is just Yao, but in a good way. They are benevolent, using their power to help people and bless the area.
And turn people into horses and take them away.
Before your report, there was someone else witnessing a featherman with a bone wand. He once brought some animals to the jutsu and claimed they were transformed from humans.
Well, there you go.
This is exactly what happened to our teammates.
If these two are the same feathermen, then he is very likely involved in these missing persons cases.
Oh, the cases you mentioned. I see.
Too bad that witness couldn't remember anything. Even the slightest feature. For us to draw a picture. Since no one could provide other evidence, her word was considered nonsense. The Fa-Cao thought she was possessed and suggested she take a break in her hometown during the holiday.
We want to pay her a visit. Will she come back?
Lei Zhang waves his hands. There is little value to be gleaned from such a faulty clue.
I'm afraid not. She worked as a Julie in the Jutsu. It's not a crucial position, but clearly not suitable for a possessed person. There's someone filling in for her now.
Inese grips the fabric on her knees. She is persistent as a soldier when executing orders, and this time is no different.
What if I can offer a drawing of the featherman? He was far away in mid-air at the time. I couldn't see the details, but I remember his outline and the color of his wings. Besides, I have experience in making sketches and maps. I can totally make a drawing of him.
Sketch? Map? But we can only attach your drawing to the wanted poster for the moment. We can't put him in prison without solid evidence. Everything is yet to be confirmed.
Is it time for the glorious doodle from the trailer?
But a drawing is better than nothing. Please give it a try. Here's the brush and the ink. Help yourself.
She's gonna struggle with the style of brushing, isn't she? Inese approaches the table and picks up the brush that was used to write just moments ago.
This is the same long pen you just used?
That's right.
And this is the ink? But it won't adhere to the pen.
To get the liquid ink, you need to rub the ink stick on the ink stone first. It's fine. I'll rub it for you. You can focus on the drawing.
The old man rolls up his sleeves and deftly grinds out some ink for Inese to dip the brush in. And the girl does not hesitate to write.
Huh? The lines it draws are really heavy. And do we only have the black ink?
No, there are different colors.
May I have the red one?
Please hold on. I will get it for you.
The slow, steady footsteps gradually move away. No, show us the doodle. The doodle has to be next.
This is great. With your drawing, we can issue wanted posters to find the Featherman. You stay silent. Any questions or concerns?
You mentioned the former employee of the GC. Or should I call her the Gilly? You said she had seen the Featherman and the animals he brought. Then maybe he will come again today. If he shows up with our horse teammates.
That is to say, the Featherman she saw is the same person you met.
There are more? The old man follows her train of thought to its destination, frowns and ponders before taking the brush from its holder yet again. He neatly spreads out a new piece of paper, rubs the ink stick on the slab, and begins to write with a calm and swift hand.
In this case, a visit to the Jitsu might be a good choice for you. I will write her letter for you. Please take it to the Jitsu and show it to Jiunangzi, the current Chu Li. If the Featherman has been there, you can take over the animals he brought to her. Even if he hasn't, you can still proceed with the letter. Since Jiunangzi is a very warm-hearted, she should be in the Jitsu right now. You can find her there.
Thank you.
With this glimmer of hope, the turbulent emotions of these two strangers in a strange land find themselves anchored, temporarily at least. Woo! We must find our pony friends. Let's see, after receiving their pass, they are finally permitted into the city. Colorful silks hanging between pointed eaves, people bustle about, taking no notice of the extraordinary beauty around them. On both sides of the street, there is a silver or copper charcoal pot in front of every house, crackling steadily and bringing spots of warmth to the cold day.
We should go, Yenny.
They walk in the direction indicated by Lei Jing, from the silent neighborhood. Oh no, it's auto-playing again. The peddlers and street performers. I'm assuming it's going to auto-play again. We wait. No, it just skipped the one line. Fine. The peddlers and street performers lay a steady claim to their spaces, forming eddies in the stream of pedestrians that flow towards the center of the main boulevard. The more people flow towards the intersection, the more crowded it becomes, until it becomes a slow-moving throng, impeding anyone wishing to move through it.
This is going to take forever if we have to follow the crowd. Madam, do you think we can take the gaps between the houses? Or find a shortcut? That'd be even better.
Insisting on politeness in a crowded space like this can often lead to such accidents.
Careful. What's wrong?
Sorry, we were in a hurry. Are you alright?
Oh, no problem. Don't worry about the bumping. Oh, aren't you the foreigners? I've never seen any red hair in the city. It's pretty. It's holiday time. It's fine to stumble into people. But what's with the rush? Where are you going?
We're going to the GC.
Oh, but the way there is crowded with visitors. Maybe you can take the other road.
The gaudily dressed woman frowns, clearly pondering how to describe it, but is just as soon distracted by a commotion. A group of strange black creatures appear from somewhere nearby, dragging their long tails before soaring into the air.
Huh? Oh no, they're Juyes. What are they doing in the street during the daytime?
Huh?
Juye? What's that? Some kind of critter?
Oh, he has a very long beak. They jump down from the eaves, flapping their sticky little wings and violently raising a wave of flying dust accompanied by strangely fragrant drops of water.
An extraordinary smell. Like liquor.
The travelers on the street run away, harangued, I don't know, by the creatures flapping their wings at them everywhere they turn.
Why are they here? Oh, I smell liquor. A lot of liquor. Who broke the liquor jar and attracted them here?
People, a Julia in the street during daytime is a sign of auspiciousness. Stay calm.
Are you sure about that?
It's coming our way. Watch out, madam.
It seems as though the ringleader's movements are even more exaggerated than the others, perhaps realizing that it is being underestimated. It flies straight towards the center of the crowd, readying its talons. I guess we get to poke some birds now. Where is... Wait, where... Oh, there she is.
Let us get to know each other. Competition first, burning second.
Okay.
The puppy wishes to come along.
They're just little puffballs. I didn't mean to move.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Very well. The Wheel of Flames.
Okay, we'll do this.
So that's your idea.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Break it, break it.
Okay.
Ready? Party planner. The shower of sparks.
Okay.
Now a big shout out to the champion.
The word in Chinese that I cannot pronounce because I only study Japanese, its ambition to dominate the street is ended by the sudden intrusion of rampaging livestock that burst into the scene. The milieu of beasts, pedestrians, and flyers soon becomes so entirely chaotic that no one present seems to have any grasp of what is happening beyond the end of their nose.
Sorry. You guys, come back. Bad boys and girls.
What's going on? All this shouting and running about. I smell liquor and dust. What happened?
Everything happened.
A kind of local animal named Juye popped up in the street.
Juye.
Maybe they're arcane
I'm going to forget
creatures.
that again.
I don't know. I've never seen one in books. The liquor smell probably comes from them. And I think a herd of livestock rushed out of the fence over there. But I can't see it clearly. Sorry, madam. We are not supposed to stop here.
I don't think you really have a choice if it's as chaotic as things are being described. Let's see. Ignoring the chaos around them, the two travelers decide to leave before even more commotion starts. The bizarre scene of animals, critters, and people leaping every which way and everywhere was never part of their plan.
We are already having enough trouble with the Zhuye. We'll let out these festive animals now.
It seems life has seen fit to frustrate their plans yet again.
Wait, 九娘子?
The familiar name hums in Yunise's mind.
九娘子, aren't you supposed to be in the Zhici during work hours? What are you?
No time for explaining.
Anyway, they're escaping! And I'm losing them!
Junangse? That's the one Li Zheng told us to talk to, isn't it?
Yep. The problem child. The girl name... Let's see if I remember how that name is pronounced. Or not, it's going to autoplay, never mind. I will attempt to read her name later. Let's see, if she lets go now, these wild creatures will wreak havoc on Market Street and everyone on it. Inese's instincts tell her to step forward. She looks towards the... I don't know how to pronounce any of these words. It's fine. Still out of sight in the distance, then turns back to look at Besmart. Besmart can feel her gaze and nods gently.
I will wait here.
Two of the horses suddenly bolt forward as if testing the strength of the people behind them. Congratulations! It is very fun. It is one of my favorite gachas, but that's probably just my bias for really liking Tinsura. And see, you're getting in on the game at a good time, because we're in the middle of season 3 of the anime, so there's a lot of goodies. Let's see, the girl in the center of the crowd strains to keep her eyes fixed on the horde of animals more than outmatching her strength. Her obviously waning control does nothing to concern the chaos, or contain the chaos. All she can do is twist the hemp rope tightly in her hand, winding it one hoop after another until it's so tight that rough-edged ropes cut into her hand.
Oh, let me help. Oh yeah, I'll help too. I wonder how these animals got out.
It is at this moment that finally, heeding the call to come to their senses, the crowd begins to rush forward to assist.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please, help me. Pull harder. Hold on. You all get a drink on the house.
After a short while, with the help of other street-goers, she manages to get the rampaging of festively decorated animals back under control. She deftly ties the quelled animals to the flagpole, then breathing a well-earned sigh of relief, lets the rope finally slack down from her hands.
Oh dear, thank you so much. I couldn't do this without you. Making so much trouble on the first day of work.
She pants heavily, still recovering from her battle, a battle to defend her hometown.
Where were you, Zhounyangzi? I didn't see you in the tavern.
Me? I was in the jutsu.
What were you doing there?
Mr. Liu, did you forget again? The former Zhili went back to her hometown. Zhounyangzi is the new Zhili now.
No, that's not it. I'm just, covering for her. I was counting the festive animals, and then I heard the noise outside.
She let the animals run rampant.
You must have been distracted by the storyteller, huh? He was telling the end of the story today, so you would never miss it.
Well, yeah. I thought he might tell the story of Xiangrui, so I hurried out and forgot to lock the fence.
Oh no.
You were talking about Xiangrui again. People would think you were another storyteller if they didn't know you just really like these tales.
Are your palms bruised? Go to my clinic for medicine if it hurts.
Remember the drinks on the house?
Of course, I will. Thank you so much.
She speaks with warm familiarity to the other residents, but keeps an eye in the direction of the tea house, as though anxious to confirm whether the storyteller from before is still there. Doesn't she have other priorities at this point? After seeing his swaying figure in the distance, a look of joy lightens up her face. Inese quietly observes the scene and retreats, Turning around to walk towards Besmert, the conversations among the locals flow into her ears, allowing her to confirm a crucial fact.
Please follow me, madam. That lady must be the Julie that Li Zhang mentioned.
Ah, yeah, understandable.
Please mind your steps as we are walking in a mess now. We need to follow the crowd and see if we will have a chance to talk to her.
Let's put aside the Julian for now.
Huh?
Is it story time? A little sooner than they reach the tea house, do they notice a crowd rushing towards a stone platform, filling up every nearby space before they have a chance to find a seat. The crowd fills the tea house tightly. The surge of people pushes Besmert and Yenise right in front of the storyteller.
And talk about Emperor Yao. He had seen strange beasts like this many times.
He speaks with eloquence, as if possessing some strange magic that naturally attracts even those who didn't go there to hear him.
It was the 7th year of his reign. Yao granted an audience to an envoy offering a treasure from the Zhejiang kingdom. The envoy had a strange face and a bulgy chest. He claimed to have come from somewhere millions of miles away from the Yumen Pass. This bird is born with the talent for human languages and the phoenix's voice. Our people see it as a Shang-Rai, and I am here to offer it to you.
Hey, look, we're getting lore for Bird Boy.
Then Yao and his people saw a real giant bird. It was as huge as a mountain and as dazzling as a phoenix. It had an azure body and red tail feathers.
Was it really a phoenix?
No. The bird was called Miemong. It was said to be able to read one's bones, change their fate, and even remove misfortune. Yao was pleased with the gift and kept the bird in Dushua Mountain. Naturally, that very bird was the ancestor of all the Miamongs nowadays.
The envy in the eyes of the girl clad in green matches her attire completely.
Have you seen a Miamon with your own eyes?
Be patient and listen. Miamongs tend to inhabit silent and clean environments. So since the ancient times, the people have always cleaned their yards carefully from time to time, hoping the Shang-Rais will gather and stay beside them. It may not work immediately, but it makes things possible in the long term.
Ah, so that's why we have the tradition of cleaning the yards on Shuori.
Exactly. Some even make Miamong statues with jewelry and use them to decorate their homes, hoping the Miamongs will bless the family. Remember the chicken statues on your roof? Actually, they are not chickens, but Miamongs. So are those birds you see in the paper cutouts on the doors.
After saying this, he lifts a piece of red paper, carved in the shape of a strangely familiar bird. I don't know why I struggle with the word peculiar, but I do. The crowd expresses an underwhelmed disappointment.
But this looks like a normal chicken.
More like a capercaillie to me. And like the bird I just threw, isn't it?
The way he is speaking is interesting, rhythmic, like singing. It would be great if there was some music to accompany him. Something is missing in his story without the music.
Well, good thing we have BGM.
He could.
Before Besmert can finish speaking, the red paper instantly ignites in his hands of the storyteller, and before touching his fingers, it becomes ashes and falls onto the stone platform. The little boy standing beside him stands on his tiptoes, quickly taking the initiative to sweep the ashes into the charcoal pot below.
Among the 5 elements, Miamong belongs to the fire. That's why people set fire in spring to drive away misfortunes. Speaking of...
Inese's attention is diverted. She witnesses a child's movements, but doesn't yet understand the meaning behind them, choosing to stare ahead until a crackling sound explodes behind her.
What is this noise?
Fireworks. It seems no one cares about the noise of the cracker. Only... It's Ju, right? Ju... We'll just say Ju. I think that's how you say her first name, so we'll just go with that. Who had previously worked so hard to restore order to the bustling city, turns around with the two of them. As she turns around, she seems to remember something and shows a remorseful look.
The cracker. Shoot! I almost forgot! Sorry. Excuse me. Please let me go out. You won't listen to the rest? It's still early. Oh, are you going back to the tavern to make our drinks? Not drinks, but other stuff. Oh, and drinks on the house tomorrow.
Everyone chuckles warmly, making way for Ju. Yenese holds onto Besmert to prevent her from falling behind. This time, they follow her without incident, despite the stranger's otherwise eye-catching hair. Everyone's attention seems focused intently on the storyteller telling the legend. Woo! Okay, please slow down, miss. You have a paper horse stuck to your cloak. There you go. Thank you. What is it, kiddo? Just a few pieces of red paper, ma'am. They must have fallen from the jouet, right? As the gentleman just said, they are probably related to the unique Eastern prayer custom. It is said that by cutting these pieces of paper into shapes, you can make a wish to the gods and receive their blessing. Okay, people who travel often say that they follow the customs of their destination. I think we should also try this custom, but we need to be safe. Of course, ma'am. They say each design corresponds with a prayer. If you figure that out before you do it, it won't be a problem. Like this. Okay. I guess we upgrade. Okay. Okay, we have 10. I mean, we could look around. Like it forces you into the one, but I can choose the next one. Sure. There. We got 2 upgrades. And do we go? I don't know. I don't know what Epic 7 is, and Arknights was Tower Defense, so I really don't care about it. The designs are cool, but that's about all it has going for it, in my opinion. That would be a more Lim-centric question. Let's see, not far away, Zhu can be seen stopping near the post where the animals were tied, vaguely moving as if whispering something to them.
Can you understand me? Can you tell me where you are from?
Hello.
Inese waits for a moment before walking forward and attempting to pat her shoulder. The girl turns around to reveal her young and eager face.
what's wrong? I don't know you. Have we met before?
I don't think so. We just arrived here.
Really? Oh, welcome to Pay City!
Inese cannot help but hold her eyes on the bundled hemp rope that the girl is holding in her hand, and the many animals now tied to the end of it. Ju blinks, then blinks again, as though realizing what the other girl is staring at. A blush quickly rises to her cheek like two sunset clouds.
Oh, you were on the street, weren't you? I am so sorry. I didn't mean to make such a scene there. I promise it was just an accident.
I can imagine. You reacted quickly and saved us from more trouble.
No. It was my responsibility. And the people on the street also gave me a hand there. How can I help you? Please, feel free to let me know.
She seems to be a warm-hearted type.
Here is the case. The people call you Junang Si, and you work in the Ji-Si, right?
Yes.
Li Zhang told us to find you, and we happened to hear your conversation on the street. So, did the Featherman come here today?
Featherman? You mean the Xiangray out of the city? I heard that he had been here. As for today, I have no idea.
What about the animals in the fence? Any new ones?
I'm not sure about that either. When I arrived at the Jutsu this morning, there were already many festive animals in the fence. They're getting more and more. How weird is that?
Hey, whatever works. It happens. Typos happen, it's fine. I have repeated words many times before. It's fine. Happens to everyone. I didn't even notice that you doubled up on words till you pointed it out. Sometimes your brain will just erase any double words, and that's how you don't notice them. Let's see. Ju mutters inaudibly before turning around, pointing out the culprits who caused her so much trouble earlier with her index finger. Inese inspects the creatures briefly, but doesn't seem to notice any difference. It seems to be a show for common livestock, where various cattle, sheep, and horses might compete to show their worth.
See? They all look alike. I can't tell which of them were brought here today. Counting is troublesome as well. I always think, where am I? If only I could read and write. You write them down, then you won't miscount.
Our teammates have been turned into striped horses, like these. Actually, we are a team of merchants. When we reached the outskirts of the city, our teammates were turned into horses and brought away by a giant bird. Li Zhang said that bird was probably the Featherman they've been looking for, and he appeared around the Ji-Si once. That's why we are here to ask for help.
They're not horses, I suppose.
Ju seems hesitant to say anything further.
But how is that possible? Are you saying that the Featherman can turn people into horses?
We're assuming that's the case.
Understand. How did he get this power? Is it because he is the Xiangray?
Upon hearing the word Zhangray? ? Again, Besmirt's interest is immediately captured.
We've also heard about the Zhongray from the storyteller. It does sound like some kind of local guardian.
Guardian? Is it the gods of Sheti we're talking about?
Oh, yes. The gods of Sheti. These are the gods you serve. I guess Zhongray is closer to a local legend, like a reputed arcanist in this area. The use of arcane skills seems common here. Perhaps there are also many arcanists around. But could you please tell us more about the gods of Sheti?
There are 12 or 13 of them, I guess. That's all I know. I can't read most of their names. Oh, but I know this year is the year of Zhishu. We will bring lots of festive animals to the Broken Bridge to worship.
I was wondering if this was just going to be like a Lunar New Year event with the animals, and yeah, this is basically Lunar New Year's. Okay.
Fun parts. We go to the Broken Bridge on the cliff with the animals, count our steps, and swing our bodies, like dancing. And at last, we will try to jump over it.
Jump over a broken bridge on the cliff? It sounds dangerous and quite familiar.
Besmart knows exactly what Eunice is hinting at. The familiar rule of ask and acquire resurfaces in their minds, but no one attempts to ask it out loud. So that Ju's explanation interrupts their thoughts with perfect timing.
No. We can't do that. No one has ever done that. Even the goats can't do that, let alone humans. We'll also cast arcane skills as safety measures to protect anyone from falling. The valley is deep down there. Once you fall down, you're not coming back.
Intriguing. And who's in charge of the safety measures, may I ask?
The staff in the Jutsu. It's the place to manage arcane affairs in the Pei City. But not me. I'm new here, filling in for the former Julie after she went back to our hometown. They told me to take care of Jutsu for a couple of days. That's good enough for me.
Your eagerness to be able to help is clear.
So, simply put, you're a doorkeeper?
The barb of her conclusion makes Ju fluster into a red blush.
I'm not just keeping the door safe. I do stuff too.
Like release all the animals.
Take good care of those startled by the firecrackers. There is a kind of firecracker enhanced by arcane skill. It can make a huge sound. Much more louder than what you heard in the tea house.
Please forgive her. She didn't mean to hurt your feelings. We speak bluntly in the north.
Oh, it's alright. I can tell she's a bit anxious. But it's not getting us anywhere. Like, pigs can't learn how to climb in a day. Or, let's think another way. Can you recognize your teammates from these horses? Let me see. There are 1, 2, 3 striped horses. Come see for yourself.
I can't. There was little time for me to memorize the difference. Besides, even if they are my teammates, 2 of them are still missing.
More than 3 teammates?
Oh no.
3 plus 2.
Oh no, not the math. Zhu counts out the numbers on her fingers, calculating with great care.
How about we wait and see what Li Zheng has found out? That's right, child. Didn't Li Zheng leave us with a letter?
Oh right, I almost forgot. Please read this, Miss Junang-se. It may have clues about the Featherman.
But she already said she can't read. She produces the letter, offering it to the girl. Zhu opens the front of them without a moment's hesitation, but all Yanishe can see on it are several images.
Make the fence taller, get off work earlier, and go back to the tavern? What is he trying to say? What do these have to do with the Featherman?
Zhu mutters to herself as she stares at the pictures on the letter. Before frowning and smoothing it out, she clumsily folds it and clips it to her waist.
Well, don't worry. I'll pay close attention to the new horses for you. If there's any good news, I'll ask Li Zheng to tell you.
You're so kind. But we just got here and haven't decided where to stay for the night. How are we going to keep Li Zheng informed once we find a place to rest?
Oh, I see.
An answer leaps to her mind, bursting through and out at the same time.
How about staying in my tavern? I forgot to tell you that I'm the owner of a tavern, and I'm doing it well.
She laughs as though just saying that, just the saying of it might render it true.
It is located in the merchant's hub, 2 streets away from the Zhici. Li Zheng will know your whereabouts since he's in charge of the hub. Oh, I'll take you back to the tavern. Also, escort these animals back to the Zhici. You can check out other animals there as well.
Good idea. That'd be great. Saves us from all the trouble sleeping on the street.
Let's go then. Oh, the street looks beautiful later in the night. You can't miss the golden lanterns and bonfires lit on Dushuo Festival. They light up the sky and the street as if it's daytime. Everything seems brighter at night.
Okay. I'm just curious, like... Oh, there's quite a bit. Well, there's the bridge. Cool. I just realized we haven't seen any trails. Weird. Maybe they only get added after you finish the story this time around. Let's see, a breathtaking number of animals lie within the... I'm just gonna skip the Chinese words because I cannot say them. A fact that only hinders their efforts to find their companions. After weighing their options, they decide to follow Zhu and settle in at the tavern first. The weary travelers are more than eager to relieve their fatigue after journeying non-stop for so long. And they've more than earned it because strange things have indeed happened to them non-stop for several days.
Madam, what do you think about Junang's words? Could that be ask in the choir?
Jumping over a broken bridge is like jumping over a canyon or climbing over a mountain. It's a condition that cannot be met, like those merchants said.
An inevitable price?
Both of them fall silent, lost in thought. However, Besmirt's doubts do not seem to have fallen on deaf ears as Zhu responds while walking out from the tavern.
Talking about the broken bridge outside the city? Oh, I'm so sorry. The chairs in the lobby have not been cleaned yet. Please take a seat here just for now.
Oh, don't worry about it. Thank you for letting us stay here. As for the broken bridge we talked about, can you tell me more about it?
When I first got here, the bridge was already broken. Beneath that is a deep canyon. Across that canyon stands the Yuan Temple. You can't see it from the other side of the bridge. It's surrounded by fog. So, I'm not sure if there really is a temple there or not.
The Yuan Temple.
They say you can talk to Zhishu in the Yuan Temple. Be faithful and ask it. It will answer you. What did they call this? The divination, I think? They also said that the fog was strange. You can't stay there for long, or you'll pass out and get overexcited.
Okay.
Well, I haven't seen such things so far. But even so, people of that time still rushed there and prayed. Doesn't it mean that the divination is for real? After the bridge was broken, no one's wish was ever granted.
Seems odd. There was already a bridge in the first place. Why wouldn't people rebuild it in all these years?
That is a fair point.
So this one? The river dried out. People couldn't swim across, and the cliffs between the mountains were too dangerous to jump over. But if one can be the new Xiangrui, the problem will be solved. The Xiangruis are awesome. They protect the city, help the people. There's nothing they can't do.
So I'm guessing that's what happens with this girl. As she speaks, I can read. She sinks into her own personal contemplation.
Never mind. We'll check the striped horses in the Jesse again tomorrow.
All right, I'll go with you. It's time to rest now. I got the rooms cleaned for you upstairs. And here, take the liquor with you. They can help you sleep tight. You got to have some.
Sorry, Miss Junangse. I don't drink. Neither does Madame Besmertz.
Why did you call me Miss twice? If you want some water, wait a second, please. The water jars are on the other side of the yard. I'll get it for you.
Oh, I can do it myself. You don't have to.
It's fine. There's no light near the jar. You need to cross the stream. I'm afraid you might get lost.
Thank you.
Once the girl's voice and figure are obscured by the night, Yenise turns to look at Besmart. She seems puzzled or perhaps just tired.
There were so many different striped horses in the Jesse. I couldn't recognize them at all. We are going to get up early tomorrow. Please, have some water and go to bed.
I'm not thirsty, thank you. But I do feel like some rest.
Okay, I'll take you to the room.
So something in that conversation Besmart recognized, or was surprised by. Let's see, the girl returns from fetching water, only to find Yenise alone in the hallway. Looking around and not seeing Besmart, she walks over and naturally sits where Besmart sat earlier.
I didn't see you from there. I thought you went to sleep.
Oh, sorry. Madame Besmertz is tired, so thank you for helping us.
Don't bother. Here's the water.
Let's see, as she takes up the ceramic cup, Yenise is slightly surprised. In her mind, a material like this is one of two extremes. Crudeness and finesse. One of handmade rough bowls used by the populace, and the latter of delicate treasures owned by the rich nobles. Yet this cup is a combination of the two extremes. It is used by ordinary tavern owner, but is marked by a refined, tasteful aesthetic. She rubs the side of the cup with her fingers, gently brushing across the painted patterns as if feeling the fine porcelain vase.
The cup.
What's wrong?
It looks expensive.
It's a gift I received. I don't know how much it costs, but it's delicate, isn't it?
Yes, it is delicate.
And then she smashes it on the floor. Now, Yenise feels compelled to rub the surface of the ceramic cup again, as though she cannot bear to part from it, and loses herself in thought.
The pattern is a lu shu, also a kind of xiangrui. See? It's majestic. The tail is like the sunset clouds. I really like it. I hope you do too.
Majestic indeed. And it looks a bit like those striped horses in the Jesse. Both of them are similar to horses.
But people still think they're horses, don't they?
Sure they do. I think this species is native to Pei City. It's an interesting discovery and will help enrich our travel notes.
Zhu lowers her head and looks at the cup in her own hand. Yenise can smell a fermented aroma. Oops.
Now, I can only drink it for her.
Let's see. Yenise can smell a fermented aroma emanating from within, like... Don't know that word. But without the sweet aroma of wheat.
Your drink smells good. Is this the liquor that helps one sleep tight?
Not exactly. It's just unfiltered liquor.
Sounds like you have a lot of different kinds of liquor here.
Well, it is a tavern.
There are a lot of different liquors. The unfiltered ones, the clear ones, the ones made of herbs, the fine ones, and on and on. Bedtime liquor is made of herbs with spine date seeds.
I thought liquor was just liquor. At least there aren't so many types in my hometown.
Well, to be honest, I too have no idea why they are still leaker, though they have different names. If the color is the standard to classify them, then what am I when I'm wearing different colored clothes? Am I not 九娘子 anymore?
Shocked, Inese cannot help but break into a laugh. Seeing the other girl smile, Ju's eyes begin to sparkle. She nods and decides to go one step further and express her thoughts.
That is to say, if your teammates are turned into horses or other animals in different colors, are they not your teammates anymore?
Ah, the ship of Theseus.
They are. Of course.
Inese stops talking. This childish conversation might have caused her to erupt with laughter, but the weight of the situation is still acute, and her... Oh, it's autoplaying again. The chirping of birds in the cold night gently blankets the sound of her anxious breathing.
I'm worried, actually. Well, maybe not just worried. I don't know.
Looks like you really miss your teammates.
Which is sort of surprising considering how awful they treated her.
Miss them. I won't use this word to describe my feeling. All I'm thinking is they were turned into animals because I gave them the wrong direction. What if they can't turn back to who they really are?
The frankness of her own inquiry unmasked the long unease Inese has been harboring since entering this strange city. After speaking, she holds her breath and controls the impulse to turn back and look towards Besmart. For a moment, she is no longer even sure where she is.
But I don't think that will happen. Things won't get any worse. There must be a way, I promise. Like the clouds turn colorful, pool water gets sweet like liquor. There are many signs of auspiciousness. They just need time. Think about it. What if the story about the Yuan Temple is real? Maybe there will be another way for you to recognize your teammates. Even if the Featherman is not a Xiangrui, there are other Xiangruis in the city. All in all,
Zhu racks her brain to find another way to persuade Inese, but is stopped by the other girl before she can begin. Despite the cultural differences between the two of them, Inese feels a surge of warmth from her brief trembling words.
Thank you, miss. No. Junangse. I see what you mean. I really do.
Inese takes a deep breath and exhales both calm emotions and words together. So that like a light white smoke, they soon drift away.
Thank you.
it's nothing. I will definitely help you. Oh, here's some other spine date seeds. Drink the water, and I'll go make you a cup of tea with the seeds. It also helps you sleep.
She shoots up to immediately rummage around the bag beside her as she urges Yumeto to drain what is left in her cup. Yumeto drinks down all of the cold sweet water and hands the still compelling cup back to her. She then watches Ju step onto the porch and run back to the hall at a trot. She takes a long breath and turns to look at the arid night sky. It seems even in the strange city like this, she can enjoy the same bright moonlight as the steppes. Okay. The curtain of night has already fallen, but even after drinking another cup of tea promised to induce drowsiness, Yumeto finds that sleep evades her. In theory, someone so heavily fatigued should fall fast asleep the very moment the opportunity presents itself, but not for her. That's a mood. On the contrary, her mind, so sick with worries, seems to run faster now than ever in the stillness of night. She stands up, steps away from the couch, and treads lightly down the stairs. Unwelcome in even her own dreams, she wanders around without direction.
The yard, go downstairs and through the main hall.
Groping around for the railing in the darkness, she walks up and then down the steps. One step, another step. As she descends, a rustling sound envelops her in the darkness, like oh,
What's that sound?
the chipmunks are singing.
Where does it come from?
Oh, didn't mean to scroll.
Who is it? Someone's singing?
Without realizing it, she departs the second floor and follows the sound of this into the spacious hall of the tavern. With a cascading moonlight and melodious singing, the scene laid out before her is one that defies description.
What?
I think there was something in that tea.
The striped horses. How come they are glowing? What on earth is happening?
There was something in that tea.
Боже мой.
With its red mane and luminous stripes, the horse stands there in the courtyard and turns gently towards her. The singing continues, almost freezing Yumeto in place. She turns around sharply, trying to escape the sound, only to realize it's going too fast. So this is the thing that's happening now.
Are they asking me to drink?
I think you already did some drinking if you're seeing statues talk to you.
Chunangzi, where are you? Is she?
Now the wooden dolls, originally submerged in the stream in the courtyard, have begun to climb up the bank. They surround her, spinning, singing, and contorting, with bodies clearly possessing a flexibility beyond what wood should possess. Using this odd flexibility, they repeatedly lift their full cups towards Yumeto. Pure pressure. This invitation, perhaps initially hospitable, turns increasingly creepy in the dark night. Making a choice now requires next to no thought. Yumeto jumps out of their enclosure and runs towards the other end of the yard, towards the water jar. Fortunately, she clearly remembered the location pointed out by Zhu.
I can't go back to my room. Need to lead them away.
The wooden dolls still sing happily as if they are only playing a game of tag. Creepy. Oh. Oh, okay. So what do we have? What does this even do? Okay. Do we equip something, or is it just... I assume it's all equipped. So we will continue. Or wait, no, we need to change. You...
Now it's time for Spathodia!
Me? Is everyone else dead?
Wait. Give me 10 more minutes.
Huh?
Okay, we poke.
Let's kill time together.
Yeah, understandable. It's a very loud game. It's fine. Let's see, we will
Wear gloves.
That's right.
do that.
Get out of here.
Anyone feeling cold?
The wooden dolls have gotten much bigger, I realize. Okay, we will do this and that and that, sure. Oh, I should have selected the one that's actually trying to attack me. It's fine. Let's see, we can do this and that and this, I guess.
A mice pass.
These two attacks should do it though, yeah.
Huh? It's already over?
The wooden dolls stage a disorganized offensive with a piercing song that twists Yunisei's perception of her surroundings. She can only stand by the water jar in a constant retreat, consciously nearing a dead end.
No! Can't stop here. I must go further.
Come here! This way!
The wooden figures have no ears, so it seems unlikely that they hear or understand her. Nonetheless, they are lured in, leaping forward with strange enthusiasm. Never tiring, just like those cups, always lifted high, constantly spilling and overflowing. Oh? It seems these crude wooden creatures are quick to be alert to a sudden interloper. They immediately stop their siege of Yunisei and abruptly turn towards the tall trees in the courtyard.
Huh? Where are they going?
Creepy dolls do not like Birdman. The coercive rhythm plays heavier and faster than before, as they jump a few more hops towards the bottom of the tree. A wand of bone flies out from the darkness, scattering liquor and shattering the wooden figures into pieces. Serenity comes back to the scene, the end coming as swiftly as its beginning.
Conjured so feebly.
Who is it?
Who do you think it is? It's Birdman.
It's you.
You! The Featherman who stole our horses!
No matter. You're leaving with me.
Leave me alone! What is going on?
Silence. It's dangerous here, and words are no help to us.
Well, okay, we are now being kidnapped by Birdman. Without hesitation, the giant bird grabs Yunisei's arms quickly, lifting her up and away from the courtyard. Oh no. Her struggle proves futile in the howling wind. The sound of flapping wings, punctuated by the shrieking girl, gradually fades in the distance, leaving only a distorted mess of evidence in the courtyard. Oh no. Now, who will we follow? Will we follow Yunisei, or will we follow Besmart? In the morning, Jiu walks into the shambolic scene. A still intact wooden doll bounces around, gathering the remains of its kind into a ball.
What's going on? I told you to keep the house, not to tear it down. You are good host. Offering a drink. Offer a drink to whom? Those two ladies should be soundly asleep upstairs. One was downstairs at night. Birdman with her. Birdman? You mean that Featherman? He had been here? What was he doing here? He's not even a Xiangrui, nor is he doing anything good. Do not offer a drink to him. If I were the one treating him, I would... He took one. We can... Wait, what?
Kidnapping. Kidnapping.
Brown? Scarlet? What color is that?
Oh no.
You're just confusing me. I'll make you one more mouse next time. What on earth are you talking about?
She turns around to see Besmirth fall over the threshold. She quickly approaches with her skirt held up and the wooden doll jumping up and down, hiding behind her.
Be careful. I'll help you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Where's Yenisei? Did you see her upstairs or in the yard?
Are you talking about your red-haired friend? Did she go out?
No, not very likely. She would have told me if she was going out. Or at least ask someone to pass on the message. Did you really not see her today?
Zhu racks her brain, her voice coming out serious and resolute.
No. Not this morning, no.
Little statue needs to speak up again.
The missing persons cases. Is this how they happened?
I don't know. Li Zheng didn't make it in time to tell me the details.
Besmirth falls into silence. This is a loss that she finds difficult to accept.
I'm only saying, if this is another missing case, there must be a clue or two telling us what happened. Could you please look around and see if she left anything in the yard? She must have been taken from there, or I would have definitely heard the noises.
Besmirth anxiously grasps Zhu's hands. Their hands are equally coarse, one pair exposed to age and sun, the other exposed to grueling work.
Stay calm. Let's go ask Li Zheng.
Wait.
What's wrong?
I sense an arcane energy. Someone cast a skill in the yard. Follow me.
Where are you going? You can't see. Just tell me. I'll take you there.
No. Please follow me.
Okay.
You're heading toward the water jar. I was here last night to get water.
It's somewhere close to the water jar. I sense it clearly.
Yenisei's power is like with water. She probably did a thing. Besmirth wades through the stream and stops in front of the water jar. She crouches down to find something among the scattered leaves in front of her.
Is this a bone?
That makes sense. Li Zheng told us that the Featherman uses a bone wand. Yenisei also saw something similar in that giant bird's hand when we faced him outside the city.
I knew it! Now we have the proof! We can...
No, it's not enough. And Yenisei is missing.
Why not enough? He left his bone wand, which means he was here before. And your friend is missing. Still not enough to prove his guilt?
But only Yenisei knows what the giant bird looks like. She also drew the picture of that bird.
Now we're gonna see the doodle.
Without her, we cannot confirm that the Featherman and the giant bird are the same creature.
I don't understand. You're saying that even if we have his bone wand, we can't prove anything?
Exactly.
But I think you're overthinking.
Besmirth raises her head slightly, conveying her confusion in unsubtle movements.
I mean, whether enough or not, it's not up to us, right? I know nothing about the law. It just doesn't feel right.
The girl's voice quiets down, giving rise to her own hesitation.
I'm just thinking we should do something because you are sad.
But Besmirth already understands.
You have a point. Then, we...
Let's go to the Jitsu now. Li Zheng will be there today. He's supposed to tell me something about the Dushuo festival. Let's tell him what happened today. He will know what to do.
Sure.
It's better than nothing. They decide to head towards the place. Mesmer puts away the bone wand and follows Zhu's footsteps carefully, one at a time. They leave the wooden doll standing in place, a sentinel atop the rest of its debris. It was there. It could have said, yes, it's her. It took her. The answer was there. They have all the proof they need. Okay. Lei Jing is flipping through annual expense account records from previous years, worries written on his heart and wizened face. Zhu is sure to report for duty on time, and he must have a decision ready before she does.
In past years, the festive animals used in the fortune walk and the bridge leap were less than 3. A cow, a goat, and a donkey, without exception. The poorer the harvest, the less food for the animals and less well-fed donkeys. So people had to use horses instead. However, aren't there too many festive animals this time? Even if it is for celebrating the birth of Zhi, not to mention some of them are transformed from humans. We shall act prudently. If we have to cancel the ceremony, we must make the decision before New Year's Eve.
He writes the words fortune walk and bridge leap into a blank space on the account records in his hand, then circles them in red ink to serve as his reminder. As he does, he ponders and shifts his gaze nearby to the portrait of a giant bird. The glorious doodle.
A giant bird. A feather man. There's always trouble around New Year's.
It's a glorious drawing. Suddenly there comes a loud fluttering of wings. The sound is not like one of the common birds flapping, but rather a droning, hazardous sound, the kind of a titanic bird of prey approaching. Oh, look! A wing shadow covers the portrait on the desk. Lei Jing turns his head to see the visitor clearly, meeting it with a look of shock and heart-shaking doubt on his face. The visitor is no less than the very giant bird or feathered man depicted in the portrait. He glides in as smoothly and naturally as if he were entering an open glade. It seems as though the guards of the place were unaware of his arrival entirely.
Are you responsible for this place? It was someone else when I last visited. No matter. I have an urgent matter to discuss, or it will be too late.
Without warning for Lei Jing to react, a bizarre horse, or something like it, rushes in behind him. The horse's mane and tail are both red, and it bears a tiger stripe pattern along its body, the combination of which produces a truly incomparable sight. I'm guessing that's Yumeto. Oh no. It steps forward, allowing Lei Jing to see it clearly. It suggests a great sort of intelligence in its movement. As for the feather man, he simply folds his wings and lands. The narrow space forces him to pinch himself tightly into the cramped room. Lei Jing notices a hint of embarrassment in his visitor as a result.
I'm Ge Tian, and I'm here to advise caution. The lady owner of the tavern can turn people into Lushu. She needs to be stopped, or more people will suffer. She has extremely light bones, which means she's still in the stage of development. She might be unstable, hence a danger to keep in the city.
You are referring to Jiu Nangzi?
Wait, she's the bad guy.
Precisely.
Bones. Are you the goddess of Lee Mountain that can read one's bones? But you don't look like her at all.
The brief silence conveys I did not catch how his name was pronounced. Astonishment at the unexpected change in topic.
I am no goddess of Lee Mountain.
Then your words have no weight at all. You should have claimed to be her. Besides, goddess of Lee Mountain. Take a look around you.
Though puzzled, Gitian... I think it's Gitian? Gaichin? Maybe? I don't know. Looks around as advised, only to find some paper with the same bird totems painted on it. Some of the papers even bear ink stains yet to dry, indicating their recentness.
You mean these paper cutouts? A man-faced bird with a red tail. You are drawing me.
Even though he recognizes the image on the in the painting, the idea of being worshipped, though, through such an artwork, comes across quite unnecessary. Horseshoes impatiently clank on the ground, seemingly to urge a sense of haste. This prompting, though, goes unnoticed.
But I'm not a Xiangrui. These paper cuts won't send me your prayers and wishes.
They are not paper cutouts for worshipping the Xiangrui, but wanted posters. And you are wanted.
Let's see. He's stunned for a moment, as if unable to understand Lei Jing's words. Whether paper cuttings or wanted notices, they are complex things found only in the world of the mundane. No problem, no problem. As such, he opts to ignore them for now and continue on with the purpose of his journey.
The most important thing is to find Jiu Niangzi. She's the culprit of the missing persons case in the city.
I thought you came here to confess or make peace. But it seems not. You come to defame Jiu Niangzi while being ignorant of the fact that you are the top suspect.
Upon learning that the culprit is not, in fact, the one he identified as Zhu, he falls into an even deeper confusion. Many things outside the mountains are beyond his understanding. If you're on the main screen, like, you just open the game, and, like, it's playing the music video or whatever, down in the bottom left corner, if I remember correctly, is a little circle. If you click the little circle, it should open settings there. If not, you'll have to actually get into the game proper. And then on the left side on the main page, once you get through, like, the tutorial missions or whatever in the story mode, there will be a little square of, like, 9 dots and, like, a little square on the side. That is your, like, menu tab. You click that and it will pop up another menu. You passed your chance of turning down settings then. Once you get out the tutorial, you'll be fine. Once you get out chapter 1, you'll be fine. Because on the main screen when the music video is playing, you do have an option to hit settings there. You just missed it, unfortunately. You have to get through the tutorials now. Let's see. Many things outside the mountains are beyond his understanding.
How am I related to this?
Every time a disappearance was reported, you were witness bringing animals to the Jutsu.
No. The nature of my visit has been taken wrongly. The Zhili there knew what I came for.
When we arrived at the Jutsu, you had already fled without a trace. No one could testify in front of the Fa Jiao for her. So her words were considered nonsense. Now, she has returned to her hometown.
Upon hearing this, he breathes a sigh of relief.
I wouldn't have shown up in the city if not for the urgent matters. What's the purpose of lingering around when my business is done here? Besides, the Zhizi allowed arcane skills to be cast without restrictions in the city. So it is your responsibility to bear the consequences of such negligence.
You are very articulate. But how can you explain the testimony provided by the two foreign merchants? All roads are leading to you.
Yes, the two foreigners.
Do you confess?
They are the other reason why I'm here. One of the two is here with us. She can explain to you.
Is the horse gonna talk? Then he leans over and asks the red-maned horse beside him to signal to Li Jing. The strange horse, after being ignored for a long time, seems to acknowledge that it can now finally make itself useful and steps forward on proud hooves.
Wait, you mean she is...
Before Li Jing can react, he flaps his wings, causing the tea on the table to flip onto the ground. The red-maned horse takes another step forward and turns to the spot where the stone bricks have been wetted. Oh, is she gonna paint? The tea seeps out over the interior stone, forming a pool and a small indentation. There, the reflection of the horse appears in a flash.
I ask for your patience. Please, look at the water on the floor.
Li Jing looks towards the spot. Let's see. Looks towards the spot. Line of sight indicates where the fading reflection remains. But the liquid drains out along the low-lying uneven floor, eventually disappears into the crevices on the stone bricks. The tea, it seems, is just tea.
What is this for? Is this a demonstration of your discontent? Because I didn't treat you as a guest, offer you a seat, and give you a cup of tea?
I was expecting her reflection to change or something.
This should not be.
He appears to murmur to himself and turn to the red-tailed horse beside him, his words muddled with confusion.
Why didn't your arcane skill work this time? Or must it be clean water to reflect it? No, the water in the river was no cleaner. How did you do it earlier?
Having now weathered the series of absurd confrontations to his limits, the cultured manner of Li Jing breaks along with his patience.
Guards! Catch him!
Let's see, he is startled by the sudden and rapid footsteps and immediately flies upward. Within the narrow chamber, the shadow of his wings appear unusually large, and even the red-haired horse retreats behind the shadow's range.
What's the meaning of this?
You are suspect. That's...
What I know. I told you truthfully. Why are you troubling me? Instead of going after Zhou Nyangzi. Find some clean water. I'll prove it to you.
That's enough. Surrender now.
I will not fight you, but neither will you have me.
Aye. Be careful not to hurt that horse. It might be one of the victims.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, you should be fine with this. Okay, let's think. This, and this.
Anyone feeling cold?
Oh, he's tanky.
Stay away from me.
I just realized he's sitting on like a little perch. He has a little perch. Let's see. Thinking. I'm going to do this just so we can double things up. Yay! Congratulations, you found the settings. But yeah, slime can be very, very loud if you aren't like watching the sound, watching the volume or whatever. There's a reason I mainly play it on my phone and only use the PC version for when I stream. Easier to do other things when it's on the phone because I can mute it a lot easier on my phone. Let's see, we can do this and then this.
That hurts, huh?
An unconventional choice.
This is not a mistake made by man.
Okay, time for overkill.
This is the one punch. Nice tactic. Cheer and witness my victory!
We booped the bird.
If only I could be as forgetful as them.
Let's see, he flaps his wings and flies out, escaping the courtyard. Cool, cool. He does not leave immediately, instead deftly avoiding the attacks of the guards as he flies around the courtyard, despite the fact that this brief conflict has already left him injured.
Your strength will eventually run out.
Is this necessary? Find me the clean water, and I will show you what Zhou Nyangzi has done.
How will I know if you're using your arcane skill to fake the result? The truth is, we know the girl very well, but nothing about you. No one had gone missing in Pei City before you showed up.
But she said that she also recently arrived.
So how can we trust you or your proof?
Let's see, he gently shakes his head and lowers his wings.
And you have denied that you are a Xiangrui.
It is true that I'm not a Xiangrui, nor have I ever visited here. I never wanted to leave the mountain.
His movements make the wound in his wings visible. His stance is low and reverent, suggesting his willingness to discuss a truce. Lei Jing hesitates and as a result raises his hand to stop the storming advance of the guards.
But you still left.
I really shouldn't have come to the human world.
What do you mean?
My people have left the mountain and come to help you. They renounced their names, families, and even lives for you. They gave up everything so that you would have gods to worship. They became symbols, totems, except themselves.
What are you talking about, Featherman?
I told you my name. I'm not a Featherman. This Featherman is not one of us. No need to call him by name.
It isn't any sort of presence. It's only right, yeah, presence. It's only that the answer is a simple deduction.
Seems like my people have been long forgotten. You forgot the Getians who left the mountain. The city builders, the bridge masters, the flood fighters. They all faded into oblivion. You only remember the gods of Sheti, who never answered to your prayers. That's why I'm discouraged by the idea of leaving the mountain like my people. I don't want to face such suspicion and disbelief after giving you all the help.
Who are you?
Now that I see it, the destruction of the bridge was inevitable. It was bound to happen, like I was bound to be left in the mountain and be the last of us.
The bridge? Did you have something to do with the broken bridge? Featherman, tell us!
Question no more. You can have me, if that's what you want.
The message conveyed by his words and actions forces the present to hold their breath. He gives up his resistance and sees the connection between the broken bridge and the vague allegation. Though the onlookers wonder whether this might be merely a stalling tactic, The two who set off from the tavern, heading towards the place, arrive in time to witness the end of the standoff. Besmirth has been following Zhi closely all the way, but now stops just short of the gates.
Miss Jianing, sir, please wait.
Even without the ability to see, she stops to analyze the tense atmosphere ahead.
No further.
Huh?
Oh, it is her. He is going to attack. If you're getting a 5-star, so when you hit summon, you'll have, like, words pop up. If they're red, that means you get a 5-star. And then when Rimuru flies over and you see, like, the hooded figure, if it's purple, you're getting a 5-star. But sometimes you won't get any of those, and it will be hidden. Also, sometimes you'll get a fancy animation of Rimuru and Malim fighting. That also means you're getting a 5-star. But like I said, sometimes there are hidden 5-stars. There are no clues until you're tapping through each of the summons and all of a sudden it turns purple. So, yeah. Oh, no. You are feeling the same pain my dad is feeling. He ate something bad. We don't know what it was, but he has been kind of sick because of it. Let's see, the gaze of almost everyone in the courtyard converges now on so-and-so, wary of any possible movement. No one present believes that he would just surrender like this. And in an unnoticed corner, the red-tailed horse deftly bypasses the ball before running off in agitation. Yes, apparently. The horse that had rushed into the crowd then, just as immediately, weaves back out, seeming to aim to snatch Besmirth from behind Zhi. I forget what number, but we're getting to, like, the heart of the issue. Birdman, I forget how to pronounce his name, so he is still just Birdman, even though he doesn't like being called that. He is not the culprit. It's actually Zhi. And it succeeds! So I think we're getting near the end, question mark? I don't know how many stages there are. 14. So this girl, she's the baddie. She's the one turning people into animals. Yeah. That's true. Oh well. We're into the new chapter, it's fine. Water.
What just ran out of there? That thing took away the lady. What's going on?
Zhu's words dissipate in the air without a stirring response. The eyes of all stare at so-and-so in the center of the courtyard. Most of these are filled with doubt, suspicion, and fear. As the strange horse and its unwilling rider disappear into the distance, the communication arcane skill cast by the bone wand also seems to dissipate. Oh, and Tensura, yeah, I will tell you this, though. Auto battle works if you're grinding, but sometimes auto battle will screw you over in Tensura. It's better to still do it manually if you're just trying to get through story bits.
Now we lost another witness. Did you plan this?
I left my wand in her tavern yesterday. Ask her. You will know.
Jianangzi, is that so?
We did find a bone in the yard, but it's with that foreign lady now.
Tie him up first. Do you have more to say?
Everything I need to tell you, I have spoken it all. Catch her now, or even a real Xiangrui cannot save you from the disaster.
Why are you so obsessed with calling Jiu Nangzi the culprit?
What? You...
Hey, look, Lobster, it's a unbiased review of Tinsura, because I obsess over it just because it's Tinsura, but if Lim can say that, if he can vouch for it, you got an unbiased review there. Yeah. Yeah, it can be a little beefy. Welcome back.
What kind of culprit am I?
It's fine, Jiu Nangzi. We all know you have nothing to do with the missing persons cases.
And he said that even a real Xiangrui cannot save you. He's more of a fake one to me.
She rushes angrily towards him, striding forward until she stands just before him. But in her rush of emotions, she loses her ability to speak.
Stay calm. We will hold him in detention in Zhichi for now. I'll report this to the Fatsao. The first thing to do is catch up with the horse and the foreign lady.
Well, you should have been here yesterday. I could have given you a whole rundown for everything. So what you want to do, you want to make sure you level your units. Make sure they're leveled, make sure they're awakened if you can awaken them. Make sure that their abilities are released. There is also equipment that you can forge, obviously, once you get to a certain point. That helps you greatly. Make sure you awaken those too. Check out the shops for, like, the in-game currency stuff, because there are units that you can grind for with in-game currency, so it's completely free, that are very overpowered. You want all of the Octogram characters, and you want to get them to at least level 100 each. You will speed through everything if you can do that. But I will say that the Octogram badges are very hard to grind for. They are very rare. You can only get, like, maybe 20 a month. So it will take a while, but it's worth it to go for them. There's also flashback stuff. We should be getting a Corridor of Awakening quest soon-ish. And you can get old units that you missed in previous events. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to get really good free units that can carry you through until you can, like, use crystals and tickets and stuff to get better ones. Yeah, like I said, these are the really hard things to grind for, the Octogram badges, because they are very overpowered units. So it is a grind to get those. I don't want to even think about how long it took me just to get them initially, and I'm only just now getting to the point where I can level them up. So yeah, there's a lot of grinding in Tinsura, but once you get a system down, it's fine.
And find his wand to figure out his arcane skill.
That, and with parallel processing and the new update with parallel processing, the grinding becomes less of a grind. It's great. Let's see. The crowd quickly moves according to Li Zhang's command and exits the courtyard in an orderly fashion. Only a few scattered guards remain in the courtyard, along with the three figures located in the center. At this point, it would seem obvious that so-and-so must be taken away, but as Li Zhang has not yet ordered anything to that effect, no one dares step forward. For though subdued, his huge wings and claws still serve as an effective deterrent.
Take him away. Everyone else dismissed. Jiu Nangzi, follow me. There's something we need to talk about.
What do you want, Featherman?
Jiu Nangzi?
You look like a decent Xiangrui. Why did you say something like that? Even if you're not, aren't you afraid that the real Xiangrui will blame you for doing the wrong thing?
The girl appears as though she has not heard Li Jing's words. The doubt in her questions is conveyed in almost whispered tones. So-and-so doesn't even lift his head. He remains motionless, like a statue.
Jiu Nangzi, it is true that he is not the Xiangrui of our city. The Xiangrui who once protected our city has been long lost.
Zhu turns her head, failing to connect the logic behind Li Jing's statement.
But everyone thinks the Featherman on the mountain is the Xiangrui. Just look at him. How could people not take him as a Xiangrui by his look? The former Zhili told me that the Featherman looks like a Gomang, just like what was depicted in a picture book.
Translator's note, Gomang, the god of spring in ancient Chinese mythology, in charge of agriculture with wings and claws.
A Gomang is a confirmed Xiangrui recorded in a book.
Jiu Nangzi.
But this man, of course he is not a Xiangrui. He isn't like the Gomang, nor the Mianmeng. He doesn't even understand the saying of, one can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on.
One can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on. That's fair. One cannot commit wrongdoing without leaving a trace.
I'm pretty sure... Well, even if you didn't ask Lim, I'm pretty sure Lobster has mentioned that he plays Arknights before. You just forgot. Because I have a vague memory of him talking about it before.
However, we can't convict him without definitive evidence, such as witnesses and his wand. The trace he left is yet to be found.
Zhu squats down in front of so-and-so in the sudden, inexplicable movement, then stares unwaveringly into his eyes as she speaks, as if she is to judge the authenticity of his words and expressions by doing so.
Featherman, do you know what is a real Xiangrui? Do you know where it is?
I don't know, Lim. We've proven over the course of the past month that you tend to miss a lot of things sometimes that we discuss on stream. So you just turned your ears off for a moment, or turned your eyes off for a moment and missed Lobster's messages.
Why did you take people's friends away and accuse me of being the culprit?
But he seems to have made up his mind to remain silent. He lowers his head, taking a feigned interest in observing the blood dripping from his wounds. An act of passive resistance. Well, technically, Slime just raised their gacha rates. A lot of the new banners now, the default rate for 5 stars is now 5%. It used to be 4. Let's see, a drop of blood seeps into his feathers. The moment passes long enough for the girl to organize her words and continue her barrage of questions.
Your appearance is given by heaven, so you should not act against the nature of your look just because of your personal preference.
Oh, pain.
You could have become a much-loved spirit, like in the stories and picture books, as everyone expects you to be.
Well, I usually get almost every unit that I pull for in Tinsor. There are a few banners where I miss them, but for the most part there isn't like limited banners. The only time we get limited banners are like collabs. So like you can't get any of the Konosuba stuff or the Overlord stuff anymore, but everything else eventually comes back. So yeah. There's a reason why I'm guaranteed to get like multiple 5 stars each time I do a Tensura stream. It's fine. Shoot, I think yesterday I got... Oh, how many did I get? I think I got over 10 5 stars yesterday. And only a couple of them were duds, where I had already like leveled everything up to level 100. And I even got like 2 completely new units, so... Huh, cool.
But when you took away that foreign lady's teammates, you didn't care about their feelings. They didn't want to be separated. You disappointed people. That's not what a Xiangrui should do.
All right, Xiaozu. That's enough. Take him away.
Zhu watches coldly as he is taken away.
He didn't tell me anything, nor did he tell anyone.
So I'm starting to think that maybe her skills are just out of control and she doesn't even know what she's doing. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's sort of the case here. Maybe. Unless they pull like another Jessica and she's just playing dumb. That is nice.
I know you're chasing after anything that could be a Xiangrui, but the Feather Man has clearly claimed that he is not one. To be honest, judging from his attitude, he has never had the intention to be one.
I don't understand. How could he not want to be one?
Not everyone is so interested in the legend of Xiangrui. The Pei City did have a good era under the protection of the Xiangruis. But after all these years, no one can recall that time without the help of the mythologies and the history books. Even I can't be sure if there's a real Xiangrui. But Jiu Niangzi, you should know that we don't need a Xiangrui anymore.
We don't need it?
With no Xiangrui, no divination, we can't arrive at Yun Temple. But this is still an orderly city. The Dushuo festival is as vibrant as ever. You can tell that a Xiangrui is not necessary for a city to prosper.
Is that so?
Let's see, Zhi grasps the small bag she carries with her. The bag is embroidered with a peculiar combination of love poems. Though she has never really understood the meaning of the words, in some way they now mirror her own confused mind.
By the way, turns out you can read, can't you?
Eh?
Huh? You know that I can't, Li Zheng.
Okay, so maybe she is just straight up lying.
One can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on.
Oh, that's not what it seems to be. I heard it from the Taoist countless times, so I remembered it.
Which Taoist? In the city?
Zhu shakes her head to refute Li Zheng's assumptions.
No, it was a Taoist I traveled with before I came to Pei City. The Taoist said many different things over and over again. I couldn't understand, but I remembered them.
And now he's gonna realize that she also just recently arrived in the city.
Sounds like you had a distinguished teacher. Since you came here, you've been treating people nice and kindly. Exactly the opposite of what Getian has done.
Getian. Okay. I will try to remember his names. I will try to remember the pronunciation.
Yes, Getian. You said too many things to him. He is not the Xiangrui you are looking for. A real Xiangrui would never be so rude. It is very possible that he is only a Yao that has been living on the mountain for too long.
Let's see, her head lowers, seeming to find it difficult to accept such a change in thought.
But why did he accuse me like that? I don't get it. Did I do something wrong?
Because you are the Zhili.
Zhu looks at Le Jing, her face caught between doubt and curiosity. Having presented his point of view, the old man rubs his beard and laughs, knowingly helpless to influence the girl's reaction.
The former Zhili left because of what he said and did. Now he wants to play the same trick on you. What's more, when he got here and saw me, but not you, he acted quite surprised. You can tell from the details.
The thoughts behind her eyes grow more muddled. Such deceitful scheming felt too complicated for her to comprehend.
Oh, and that captured foreign lady, she?
Don't worry. There are people searching for them now. As for us, we should confirm the details for tomorrow's fortune walk and bridge leap.
Right, bridge leap. I almost forgot. If only the broken bridge could be fixed, then we wouldn't need those festive animals, nor to jump over the bridge. During Getian's silence, I was thinking that, what if I can go to the Yuan Temple and ask Zhishu the Guardian? If the legend of the divination is real, then whatever the question is, Zhishu will answer me, right?
I guess so.
The two of them walk indoors, their conversation disappearing from the courtyard under the sound of footsteps on hard stone. She really is. Within the pristine government office, two figures exchange information from their past few days so that they might agree on their next step course of action.
That is the whole story. Getian is now detained in Jitsu's dungeon. Jiunangzi is there as well. 4 hours ago, after discussing with the new Zhili, we decided to keep the ceremonies of Fortune Walk and Bridge Leap, but no colored animals are used this time. The number of animals will be less than those in previous years of Jieshi. Here's a list of ceremony members and funds. I've asked people to deliver the copies to all the streets.
Li Jing picks up a stack of papers from the desk and hands them out dutifully.
Thank you, sir.
This is my duty. As for Getian, we shall put him on hold until after the Duxiu festival, according to the law.
One more thing. Have we found the horse and the proof?
Not yet. The horse taking that foreign lady away might still be under the control of Getian. There was no trace of them when our people chased them out of the city.
I understand. Given the road conditions in the morning rain, looks like we will have to continue with the search after it stops. But I don't think a horse carrying a blind woman can go far enough to escape. I'll lead the search squad myself next time.
Okay.
Thank you, Fasa.
The imposing figure, with his back to the entryway, habitually presses down on the short sword at his waist, adjusting the position of the blade, then waves his hand again to show that he doesn't need to concern himself with such matters. Welcome back.
I'm only doing my job. Where is the Zhili?
Are you referring to Jiunangzi or the former one?
The one who went back to her hometown.
We haven't heard anything from her yet. Perhaps it will come after the
Cool.
festival.
Make sure you assign units to your buildings. That's how you get your resources.
Noted. Jiunangzi is still green, so please help me take care of the Jutsu before the former one comes back.
Some units are going to have specialties based on certain facilities, but some facilities just do not have any good units for them, and you can like equip anyone to them. But it's always good to do the characters with boost first.
I will. She is
also, do not use optimize.
That is why I recommended her for this
on
position.
The assign units option. It doesn't work. At least not well. Always do it manually. It takes forever, but it's worth it.
Well, there are so many things to do before the new year. It's fine even if she makes a mistake or two. Don't push her too hard.
That's what I thought. If you find any evidence or the two foreigners, please let me know.
Let's see. He rises nimbly while folding the document as he prepares to bid his farewell. You stop by Li Jing's raised hand.
Oh, another thing. The New Year's feast tonight. You're welcome to Jiunangji's tavern with your relatives.
The tavern? Are the people around the merchant's hub going too?
Everyone's gonna turn into an animal.
Yes, she is hosting a feast for the neighbors.
Well, as you get more units, you'll get units that are more suited for certain buildings. So, for me at least, once a month, I reset all my buildings and reassign everyone. And where I am currently at, it takes me an hour and a half to do so. So it takes a while. I have too many buildings. They keep giving me new facilities, and it's a lot.
It is the New Year's Eve vigil, followed by the first day of Du Shuo Festival. It is an annual tradition at the tavern.
朔日, the new year.
Aye, right. Another year of the Jieshi. Hopefully the Yuan Temple, which worships the Jieshi, will bring us good news.
Having said his piece, leaving only a moment of silence, the two of them look out the window towards the eaves of the broken bridge and the temple flickering in the misty rain. Okay. The striped horse, with its red mane, charges through the pouring rain, carrying Besmart. All the way it runs with wild abandon, as if afraid of possible pursuers behind them, and perhaps to prevent the person on its back from jumping off should it slow down.
Halt! Halt! Do you hear me?
The horse runs onwards still, even striding several shallow depressions with ease before continuing forward. Seeing her words taking little effect, Besmart attempts to slow it down using her prior experience with horses. As she releases her breath, she lets go of the mane and replaces one hand in front of the creature's neck, while the other hand caresses the fur on both sides, adjusting to match the rhythm of its gallop.
Easy. Easy now. Good child.
After taking another deep breath, she seizes the opportunity to vault herself off the horse and tumble down in a quick movement. Besmart falls into the shallows, just as she intended. The horse stops not far from where she lands and turns back. Ignoring the accumulated pain of new and old injuries, Besmart clambers out of the water, but her hands sink into the soft mud along the shallow shore. Though not as sticky as the swamp for a while, she finds it impossible to stand.
Madam! What? Is it you, Yanase? Where are you?
The familiar voice is certainly within earshot, but Besmart cannot place its direction, no matter how hard she strains. She struggles to lift herself out of the mud and falls again.
I'm sorry. Are you hurt? I was so anxious. We must not let them catch us. I'm all right. I'm good. How did you...
I am talking to you through the water. Please hurry up and get back on me.
You've turned into a striped horse too? Or is this your arcane skill?
I am not a striped horse, madam. I'm a Lushu. Both of them are arcane creatures, but not the same kind. And yes, that's my arcane skill. I can show images and few sounds through water. I cast it once when we passed by the swamp in Tula, remember?
What about the Lushu? What are they? Did Getien take you away and turn you into this?
That strange term she heard before all this began suddenly reappears in her mind. Bismarck quickly associates it.
The rain is making too much noise. I can't hear you or the surroundings. Get on my back. I'm not sure how far they are from us.
I don't hear any footsteps from grown men. Come here, child. Help me up.
Yenisei then steps closer and scoops Besmart into the out of the sinking shallows. I can speak.
So, what happened? The situation is getting trickier and trickier.
We made a mistake. Getien didn't turn me into a horse. On the contrary, he saved my life.
Then who was it? Who did this to you?
You didn't drink any water last night, did you? But I did. Quite a lot. After you went into the room, Junangzi and I had a chat downstairs, and she gave me the water. This is the difference. Getien said her arcane skill was cast through liquids like water and liquor.
My poor child.
I went upstairs after the chat. You must have been too tired to notice me at the time. I stayed in the room but couldn't sleep at all, so I went downstairs again. That was when I heard someone singing. That song. I'd never heard it before, and I had no idea what the lyrics were about. All I remember is that the melody was soft and a bit unusual. Then I found that someone was a group of wooden dolls. They were small and would melt when they touched liquor.
Yenisei extracts the frightening journey from her mind, trying as best as she could to narrate it back in a calm tone.
And there were horses in the yard, also humming the melody. They had red manes and red tails, just like what I look like now. I didn't know they were loose shoes until now. Their stripes glowed under the moon.
But didn't you have a closer look at the Lushuo last night?
I had no time to see it clearly, to be honest. Anyway, that chat I had with Junangzi was quite good. Everything felt so comforting at the time, so I don't understand.
Then, why are you different from the animals turned from Mr. Durian and the others? You told me they only have stripes on them.
Yes, I have an assumption about that, but I can't verify it now.
I'm guessing it's because they're human and you're an arcanist.
What is it?
Yenisei falls into a silent reflection for a moment before answering Besmart.
Remember the river our team found? Perhaps that was the lower course of the main river, and it included Junangzi's arcane power because the stream across her yard is near one of its branches. The running water might have diluted the arcane power in there. Usually, a stream of running water is like an independent settlement. It rejects outsiders by nature. Even I have been rejected more than once. The striped horses our teammates turned into could be an accident caused by an incomplete arcane skill.
Those other striped horses in the Jitsu, are they too...
Perhaps Junangzi had no idea at all that she somehow leaked her arcane skill into the river. As for the water I had, she must have made it on purpose.
Okay. Both of them sink into a silence made awkward by their revelation.
Then, how did Getien get involved in all this?
Last night, after he saved me from the wooden dolls...
The topic of their recollections, only just resumed, is again interrupted, this time by sudden stopping of the rain. Yenisei looks up as if to confirm it has really ended. If the rain has stopped for good, this also means they'll need to keep moving to avoid being found.
The rain has stopped. We need to find shelter, madam.
No, child. I don't see why he had to take you away. What if I was there with you?
All I know is he was there to take us out of the danger. And he's injured now. When we confronted the people at the Jessi, he didn't fight back at all. I think he didn't hurt them for a reason. If he really meant to help us, we must go save him.
Child, all of a sudden you seem to trust this creature entirely. Did he do anything else for you? Based on what we know, Ge Tian, Li Zhong, and Jie Nengze, they all seem strange.
Please trust me, madam. I used to think this way too. Maybe he's fooling us with a fake rescue. But he's not. He even showed me his arcane skill to win my trust. Yes, he read my bones. Can you imagine that? He gained information by reading my bones. And then he actually told me something I didn't even know about myself.
Okay.
Let me go! Where are you taking me?
You.
If I let go, you will fall, and death will be your end.
That checks out.
Hold your life, dear. You are a lot more vulnerable than you can imagine.
Quit threatening me! It's a river down there!
Yes, but you don't know how shallow it is. Even a lantern can't float on it. It's dying, unlike the other branches you saw outside the city.
So what? Does that explain why you captured me? Fine. The river is dying. I'm held by a birdman in mid-air. I'll fall and die if I struggle. There's nothing I can do.
Yes, it's a rare wisdom for a girl of your age to know her limits. But I'm not a birdman. I'm a Yao. My name is Ge Tian.
Inase gives up on her midair struggle, pondering over his name and identity.
You can use arcane skills. You're an arcanist.
If you say so, then it is so. We have gone for miles. I'll leave you here. Beyond the ford, you will see the step.
But... Let's see, Ge Tian slows down just as he said he would, and after a moment he gently places Yumeto on the ground. Given her situation, she had not anticipated such gentle treatment.
I don't understand. What on earth is your purpose? Why did you turn humans into horses? I believe you can commit much worse crimes if you want to. Are you doing it for fun?
Ge Tian stops on the side of the curved tree, growing like a bridge over the vines of a shallow stream, face heavy with a look of contemplation.
The more you ask, the more mistakes you make.
There is no such thing as a wrong question.
I will answer one of the questions regarding why I turned people into horses. The answer is I didn't do it. Neither did I have that intention.
Interesting. Who did it then?
The lady owner of the tavern.
Junangzi?
Precisely.
Yumeto shakes her head, not believing his words.
If that's the case, why did you leave Madame Besmertz there alone? Do you really think I would buy your nonsense after I saw you take my teammates away?
You saw the horse in the yard, with the red tail and red mane, did you not?
Yes, I saw.
It's not a horse, it's a lushu. Or at least it looks like one.
Lushu. I have never heard of it before. It sounds like an arcane creature native to the east.
Ge Tian doesn't respond, he only continues to contribute yet more astonishing information.
It is a lushu, and also Jiu Niangzi herself.
Oh.
What? That thing is Junangzi?
What you saw tonight was not real lushu. Those horses merely resembled half of them. I speak of the fact that Jiunyangzi might be a Lushu, a kind of Yao, or as you would put it, an arcane creature.
Your words sound even more complicated than those in the city. Is it because you are also an arcane creature, like the Lushu? Or you have a thing only the pure-blooded can understand?
We're nothing alike. Lushus are Xiangruis, born with red manes and white faces, covered with tiger's markings. In the books, Lushus are capable of casting an arcane skill named the Shape of Will. It could be the same skill that Jiunyangzi uses to turn others into Lushus. Do you understand?
Yes, I'll try.
The Shape of Will is a dangerous and secret skill. As written in the books, the Lushus use it to transform blood into fire and stone into gold.
Okay.
So, it's like alchemy.
I'm unfamiliar with what you said, but Jiunyangzi's power seems to be restricted. She cannot fully transform into a Lushu like a Yao could, nor does she possess great power. She's closer to a half Yao. Unlike other Lushus, she requires a certain medium to cast her skill, the Shape of Will. This is also why people did not recognize her. She's harder to identify.
Okay.
Jiunyangzi. Half Yao. Is that another name for the mixed blood? Anyway, even if you're telling the truth, how did you know that?
It is within my bloodline. Like you find your direction through the water, I read people through their bones.
How did you know my... Wait, you mean you can read people through their bones? That makes no sense. What can one's physical condition tell you?
Many. Many stories. Many sounds. Even if I was never there with them. Such as you. The markings on your bones resemble an open net. Yet it captures nothing. You are away from the waterless land where you once lived. And to this day you are still wandering.
What?
The girl's eyes widen with astonished disbelief.
You will travel far many times in life and turn homeward, like the migratory birds, until you find your lake.
What on earth are you talking about?
Have I mistaken anything? I should hope not. Forgive me. I have long since stopped reading others' bones and put them into words. Perhaps I did not tell it in the most precise way, but it should be generally accurate.
All right, stop. I need some time to digest your words.
A bizarre spectral sound cuts off Eunice's reply.
Careful.
Strange creatures that resemble balls dragging long tails suddenly leap out from the tree behind the two of them. They shriek and charge towards Eunice, who is most evidently their target. Oh, we got the weird little bird things again.
These things again. They already attacked me once in the street. Ugh, these stupid birds.
Following closely behind in the mysterious creature, markedly different from the other feathered balls.
This one is shining bright. Get out of my way. Out!
It is indeed exceptionally bright and long, illuminating the shallow stream in front of them on both sides. Okay. So we poke.
Let us get to know each. Competition first.
That is
Burning second.
not what I was trying to do. Do that.
Just as what's been practiced countless
Let the
times.
helium fill your pulmonary lobe.
They're so goofy.
Go! Ready?
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Blaze! Yeah! What are your manners?
Okay.
That's idea. Party planner. Break it. Break it.
The shower and sparks.
Break it. Break it.
Okay, one more. Let's see. Do that and
with your decision.
this, and that should do it. Oh, that did way more damage than I was expecting. Oh well, it's fine. We did the thing.
Warning, the puppy is fleeing the scene.
Getian I can read. Getian stares in the direction the scattered it's like Zuyu, right? Or something ran off. His mind burdened with thought.
Have you drunk the liquor? Offered by Jiu Nyangzi?
No, but I had the water from her. Why?
These Zhuye might be attracted here by the scent of liquor. They feed on the flowers of Zhuye, which can be used to make liquor and smell of leaves. They could be here because they smelled the liquor. But you only had water. What else could attract them?
Yenisei thinks back to the preceding events.
If they were attracted by the scent of liquor, I think it was the wooden doll's fault. They soaked themselves in the liquor before they attacked me. I might have gotten their scent during the battle.
The scent of liquor stands is not strong enough to attract them here. It would have taken a proper consumption of liquor for them to notice.
Well, she did say she had a bunch of different types, and some of them were colorless, some of them were scentless. That water probably was not water.
I'm worried that liquor is the medium for her transformation skill. But that is only my speculation. If the water you drank also exerts the same effect on you.
As though his words hold the power of execution, the change happens the very moment he speaks.
What? You...
Yenisei kneels down and her body transforms, just as her companions transformed on the steps before her.
How so?
Although Getian had already anticipated this moment, he cannot help but be startled by the strange process, and flaps his wings involuntarily. His instincts tell him to flee. Night falls, the rain has stopped, and the riverbank is moist and soft. So-and-so leads his team in search of the red-haired horse's trail, finally arriving at the edge of the river. The exact spot where Getian and Yenisei stayed the night before.
Find anything?
Someone was here. Seems like a horse with a female, tall and thin.
Not a horse, but a foal. Look carefully. The footsteps are smaller and shallower than a horse's. Where are the end of the tracks?
The river beach ahead. The track stopped 3 meters away. We couldn't tell where they went.
That can't be.
Okay. Let's see. He strides over to inspect the traces near where the trail of footprints ends.
It rained a couple of times. The rain could have washed away the footprints.
If that's the case, there shouldn't be other tracks here. Huh. Like this. A bird's claw marks at the edge of the rotten wood. It was a bird of prey. And judging from the size and the sharpness, it's quite strong.
It's true. Hey, I found another 2 sets of footprints. They're shallow and narrow, possibly from the same person. A young woman.
The wood lies on the ground near the river. It's not a good spot for birds of prey to roost on. What stopped here was something even bigger. A young woman met a huge bird of prey here, yet there is no bloodstain at all. Perhaps the truth behind the foreign merchant's disappearance is different from the Featherman's statement. We need to go back to the Jitsu.
Okay. And this brings us to that part in the trailer where they think everyone is in cahoots. Let's see. On the steps, a Lushu stands in place of a girl. The fright of this transformation sends Getian up into the air.
Too late. So it seems her tea can also transform people. I must report this to the authorities. Stay here.
How about no?
No, you must not leave.
You can speak through the water.
You know what my arcane skill can do, but I can't maintain it for long. I spend too much energy fighting the Juliers.
I must take leave.
Where are you going? You need to save Madame Besmetz. Please, I'm begging you. Please save her. She can't see, and she's still alone in the tavern. She must be in great danger now.
I have thought about it. Given that my wand was also left in that tavern. But should I return, Zhongyang's might be alerted. I sense kindness in that girl. She hasn't done anything evil except for turning people into Lushus. Your friend should be safe with her.
But why? Why is she changing people? What is her motivation?
To spread the word
I'm confused.
Before she further repeats her mistake. I must go find someone to handle this properly.
Please take me with you. They believe you are the one behind the missing persons case now. You'll be turning yourself in if you go alone.
Getian is startled, having never thought such an outcome might occur.
I see. The world outside the mountains is indeed not meant for me to step into.
But you are already involved. Besides, we gave Eugene a drawing of you when I was not clear of the truth.
No matter. I will reason with him.
Even so, you will need me there. Look at my arcane skill. It will be the best proof, right? So they will know that Junang Si is the real culprit who turned the people into horses. I mean, Lushus.
Is that really needed?
You need to know that you are a suspect. Even though I know you are innocent, you need something absolutely persuasive to prove it. All in all, you must take me with you. My arcane skill will vindicate you.
Okay, and that led to the failed confrontation. The pieces are lining up. I'm still confused why Zhu is doing all of this, but we'll probably get answers at some point. Yeah. Let's see. Only vagrants and outsiders wander the streets on the eve of Dushro Festival. In front of each threshold, sparkling fires burn below, colorful decorations laid out in the dark night. Peering out at each other from across sandy gravel roads that have not yet dried from the rain. I mean, usually with those live streams, they usually bring in the people that are like the main characters for the event, so it makes sense that it would be those two. Besmart and Yenisei continue their advance towards... I still don't know how to pronounce it. In the quiet, gentle light.
This place looks so different than it does in the daytime. It's so...
Yeah.
It's waiting for us.
Yenisei stops to cast her reflection into the puddle of water, attempting to confront Besmart.
It's nighttime now. They have lit the braziers. There is cloth of different colors around them. Remember our New Year's? We put up tar barrels and made festive fires. There were also decorations on the houses.
Yes, I remember that. Perhaps people here also stay with their families at this time of year. Like we do on New Year's Eve. A heartwarming custom.
Yeah.
Shush, quiet.
Besmart stops to listen carefully to the sound. A moment later, a line of night patrolmen pass by from the corner ahead. They march at ease without stopping, clearly ready for the shift change and the chance to get home. It isn't until they disappear completely that Yunese's figure reappears in the puddle.
The guards here are more reliable than ours in the Empire. At least they don't get drunk on New Year's Eve. Madam, we are close to the Jesse.
We didn't prepare anything other than these bottles. Don't cast any skills for now. You need to rest. We don't know what's ahead of us. Hold on. I heard something.
Unlike the neat footsteps of the previous patrol, the distant sound they hear this time is slower and wearier footsteps. The woman and the Lushu hurriedly dart into the shadow of a nearby eave.
Staggering footsteps, almost limping. Sounds like this person just tripped and fell. Or drunk.
Yunese follows the sound described by Besmert and looks around.
Chunangse? What is she doing here?
Not far from them, Zhu hobbles along. She takes one step, then pauses, 2 steps, then pauses, and finally stops as she prepares to turn down a narrow alley. She looks completely broken down, as though she has just been in a fight, or perhaps she's just drunk.
Why?
They can hear her talking to herself in the darkness, her voice echoing intermittently against the silently festive street.
Why? No answers for me.
Oh, did she go to the temple?
How long do I have to wait before I...
What is she saying? I don't understand at all. Madam, what about him?
They cannot see whether she's crying or not, but there is a soft sobbing that comes out like a whisper. Even so, she clenches her fist as if tightly gripping something.
A mistake.
Hmm? Amid her silent sobbing, Zhu relaxes her hand. Long object falls from it into the puddle on the ground.
Oh, she dropped something and left.
Where did she go?
I don't know if she's going to the tavern, but she has left the port. That's for sure. We should go find out what she dropped.
Yunese's figure disappears from the puddle. She takes 2 steps and turns around and bites on Besmert's hem, half dragging, half guiding her towards the corner of the alley's entrance, where the light and darkness intersect. Approaching the water, she finally lets go of Besmert and goes around to the other side. Yunese then lowers her head and through the drink, as though to drink from the puddle, and deftly removes a piece of wood from it. She shakes the water off the wooden slab and leads toward Besmert's hand until her friend can grasp it.
It is a wooden chip. Rough surface.
So it's a
and
fortune?
some carvings on it. Is this an inscribed text?
Maybe. Please hold it. I'll check the other side. Starting from the round end, there is a person, I guess, at the top. Then there is another person holding a bowl in the middle.
A person holding a bowl in the middle, and then?
Then there is a striped horse at the bottom. What does it mean?
A striped horse. Gertian once said that Lu Shuo has a red mane and the markings of a tiger.
You mean this is a Lu Shu? But it has no colors. Even if it is a Lu Shu, why was she crying? From my perspective, Chunangse is not a bad person. I think she did all these things for a reason. Some kind of burden only known to herself.
Maybe that was her finding out what's been happening. I still think she's doing all this by mistake. So it's like there's a person, there's someone offering like a cup, and then there's the Lushu. So maybe that fortune was the answer or whatever, and it was saying, "Hey, look, you are turning people into Lushu."
Burden.
I'm only guessing. Since we didn't catch her words clearly, there is no conclusion, madam.
That being said, the two of them fall into a shared silence. Since entering the city, the dark cloud of their uncertain future has followed them like a shadow.
Well, there's no easy answer to any question here. We should meet with Mr. Getien before making any further arrangements.
Sure.
The woman and the Lushu walk forward at a pace. The two increase their speed, arriving outside the gray walls of the place, courtyard, before they might be discovered by another team of night patrollers. The streets in the area are built with high walls surrounding their homes on all sides, so that people walking can see nothing but stacked bricks.
Stop here. I hear...
It is at this moment that Getien flies over the courtyard's walls. He's free! His wings flutter lighter, and then the previous few times, and he has no intention of stopping until he notices the figure at the foot of the wall.
Mr. Getien?
Or perhaps he had no intention of staying until he heard Besmert's voice. Getien perches on the tree by the roadside, tightly clutching branches bearing leaves that have only just begun to wither. The tree's shadow sways, but he goes silent, only stopping as he recognizes the two figures below. The ground nearby is flat and long-dried, without a puddle. Yanase can only grab hold of Besmert's hymn and tug on it lightly to confirm her guess. Besmert, though, quickly understands. She listens to the sound and walks forward and to one side, eagerly reaching around beneath the tree.
Mr. Getien!
Why are you here?
Did they let you go? Have you seen Zhe Nengzi? She was on the street just now.
Whatever speculation you're making, I am leaving.
Leaving? Are you going after her?
No, I was not meant to be here in the first place. It's only natural that I should return to the mountain.
Return? But we're not done with Zhe Nengzi yet. Yanase and the others are still in the shape of Lushu. She was turned into a Lushu in front of you. Are you going to just let her be?
Yep.
She has told you everything.
Yes, she did. Now you're the only one who can persuade others to go after Zhe Nengzi. We are foreigners here. People won't listen to us.
I am left with no other options. Today at the Zhici, none of us would have gotten away if I hadn't surrendered.
This is a fact that, as an observer of the entire scene, Yanase cannot deny.
They will only see me as a greater threat if I insist on raising doubts about her. They have known her for a long time, but know nothing about me. My words have no greater effect than yours, for I'm also a foreigner here.
His voice is light, but as gloomy as the night.
Still, you're going to just give it all up before exhausting every possible way to end this?
Yep, pretty much. A wave of swaying tree shadows causes Getien to fly up on alert. He seems to have finally made up his mind to leave.
You need not prick my pride. Getiens and Miemengs are never meant to get involved in this.
Before a response is issued, the sound of rhythmic footsteps sound, one after another. Whether it is a patrol or some other city personnel, it is enough to immediately alert the vigilant trio. Getien, though, does not leave. His actions are seemingly not in line with his tongue.
There are people coming. You...
I knew it.
A bold and imposing voice sounds out and... I can read. Sounds out from the spot the footsteps had been moving towards.
You two are in it together. The merchant identity was only an excuse you made up to enter the city. Isn't that so?
No, please listen to me.
The stories you told Li Jung made no sense at all. How dare you come back like you did nothing and break into the jail?
You go first.
Mr. Gatian!
Best part something that she shouldn't just run away. At the moment, the only one who can help her confirm her assumption is Gatian. The one being sought for help does not make a sound. He dives from the tree, spreading his wings to cast an immense shadow over the scene. He flies between the patrol and Besmet, turning his back to them, then spreads his wings even wider until they completely block the view of those behind him. At this moment, he truly seems like a bird of prey.
Those are fleet-footed creatures. Get on her back and leave. I'll join you shortly. Go!
Don't you run! Catch them!
And we poke, I assume? Yes.
Now it's time for Spatheria!
Me? Is everyone else dead?
Wait. Give me 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Huh? Am I not late?
Let's kill time together.
Okay. Go after you.
That's right! Nice tactic!
Oh, hi.
Like a lighter! Hey!
Okay.
Sterilize.
That's right! Nice tactic!
Get out of here.
We will do all the poking.
Seeing stars?
Let's see. I'm thinking.
That's right! Nice tactic!
Handy.
That one, I think.
Like a lighter! That hurts, huh?
I mean, we might as well use this here.
Wear gloves.
Plan A.
Cheer and witness my victory!
Get out of
Okay.
here.
3, 2, 1, down.
Only 2 left. Cool. Let's see. We'll do...
I'm ready.
Actually, we could.
Wear gloves. Wear gloves.
We'll do that.
Get out of here. Go! 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 Puppies!
I guess I didn't really need to do that. I probably could have just poked. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine.
Handy.
Seeing stars? Hey!
I'm trying to make this into a tougher fight than what it is. Thanks to Getian's cover, the two successfully run from the neighborhood and arrive at the shallow shore on the city outskirts, where Yenisei has now stopped twice before. At this moment, the night seems to have become even darker, without a single star to light the sky. The only faint moonlight trails scattered across the riverbank.
It's been quite a while. Is he?
Yenisei cannot help but think that Getian's experience at the place that same morning.
Have faith in him, child. He is able to defend himself, since he managed to escape without others' help. I believe he is not aggressive. He left his wand behind when he tried to save you.
A long period of waiting, pregnant with anxiety, is finally broken by the sound of flapping wings. Yes, well, all of the stories seem to run about 5 hours, so it will probably go over just a little tiny bit because I do want to do pulls. I do have drops, so it won't be long though. Getian crosses over them and stops along the twisted veins, folding his wings and tightly gripping the edges of the tree with his talons. The garment on his head must have split during his flight and now fully reveals his previously covered expression, one both baffled and tense.
You're here.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really decided. I just know I want to do polls. I didn't see, like, who's actually available today. So...
You seem fine.
It is funny just seeing him perch on his little bird stand. It's funny. Bestmart follows the sound of movement, turning their head towards where Getian landed.
No. I'm here for one last thing. When I was imprisoned in Zhici, I heard that Jiu Nyangzi would hold a banquet at the tavern tonight, and the Fa Cao was also invited. I'll take the opportunity and get those half Lushus out of there.
Please wait a second, sir.
Yes?
We're not going anywhere. We must release them from the arcane skill and bring them back.
If you don't flee tonight, I'm afraid there will be no better chance for you to leave. Though her true intention is beyond my speculation, I fear the consequences of her action will be severe.
You know full well the consequences.
Certainly.
But you won't help us stop her.
That is not my problem to address. I have done my part.
Then why did you help us get rid of the soldiers and offered to help again?
This question surprises Getian. He had never thought about it until that moment. He lifts his wings, forming a posture similar to cupping his face, sinking into contemplation. After a moment, he conjures up an explanation.
It doesn't suggest my further involvement in this matter.
You are contradicting your own words, sir.
Getian lowers his head and looks towards the drying earth near the embankment, out across the river's calm surface.
Very well. I'll put it differently. Look at the street. It is empty tonight. There was a time when people sent lanterns down the river on New Year's Eve. Even the simplest lantern would glow like the moon on the water. Those lanterns, carrying people's wishes, floated down the river. The further they went, the more wishes were granted. Some would cast arcane skills on their lanterns to keep them from getting wet. But most of the lanterns still disappeared in the depths of the mountains or at the waterfalls. I used to look down at the city from the mountaintop, watching those lanterns float down the streams and merge into a light belt in the dark. They were more brilliant and vibrant than the bonfires that were lit up all night in this city.
The Lushu follows Getian's gaze and looks towards the river, only to see a bare and narrowing river looking more like a stream in her eyes. The sad reality of the present makes it difficult to imagine the scene described in Getian's words, despite the nostalgia overflowing from his tone. Bestmart feels it too, but the safety of her companions remain a constant concern in her mind.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean. Time is against us.
Now the river has dried up, and the water no longer has vitality. Rainfall is getting scarce, accelerating the dying process. What was given does not compensate for what was lost, so people no longer show up by the river and send their wishes at night. And I have lost my opportunity to watch the light belt. Even so, to this day, I haven't fully understood why I was impelled to leave the mountain. I once thought I couldn't bear the sight of those humans being turned into other creatures.
And now you think it's no longer worth the effort to put things back in order?
Yes. You people are no more than passengers in my life.
I keep bumping the mouse wheel, I apologize.
In the river. What's more, what is my purpose here if the gods of Sheti they serve don't intend to intervene?
Getien's words are so full of perplexity that they are almost painful. He poses questions like cutting meat to feed a tiger, knowing that there will be no reward after throwing them out, but still he insists. Yenisei, who has been silent on the side for a long time, seems to understand his feelings, and so she continues to remain silent, only looking at the pitch-black surface of the river. The river, too, looks back with its own quieting babble.
The lights in the river are gone, and there will be no more in the future.
Yenisei gazes at her reflection of Lushu. It isn't until Getien says there will be no more that she suddenly lifts her hooves and steps into the silent river.
What is she doing?
Of course, Besmart can also hear the sound of her entering the water, but she only shakes her head. She knows what the girl is going to do. The moment has arrived for her to offer her assistance.
Even shallow water could also be dangerous.
Trust her. She knows what she's doing.
The water begins to engulf half of Yenisei's body. At the same time, her song begins.
What is this?
Colorful dots of light suddenly ignite in the narrow river in front of them, burning like intense flames along the water's surface. Then the dots of light, meandered to the soft... Wait, no. Mindered? I don't know. To the soft riverbank, drifting with the song like the travelers on the long river journeying without end. The place where the light passes through now shines brighter than all the decorations in the city streets, more than many years' worth of river lanterns that have passed through the mountains.
There are river lanterns. Yes? I can't see them, but I can feel the light. Are you appreciating them with your own eyes?
I don't.
Faced with such a scene, Getien is struck dumb. He can sense Yenisei's arcanist origins in her bones, but he cannot even begin to imagine what is happening at this moment.
Mr. Getien, the fact is, you've seen too many people and grown attached to too many things since you left the mountain. They float in your mind, glistening like the river lanterns, and you're saddened by the idea that they will be gone one day, like the lanterns drifting away from your sight. But have you thought that those bright, agile and hope-rising flakes of light would gleam once again? The path of destiny is not always a dead end. It's too soon to give up, Mr. Getien.
Woo!
Here. It is your wand. Put it away, and please give this another thought.
Okay. In the tavern courtyard at night, the sky is still gloomy with the promise of rain yet to fall, and mist shrouds the heads of all present. But the festive atmosphere of the banquet seems unaffected, and the damp mist is easily dispersed by the clamor and high spirits.
Oh, 九娘子, you are welcoming us at the door this year.
Because Li Zheng said... Oh, welcome guys! You're all here.
What's going on?
I keep bumping buttons, I apologize.
Here,
maybe
I know this is
auto.
the only flour you would use to make liquor. And here are 2 festoons with auspicious deer patterns. Not a fancy kind, but I made the pattern myself. Put it on the wall if you want. It will look as lovely as the horse paper cutouts you gave me last year.
Oh dear, this is too much. I'll hang them up right away. Thank you so much.
Oh, don't worry. To be honest, I didn't see that you would be welcoming us at the door. I thought I could sneak in and empty the jars before you showed up.
Let's see. Most had intended to spend the festival at home, but now they gather here at the generous invitation of Zhu. The golden colors of the courtyard displayed for all to see, punctuated by the delicacies and fine liquor on offer. Almost every corner is filled with people who scattered about like sand in the desert, with the status and age set aside and all notions of formality cast to the wind.
1, 2, 3, 4.
9只
7, 8, 9. Huh?
Everyone is here.
I'm not sure about that. I haven't counted them up yet.
We must count everyone.
His family is here. Without him.
Is he still patrolling? This late? Is he still looking for the foreign ladies?
Perhaps. But it is not polite to keep other guests waiting.
I see. Then let's start the party first. I'll save him his liquor.
All right, everyone. The hostess has a toast to make. Please pay attention.
And then everyone pay attention as you turn into animals. Zhu stands up above the crowd, hoping that everyone can see her. Although her mind begins blank, some heartfelt words bubble up, brought to the fore by encouraging gazes below.
Everyone here knows that I can't read and can't say some sweet words like toasting.
Just say whatever you want.
Don't interrupt her, you imbecile.
Oh, alright. Well, where was I?
A toast.
Right, a toast. But I can't do it myself, so I copied a line from the book at the place where I work now. I like how it sounds.
Again, contradicting the fact that she can't read.
Be merry. Do not stay thy hand from thine cup. Hope I didn't pronounce it wrong. It means people should drink, and drink more. So you shouldn't say no to it.
Is that so?
Well, whatever. Anyhow.
Without waiting for everyone present to react, she looks up and drinks her bowl dry in a single gulp. Her bowl is now slightly tilted, indicating that it has been emptied. Ju's gaze glides over each face one by one, and finally she laughs with glee.
Bottoms up and fill your cups. Cheers!
Oops. Soon the cry of cheers begins to echo through the courtyard, one after another, rising wave by wave until even the festoons on the eaves are shaking.
You've always been nice and warm to me since I came here. I can't do anything in return but host this feast. Hope you enjoy the liquor and the dinner. I wish you a peaceful New Year's Eve. May all of your wishes come true in the coming 朔日. Li Zheng, do you have anything else to say?
A peaceful New Year's Eve would be enough.
Peaceful New Year's Eve.
Peaceful New Year's Eve.
Peaceful New Year's Eve.
Lei Jing sits among them like a kindly old man from their neighborhood rather than an imposing governor. The crowd loosens up once again shortly after he finishes speaking, the sound of clinking cups, tapping chopsticks, continuing to rise and fall.
You did a good job with the toast, Zhou Jiangzi. Looks like you've learned something from those love poems. You must have read them unconsciously after you stuck them on the wall.
Oh, please. That custom is no longer popular in our neighborhood. I'd rather transfer the poem onto a kerchief and make a purse out of it, just like Jiu Nyangzi did. It draws so much attention on the street.
Actually, I still can't read what they write on the purse, but the characters seem beautiful.
What about the one you recited during the toast? You sounded really fluent. Who taught that to you?
Oh, that's from the former Zhili, the one who went back to our hometown. She taught me that.
Speaking of her, is she going to come back?
I didn't know any better, but by now, she should be at home, having New Year's Eve dinner.
Did you hear from her? If she doesn't come back, you will have to work as the official Zhili. Who will take care of the tavern by then? The tavern has never had a reliable owner before you. It would have still been run down if you hadn't taken over it.
Jiu Nyangzi is kind and warm-hearted. Such a girl of integrity can perform well in both running a tavern and being a Zhili.
Just ignore the fact that she let all the animals
Are you telling the truth
free.
or showing partiality?
The truth, of course. What she said in the Jersu a few hours ago is still vivid in my mind. I once again realized that it's never too late to learn.
No. I'm not as good as you say.
What did she say?
Things like, one can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on. Act not against the nature of thy flesh, for through it all things were made. She made it sound easy.
The crowd erupts in a series of alarmed cries.
Really?
Absolutely. She is indeed illiterate, but she keeps learning and interprets the classic sayings in her own way. Even if there were other scholars, they would be convinced by her powerful speech. Sadly, the one she confronted was not a human, but a Yao.
Dun dun dun.
Confronted a Yao in a Zhici? Was that the Featherman?
She thought the Featherman was Zhang and asked him some questions.
You actually asked him questions? He could have turned you into another striped horse.
I didn't think of that back then. This is the first time I've ever been so close to a Yao. He looks so similar to the ones in the books, so I...
Jiu Nyangzi.
And now he's here.
Where are you?
The rapid sound of footsteps approaches, and their leader's figure steps into the tavern in several broad, forceful steps. The abrupt sound severs the excitement in the courtyard.
What? What happened?
What is...
Where is Jiu Nyangzi?
Here! I'm here! What's happening?
Turns out those foreign ladies have been in league with Gu Qian the whole time. They helped him break out of jail and hid themselves in the wild with their arcane skills. I'm sure it will rain again.
Meanwhile,
soon,
in the
and it will be
forest,
dangerous to stay in
the
wild.
river is just
By then,
glowing
they will
with
come
their
to you,
arcane skills. They aren't hiding well.
Because you are the Featherman's target.
In the courtyard, the crowd's gaze follows his closely, while his own eyes are fixed on Zhu. They realize now that some word of resistance is on her tongue.
What? Zhu Niangzhu, you... You must leave here. You can't stay in the tavern.
But it's my tavern. Why am I leaving my own place?
You are in danger. Since Guo Tian was able to break out of jail, he will for sure be able to break into the jutsu. For your safety, I will have my soldiers escort you to the government office.
Okay.
That's the only safe place now.
No, I'm not leaving. He is neither a Xiangrui nor a strong Yao. Why are we afraid of him?
Hey, he's here. The sound of wings cutting through the air overlaps the end of Zhu's question. The new arrival spreads his wings like a dark cloud blanketing the courtyard's colorful decorations and dazzling lights.
She's right. You need not fear me. This lady honor of the tavern is the bigger concern here. Formation 1!
The well-trained guards surround the tavern, and the sound of running, trampling feet echoes through the courtyard.
I knew you would come far. Where are your accomplices? Are you the vanguard of the team? Zhou Niangzi, it's not too late for you to stop. No more turning people into a Lushu. Too many people have gone missing because of you.
This information, unknown present, hits like a stone cast into water. Questions and whispers begin to circulate through the crowd like ripples in a pond.
Turn people into a Lushu? But the wanted poster says those are striped horses.
What is he talking about?
Zhu looks up into the air and stares straight into the looming figure of Getian above her.
What are you talking about? You know nothing about Lushus. Besides, what do I have to do with the missing people?
He's talking nonsense, right, Zhu Niangzi?
Save the talk. Catch him first.
Okay. Slowly but surely, we will get through things.
Let us get to know each other. Competition first, burning second.
Just as what's
fair game.
Okay. Oh, he's not sitting on his little perch now.
Ready, go! So that's your idea. Fireworks! The wheel of flames! I said hello. Ready, go!
We'll do this one.
A blaze! Yeah!
Okay.
So much for warm-ups.
That and this will be stronger.
Agreed with your decision.
Feel it! Feel the beating of your heart! I said hello.
Slowly but surely, we will get through the last little bit of the story. Well, we aren't ending soon. We have to get through the story, so that there still might be like 30 minutes left. We will see. I don't know how much more of the story we have left.
A shower of sparks! It's time to say goodbye. Don't miss me, really.
Oh, hey, Jason. Welcome to the surprise long stream. How you doing? Let's see. The uninvited guest is not willing to attack, even his own in his own defense. So a one-sided battle ensues. It is only natural that the side resigned to only evading will eventually lose.
Surrender, and dispel your arcane skill. Turn the victims back to who they were.
At this moment, Besmert and I can read. Yenese rush to the edge of the encirclement. The communication arcane skill that Getian cast on them earlier is quickly translating the words for people.
We will put an end to it before the Shuozhu.
But I don't possess the power to transform people from one shape to another, and thus cannot turn them back.
It does sound like you. And no problem. Like I said, currently we are 11 minutes past my usual end time, so it's fine. We're just going until the end of the story section.
You're asking the wrong one.
Getian struggles to hold on and rest on the eaves, still looking directly at Zhu with some hidden meaning. But Zhu shows no hint of understanding, simply looking back with a placid anger. Her look is so forceful that it's almost a glare.
Why do you have to blame this on me? I've never met those missing people.
I'm guessing we're getting close. I would expect like 2 or 3 more chapters, maybe 4.
Is this because... Did you have a grudge against me or something?
Nothing of that sort. I'm here only to prevent an unwanted escalation. I could have just walked away, and there's nothing you can do. I could have gone
because I feel like we're into the confrontation here.
As it has always been. But for those who have been turned into half-Lushus, no one can get them out of this trouble.
Zhu stands stunned before him. After a moment, she struggles out an accusatory remark, but her voice trembles slightly.
Been turned into half-Lushus? Are you saying that the animals in my backyard and those in the Jitsu... Are they all the missing people?
Yes, we've already implied that.
But I thought they were just Lushus. The first time I saw them, it was clear that we were alike. We're just some... half-divine beasts.
The crowd is thrown into a commotion. She turns a deaf ear to them and once again stares blankly at Getian.
So they must not be humans. I've done nothing to transform them. I'm just taking good care of them so that they can tell me where they're from, and if they can, take me home.
Her trembling words usher in silence. Getian, who knows she has already begun to waver, can only sigh. It seems he is starting to see the whole picture for what it is.
The Niuyang Mountain shelters the beasts. The beasts have white heads, red tails, the bodies of horses, and the markings of tigers. When they neigh, the sound becomes music. The name is Lushu. The striped horses you keep in the yard are half-Lushus. They look like what's told in the tales, and they cry like humming songs in the moonlight. And the wooden dolls infuse your arcane skill, the shape of will, into the liquor, which turns people into Lushus or half-Lushu. As for the dolls, they were once soaked in the water of Peiling River, were they not?
The stream runs through the backyard. No, No way. They went there just for fun, or a bath. They should not...
So it was an accident. She wasn't trying to turn people into Lushus, but it did just happen because she couldn't keep her skill under control. Beyond the encirclement formed by patrolling troops, Besmart judges the course of events through the sound of people's voices. Je falls silent. The seeds of suspicion have been planted, and it is now time for witnesses to take the stand. Hidden in the crowd, Yenisei crashes into the soldiers on both sides of her. Sharp swords and spears brush over her Lushu skin, but seem completely unfazed, charging straight towards the direction of the water jar.
What? Who let it in? Catch it!
The water leaking from the jar creates puddles in the crevices of the courtyard. Although it isn't much, it is still just enough to buy some time.
Wait!
It's you!
Lei Jing immediately looks up at Getien as though wishing to catch a glimpse of the arcane skill cast from his still figure, only to find nothing there.
The markings of a tiger and a red mane. Exactly what the Featherman said. But its reflection is a woman?
A gasp sounds from the crowd.
Oh my, the reflection. Is that the foreign lady from the street earlier?
Yes. Zhi also casts a bewildered gaze toward the Yenisei.
You are a Lushu. You're a real Lushu now. This is what a Lushu should be. But why are you still here?
I don't see what you mean, Miss Jumanse.
Oh, you're hurt. And you shouldn't be here. It's not right.
She lightly taps the pool of water with her hand as if soothing the invisible reflection of herself.
I thought you were able to recognize your teammates and had already left here.
Oh.
Wait, what?
So she turned her into a Lushu on purpose so she could find her friends. Even Yenisei's reflection in the water ripples in response to the sudden realization.
Jumanse, you turned me into a Lushu because you thought that would help me find my teammates, didn't you? Last night, you said you would help me, so this is how you... But I was not asking for help. I was only being emotional, or pouring out my troubles. Anyway, I was not asking for anything from you. From the talk, I could feel the sincerity from the bottom of your heart. It was too real to be fake. I understand you were trying to help, and that was enough.
But I don't understand. The Taoist said, the one who can protect and benefit the people shall be a Xiangrui. If you can, but you don't, that would be wrong. I've done a terrible job. I'm not that majestic, nor do I look like any Xiangruis in the book. I can't even turn into a real Lushu. How is that enough?
Oh, for the PlayStation thing, yeah. Let's see, she shakes her head and takes 2 steps back, until she can retreat no longer and collides with motionless patrol guards. I mean, when you think about it, with releases and stuff, they'll usually do like the big like reveal, like the big reveal for like the closest release at the very end of those events. So the more like current releases will probably be near the end, I would assume. That and you might check the other language streams, not just the one in English or whatever language you're listening into, because sometimes the streams are completely different based on which region you're watching it for. That happens all the time with Nintendo and sometimes with PlayStation, so yeah, you might not be seeing all of the trailers. You didn't know that? That's a very common practice. Half the time I find out about the games and stuff that I want after the stream because I end up looking at like the Japanese stream afterwards and it's like, oh, this actually looks really cool. It wasn't in the English one, so I'm gonna have to wait and hope that we get localization. Usually we do. No, it happens forever. Like Reynadis. Reynadis was in the last Nintendo Direct, but only on the Japanese stream and not on the English one. Because they really aren't marketing Reynadis for English audience. They really don't think it will do good outside of Japan for some reason. That and they're having like a really wide gap between like the Japan release and the global release. So they really aren't pushing it that much. But that's just one example. But it happens all the time. If they don't think it will sell well outside of Japan, they won't promote it. Let's see, Li Jing, who has been standing nearby, now speaks, his tone intensifying as he goes on.
Have you ever transformed people into loose shoes?
Zhu turns her head, only to find that everyone's gaze has now shifted towards her, needling her with probing eyes.
Answer us!
I swear that I was trying to help. To help everyone get what they want. Just like the former Zhili. She wanted to go back to her hometown, so I offered her a drink and sent her back.
Junyangzi, do you understand what you are saying?
I understand every word I say.
Her reaction says more than any confession. Every sentence is a declaration. Every sentence is an interrogation.
Jianyangzi, what have you done?
You should have asked this a lot earlier.
What did you do to the Zhili?
She's one of the horses, isn't she? With Li Zhang, who had always trusted her, turning on her in anger, Zhi's reaction is to grab her own arm tightly as if for protection. She wants to step back again to keep herself away from the intense emotion, but there is nowhere left for her to go. All she can do now is answer.
She came to my tavern and complained that you didn't understand her at all, and that she was considering going back to her hometown. But it seemed far away from Pei City. She looked sad and tired and didn't know what to do.
So you...
I must grant her wish, mustn't I? The Taoist said a Lushu can easily go 1,000 miles within a day. If they start running, go faster, that will be over 10,000 miles. If that's how I can help her, I should definitely do that.
Oh no.
You.
But is there a way for them to turn back after you do that? Because she can't really enjoy her hometown if she's just a horse. Zhu lowers her eyes, trying to find more subtle or suitable words for her confession. But in the end, only a nod of confused sadness fills her throat.
Just like now. If the Peiling River dries out, you have nowhere to go. Just turn into Lushus and then you won't suffer. Lushus can go anywhere they want. To the north, to the south, wherever they want. I can grant your wish differently, even if I can't recover the river from drought. I was thinking, going away freely might be a good choice. But in the end, what I'm doing is wrong?
Yes. For a moment, almost everyone is at a loss for how to deal with this revelation. Every sentence seems to them to be absurdly wrong, but the tone with which she speaks is completely sincere. Yet no matter what explanation she might offer, it only reveals the true culprit of the disappearances was in fact Zhu herself.
就那样子 you...
No one familiar with Zhu anticipated this moment, that on the eve of the festival, a time of joy and reunion, they had to come to grips with a colossal disaster caused by such a simple act of childishness.
But if not by doing this, then what else can I do?
This matter is too chilling and heartbreaking for an early spring night. Yanase, who has remained silent for a long time, takes a step forward.
Junangse, remember what you said to me last night?
No.
Liquor has many different
I will be watching it after stream. After I set up the VOD to render, I will be watching it. No spoilers, please.
Still be the same, Junangse.
I will watch momentarily.
Likewise, whether you turn me into a horse, a donkey, or a
I can
Lushu,
scream about it in
will
Discord
still be the
later.
same Yanse. You don't have to force yourself to become the people's Zhangrei. I think it's only an unreachable symbol. What matters is that the Junangse I know would do whatever she could to help others. That's just what the Zhangrei does, as far as I know. Even though some results turned out to be not so satisfying, your sincerity is as valuable as the Zhangrei itself.
No,
Now, you just need to
yeah,
turn this all
just
back.
undo your curse. Your unintentional curse.
Yes. So turn back, where no path lies before you. It's never too late to return.
Seeing Li Jing, who has been silent for a while, nodding, Zhu's worried expression begins to stifle a few beams of hope.
I will. I will do my best.
No. That, and I have heard that Jujutsu is going into the garbage can with the final arc. I have seen people raging online, saying how horrible the ending is. Meanwhile, I'm over here just enjoying my end to My Hero, because it's going sort of how I figured it would, so it's satisfying. I like it. There's only like, what, 4 more chapters left? I believe it's been confirmed that there's only like 4 or 5 more chapters left, and it's just to wrap everything up, because bad guys have been dealt with. Now it's just dealing with the aftermath, and I'm assuming maybe a time skip to show where people are in the end. So I'm happy. Zhu turns around and whistles. Immediately after, the sound of wooden footsteps follow and gradually echo around the courtyard. They circle and silently jump around her.
All right, you can talk now. It's okay. What?
Oh no.
These handicrafts are able to talk.
Oh, are we fighting the dolls?
Manipulated by them, 就那样子.
No, you're getting it wrong. Don't save me. Li Zheng, I'm not manipulated. They're just wood. Well, they're indeed my friends, No. That's not for now. They just talk like that. That's not what they mean.
The elder's patience teeters, now on the verge of exhaustion. Yet his responsibilities force him to stay calm and wait patiently for the end of this farce.
This shall be the last time I put my trust in you. Ask them how to transform people back. But if you can't...
Zhu knows that there can be no can't allowed at this juncture. She turns her head to look at the patrolmen surrounding the entire courtyard, and the locals with their fearful faces. Finally, she shakes her head to clear her mind of any unnecessary emotions and focuses on just one thing.
You heard him. Now, please tell me how to turn them back into humans, will you? If it requires liquor, I'll get it for you.
Wait, no way. Winston, no turning back.
Oh.
The white-haired Taoist, the yellow drawing on forehead. You forgot.
The Taoist? I didn't forget anything. And you... I see. You must be messing with me because I treated you badly this morning. This is your revenge, right? It's not the time for it. I really need you to...
No way.
No, there must be a way. I must be able to dispel my own craft.
At the end of her somewhat lackluster speech, her voice weakens to a whimper, an acknowledgement that there is no way out.
You must come to the jutsu with me, Junyanzu. We'll see what we can do.
He signals to the patrol soldiers to come forward and take her away. At this moment, Zhu no longer seems willing to cooperate and instead takes another step back.
I'm sorry, but I must fix it. I can fix it. This is all because of me. I need
to... She makes a ritual gesture, attempting one final desperate act of self-salvation.
I will think carefully. Think of what I did before. I can do it. I can do it without them.
Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. That sounds very painful. A dim light emanates from her forehead, like moonlight or the silver stripes on the Lushu's skin in the dead of night. The sound of more wooden dolls leaping wildly rings out. They emerge from various corners of the courtyard, breaking through the encirclement of patrol soldiers and locals with unexpected force, heading straight towards Zhu. The miniature wooden creatures begin to grow rapidly in a twisted transformation before Zhu, who is now overwhelmed by a sudden burst of pain. They shift from a human form into a strange, enormous beast. To this point, everything has proceeded almost exactly like the prophecy. Prophecy! Okay, we got balance mode. I appreciate balance mode. Let's see. We will use you.
Пожалуйста, пропустите меня.
Grab you.
Now it's time for
Get you.
Give me 10 more minutes.
Okay. In theory, I think this should be okay.
May the flow take their
Okay.
souls.
She just turns into a Kirin. Turns into two Kirins. Okay. You would think it would be a Lushu, but that's a Kirin.
Why is it hurting so much? The Taoist fine. I'm sorry. So please don't. No, no. What's happening? You people? Where are you? Why are the lights out? I can't see anything. I can't feel my hand or my body. What on earth is happening?
Okay, we'll go after you. Let's see. Let me think.
That's right. Nice tactic. Plan A. That hurts, huh?
Oh, they are tanky even with the, Oh no, why does it say blazing flames in the corner?
The crimson red manifests fire, and the cyan stands for wind and thunder. The latter does not belong to the 5 elements, so it is our chance to break the ritual.
Okay.
Sir, if you notice anything, please instruct us.
The southeast will be the weak spot of the cyan-colored wooden creature.
What does that even mean?
Southeast. Please make it clearer to us. We're running out of time.
Well, like, I kinda get it, but what?
Facing the south and seeing the moon rise to the southeast, one may find a position of calm. I see the fire appears along, so the ritual has a flaw. Move with me. Is this... Careful. It is performing some kind of ritual, but we are getting too close. I need a full view of it.
Okay.
What are you doing? You can't just...
I sense danger. Zhou Yangzi, stop the dolls immediately if you still have senses.
I can't. What? Stop whom, you said? My wooden dolls will never hurt anyone. Just like me.
Okay. It said the blue ones are best bet for doing anything here, so...
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Seeing stars.
Ice blood.
Stop it.
Okay. Oh. I saw that she had healing, so I assumed she just had a better mass healing. I didn't realize it was single target. Oh, do that. Do you.
Come on, this is the one. Nice tactic.
Rivers are the scars of the earth. The turbulence arrives.
Cheer and witness my victory! Hey!
Okay, we got that one halfway down. Oh great, he's been disarmed.
That's the direction. Plan A. Plan B.
Who is lowest? I don't know. Maybe I should do buff then?
Crash Muslika. That's the direction.
That's right!
Plan A. Plan B.
Anyone feeling cold?
Well, if I die to this, I will say this, we will just pick this up tomorrow. We can do some reverse before Drakengard. It's because I am starting to get hungry. Okay, let's do this.
The show's on.
Not this.
Worry not. The direction of fate is decided.
I have lost on balance before.
Even for a great thing. Three, two, one, down.
Let's see, we really need to heal.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Look, an earth-suspended river.
This is probably overkill, but we're at least gonna get one of the Curans down. I assume.
An unconventional choice.
I would really like to heal. Only one. Save her, please. Or wait. Let's make it stronger.
Nice passing.
That is not what I clicked, game. This. Please, go.
A clear vision. Plan A. The turbulence arrives. Prepare to be drowned.
Prepare to be drowned. Some of the voice lines are funny. Live. She lives. She lives.
Is coming. The show's on, hounds. Plan A. Look, an earth-suspended river. Worry not. The direction of fate is decided. Time waits for no one, even for a great people.
Okay. They really have it out for Spathadia. Live, blame me.
That's right. Plan B. Plan A. Rivers are the scars of the earth.
Seeing stars.
3, 2, 1, down.
They really don't.
Failed.
We live. Now we get the thing that could have stopped him from using his ultimate.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Oh well, it's fine.
Even for a great people.
We lived.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Mommy, I'm sorry.
The dolls are no longer moving, are they? I heard no noise.
Yeah.
They aren't.
They just decide, screw this character specifically.
Wake up, 九娘子.
She looks like she's awake. She's just crying.
I heard something. They didn't say goodbye and they left me, right? Yeah, right. Like always.
Oh, nope, they died at the very end. We won, but we still lost. Just sits slumped in the debris of the wooden doll smashed through everyone's joint efforts. The pain fading from her face leaves only a desperate look of despair. I see. Wow, getting all the stars for that one's gonna be tough. If they could just still like take out units after everything's over. She holds the fragments of wood, helpless, as though she were in though she were that weak and panicked girl in the bustling marketplace once more.
Seems what they said is true. I can't do it. I just want everything to be back to normal. Is that too much?
There should have been ways to undo it. But now, even I am confounded.
Wait, is everyone stuck as a horse?
Then...
Beside the broken water jar, Yenisei looks towards Besmert, who seems to feel something and gently breaks free from the stupefied patrol soldiers. The static courtyard is like a frozen scene, and Besmert is the only actor walking freely on stage. Not being able to see the danger gives her an unworldly calm.
You said you can't do it. Not that you don't want to, right? The arcane skill with conditions cannot be taken back once it is cast. Just like the irretrievable curses and vows in Siberian shamanism.
I can see some markings on this girl's skull, like an unknown seal. I've been speculating about what caused limitation of her power. This may be the reason why she's in pain. A seal powerful enough to change one's marking on the bones is not to be easily broken.
Skull?
Ju raises her hand and touches her forehead. The yellow drawing upon it should have been swept away by the sudden movement, forming a colorful mark or something else, but it doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Her exploration bearing no fruit, Ju wearily withdraws her hand and gives up her investigation.
I can't. I can turn them into Lushus, but not the opposite way. Maybe I can't be a Xiangrui at all. I'm not qualified.
At this point, the story has entered an unsolvable impasse. And this is where it ends. They were never heard from again.
Right. There's one more question that seems to be overlooked by us all. How many people have drunk Zhinengsi's liquor in the merry festival spirit?
And then it ends here. Roll credits. No. This just becomes a city of horses. When the voice of the outsider fades, the fated hour also arrives. Those among the crowd who drank the liquor undergo a transformation amidst chaotic screams, as each and every one of them becomes a Lushu. As Ju watches the irreversible scene, she is unaware that tears are already flowing down her face. She has made no progress at all. Everything is no different now than it was a few years ago, when she was even more reckless and naive.
The Taoist told me that my mother was the 9th Lushu from the very beginning of time. Great, though distant. After all, except for the moment she turned from a human into a Yao when she was leaving, I don't quite remember her.
Your mother was the Xiangrui, the people's guardian.
What is a Xiangrui?
The spirit of auspiciousness, the great Yao who protects and benefits people, like your mother once did. But a Xiangrui is not supposed to have any personal feelings. She fell because of you. Because of the personal feeling. Remember that.
What is a personal feeling?
It's something she shouldn't have had. for you either. But you shall keep to the path she left.
What path? Is it like the dirt path we're walking on? Or the stone path around the house?
Neither. Stay in this city. Be their guardian. Be a Xiangrui.
So if anything, this is all the Taoist fault.
When the day comes.
The Taoist brought me here and left me here. That's exactly what my mother, the former Xiangrui, did to me as well. So I took departure as the price of living in the human world. Before I came to Bay City, the Taoist guaranteed me that.
Yes.
Be a Xiangrui.
It's like, the Taoist could have, like, trained her more instead of
was that?
told her a bunch of stuff, explained nothing, and then ditched her. It sort of left her alone.
At first, I couldn't stop thinking about what the Taoist said, but I had no idea how. Because I was never taught how by anyone. I didn't have any other choice, so I started to recall my mother by piecing together the scattered words and descriptions from books and legends to recall what a Xiangrui is. I tried to be her, tried to replace her.
See, if the Taoist had actually done, like, the Taoist thing and taught her stuff,
if I got to
none
meet
of this
her,
would have happened.
I would ask her, what was on your mind? If only you could see me doing such a great job as a Xiangrui, would you feel even the slightest twinge of guilt? For deserting me, for leaving me alone. Well, looks like I've neither truly understood her, nor a Xiangrui.
Between the two people standing in the courtyard, walkway, in the silent rain, a decision is made.
Yunyangzi, are you really going to...
As someone who has always been steadfast in his will, he rarely hesitates. He doesn't know which words to use to emphasize the danger of this matter to the person in front of him, or whether all words are powerless before her final choice. And so ultimately, he remains silent.
It's fine. I know there's no one.
Oh, fancy outfit.
In order to stop me, Beijing even told me some stories, and they were not very suitable for children. But I have to, because there's no other way. Only the divination. Well, you can't talk about Shuozhi without the divination, right? Thank you for letting me go. You even brought me the clothes. But the Julie is not here. I'm not sure if I'm wearing it right. But it's okay. Even if it's wrong, it still looks new and colorful.
All that matters. Doesn't matter if I'm wearing this dress backwards. It's new and colorful. She pats the hem of her skirt aimlessly, then folds the cuffs, and finally folds back the silk drapes once more. When she cannot find anything else to fix, her farewells rises to the tip of her tongue.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm leaving, then.
Zhu steps back and places her hands beneath her forehead, palm to back, she bows farewell to so-and-so in the hallway, and the Lushu turned from Li Sheng. A gesture of gratitude and an apology. She has never performed such a ritual before. This will be the first and last time.
Perhaps we will find another way. You don't have to.
He doesn't finish because anything he wants to say would be untrue, an example of unwarranted comfort from a survivor towards their aggressor. And so Zhu says nothing. She shakes her head as if she hadn't even heard his proposal, retreating into the rain, and then turns around and walks towards the outside of the building. Her footsteps have never been so relaxed before, with each step becoming faster and faster, almost evolving into a sprint towards the end. She runs towards the outside of the city, but not to escape. Okay, it's the bridge. The rain has not stopped since the previous night. Outside the city, Vesmert and Yenisei stand at the end of the broken bridge, gazing at the misty bank opposite to them. Getien is perched on a tree above their heads. She has been here all along, arriving earlier than the others.
Mr. Getien, we...
Yes, in a few minutes. In a few minutes it will be 6.
We are left with only one option.
Well, that's counting my starting screen that lasts for 5 minutes, so it's 5 minutes away. The loading screen is 5 minutes.
Pray that the Ask and Acquire, or the Divination, will answer us and give us what we want in a flash. But is it really possible?
So Tinsura gave us one of, like, the shortest month missions, and this one gave us one of the longer ones. Besmert listens to the advancing footsteps around her, emanating from all those who are walking towards the broken bridge, still remembering the auspicious significance of this New Year day. At first she tries to distinguish the voices that might be so-and-so and the others, but as the rain grows heavier and louder, she finally gives up.
I heard today is a special day for the locals, known as Sui Jiao Chuan. Mr. Getien, what is Sui Jiao Chuan?
Besmert holds her wet fringe to one side and tilts the oiled umbrella towards Yenisei. The Lushu silently approaches and leans against her tightly.
It comes from an Asian proverb. 百载难逢，岁朝春. It's the first day of a new year, and the first day of spring. 立春, the beginning of spring, corresponds to the lower trigram of Kan, in the direction of Gen. It is the season of life. A time when the weather is clear and the young fills the air.
They are pleasing to the ears. But I don't know what to make of it when all these are put together.
Li Chun is one of the 24 solar terms. It signifies the beginning of spring. Sui Zhao Chun is how people would call it when the first day of the Du Shuo festival and the first day of spring happen to be the same day. It is a once-in-a-century good sign.
And the entire town got turned into horses because of it.
Day of a new year. I like the coincidence.
Do you still find it equally pleasing if your teammates are not coming back?
Then I will take them home as they are now and see what I can do. I know the words are hidden behind your silence, but this is the best option for now. After all, as you just said, prayers are not enough to bring them back.
They could, for a time.
But that's only what happened in the past, as you just said. Good days only exist in our memories.
That was before the flood. The aftermath of that disaster lasted longer than I thought. I was so wrong
Yeah.
to think it was over.
The past two events in this game, they have had some solid characters. Let's see. Vesper looks up. A drop of rain falls right onto the fabric she uses to cover her eyes. Then more falls, and more, gradually wetting the entire weave's surface. Yeah. She listens without intending any comment.
It all began with the unstoppable flood. At first, it was just a few unusual tides that no one
I mean, it's not impossible for side characters to be more interesting than the main characters. That's how you get favorite characters that aren't the main characters in series, so...
The temple on the mountain, thus, lost its connection to its pilgrims. The prayers were no longer answered.
Because, like, if the main character was always the most interesting character for everyone, the other characters wouldn't really need to be there. So it's important when writing to always make all of your characters interesting, to some degree. And sometimes that means your side character ends up being more of a main character than your main character.
Is gone. Just like the Yuan Temple. Forever lost in the fog.
And that's what side series are for. Behind them, the city residents gradually approach and carve words of divination into the wood sticks in their hands, just as they had in previous years. They are prepared for the fact that they may not be an answer to their questions, but they know nothing of the reason why. Vesper feels the weight of the growing crowd. They gather and ride in the rain, working tirelessly for a long time. It is the eternal fate of humans and arcanists to act upon desires they know cannot be realized.
It's useless. The god won't hear us, nor will it see us.
Please know that I don't mean to offend you with this question.
Please.
Can't you take those people to the other end of the bridge? If the condition of the divination is to go across the broken bridge.
Though we're both outsiders in this place, you are more naive than I am.
Huh?
One can only meet the condition by going over the bridge oneself, even if the price is their life.
Ah.
You might think it's cruel, but what good would it do if people were easily given what they asked for?
True.
Without paying a price.
We're just gonna watch all the remaining townspeople like plummet into the canyon. Getian lowers his head to look at Besmerit and a quiet Yenisei beside him, thinking that they perhaps do not believe his words. He rarely needs to say so much to others in such a short space of time, but since he has already started, he might as well finish.
You don't believe me?
I'm trying to understand.
It's all the same. I can take you to the other side of the bridge. But you must not be disappointed if it ends up fruitless.
Pardon?
I can take you there.
Why? Why the change of mind?
Haven't I mentioned it before?
Mentioned what?
Your bones. Among all the others, you are the only one for whom I do not recognize the markings on your bones.
Oh. Okay. She has special bones. This new discovery swiftly draws Besmirt's attention away from the broken bridge. Yeah, I sort of figured because it had the bridge on it.
What is that supposed to mean?
Judging from the fact that you have unreadable bones, you are certainly neither a Yao nor a human. A Grumpkin? No.
A Grumpkin?
Oh, I'm also an arcanist.
My instinct told me that I should flee to the end of the world the moment I saw you.
You did run away, along with my poor teammates, who were turned into Lushus.
I could not have imagined being around someone with unreadable bones. Turns out, it wasn't as strange as I thought it would be.
Not much difference, you mean? Like the people here believe that there's no difference between humans and arcanists, which makes me very surprised.
Based on the bones I've seen, they are different. It's just that.
Doesn't make a difference, right? We are the same when we desire something.
Besmart turns her face towards where the people are moving. She holds her face as if firmly staring at something, despite her lack of sight.
I wasn't questioning you or the temple when I asked you about flying to the other side. I wasn't even questioning the strange condition of this arcane skill.
What do you mean?
I was running out of options, I guess. It was just some futile effort I made when I realized this was a dead end. But I have no idea how it got to this point.
Besmart makes her decision. She lifts the oiled umbrella and sticks it between the branches above her head, walking out from beneath its cover, heading towards the people carving sticks in the rain. Yenisei does not stop either. She follows behind Besmart, just as she has been doing since their departure.
Where are you going?
They're gonna jump over the gap. It's fine.
I have questions to ask.
Yenisei will just do like the spirit jump. It's fine.
Yes. I think it is the same for all these people. They keep asking, even though they hear no answers.
Besmart walks forward, almost reaching the broken bridge, until Yenisei grabs her sleeve.
It's okay. I know what you're going to say.
Yenisei reveals her image in the rain. The surface of the water is lightly patterned by raindrops, and her face is rippled by their falling. Fortunately, her heart is no longer swaying like her reflection.
How are you going to do it? We don't have any wooden ships like that.
I will use my finger, mud, and water on the ground. You can ask too, whatever means you use.
What I want to know.
Besmart crouches down and pokes her index finger into the soft mud, writing a few Cyrillic letters, then others, and then still more. By the time she finishes writing the entire question, the first letters have already been eaten away by the heavy rain, like seawater washing away etchings on a beach.
Child, what's your question? Say it if you like.
I think I will write it down.
Yenisei doesn't believe that doing so will have any purpose, but she cannot refuse Besmart. As she gazes at her face in the pool of water, she once again activates her arcane skill and asks the question that has been waiting in her heart. The red-haired girl suddenly disappears from the pool of water in front of her. Instead, a line of Cyrillic letters composed of warm-colored dots appear in the clear water surface. The girl looks at the water and realizes that the line of words doesn't even need to be fully legible. Rain poured and waves rise. The water trembles with her question. Where is my water? The sudden emergence of more animal footsteps prevents Yenisei from becoming lost in deeper thought. The red-haired girl reappears in the water, her tone as unsparing as usual.
Are they still going to carry out the fortune walk?
Why do you think you are there? Yenisei turns around. These animals, neither loose shoes nor striped horses, have left the city unattended and coincidentally arrived here. They are stood there naked and tired, unadorned by any festive decorations. The ribbons and flowers Yenisei had seen on that first day in the bustling market have disappeared, not suitable for the present situation after all.
They are carrying wooden chips in their mouths.
They are former humans, aren't they?
They're all here, right?
Yes. With the wooden chips. They are here for the divination. But the chips are empty.
They will have to ask in their minds.
What would you like me to do?
You can be their mouths, hands, and eyes. You can also do nothing. Just like the good sir waiting behind us.
Getian remains in the tree and thus sees everything. His wings have become damp and heavy from the rain, and the cloth on his head is soaked, pressing down heavily as if dragging him back to the down to the ground, back into the mud, back to the place where the world began. He doesn't move, silently taking stock of everything that happened under that tree.
I see. If they are here for the divination, I will help.
There are many puddles on uneven ground. After a brief flicker of light, faces begin to appear in the water. They fade again, one by one, forming in long, short sentences. The Yenisei cannot understand them. This is all she can do. She continues to look for a while, then forces herself to turn around and search for Besmart.
Madam, after we go back,
Besmart smiles, shakes her head gently, and halts the girl's words. Besmart turns around, seeming to be facing Getian's direction, back to the city gates from which everyone came. She can sense a steady stream of energy flowing towards some destination.
You're wrong. It can hear us.
Getian in the tree, shaking off his wings like a swallow, shaking off the reasons for making him feel so excessively damp. He knows that Besmart must not be talking to him, but the blind arcanist continues to work in vain. But then he is wrong yet again.
Who is that?
The sound everyone present can hear becomes louder and louder against the breaking silence, accompanied now by nothing but the patter of rain on the point where they all turn. I said, oh, it's just auto-playing now. We can't read anything. We just watch. We watch all the fanciness. It happens, Lobster. It happens. We're about to watch people either fall to their doom or jump over a canyon. Well, she got to turn into the Lushu after all. No, Lobster, I've been playing the game. We finally got to the final chapter. That's what this is. So I haven't seen anything for State of Play yet. I will be watching it after stream. Both those familiar and unfamiliar with her quickly realize her identity despite the change. Why did she do it? Did she really jump over the broken bridge? What could possibly have happened to her after doing so? A myriad of questions hovers in the minds of the confused witnesses. Wait, it's her face! Her face is normal!
It was her. The noise I heard. It was Jianengzi, right? It was an unusual disturbance when she jumped over the bridge.
That was Jiu Nyangzi. Mr. Liu, did you see that?
Yes, that's her. That's really her. High heaven, she did it. She jumped over.
In shock, someone hurriedly pokes their head towards the opposite bank of the broken bridge, but stops and withdraws at the cliff's edge. They are seeking a definite answer, but fear the stepness. That's what that word is. Stepness. But fear the steepness and height of the cliff. Naturally, they never imagined someone might cross it.
That. That's right. It's Junangzi. I saw her turn into a Lushu. Madam, she turned into a real Lushu.
And you are human again.
The people are back. And the river.
The river! The Pele River is rising!
Then that means it's a flood and you should evacuate immediately. Beneath the cliff, no longer lies a canyon or a low river, but a constantly rising torrent. You should leave immediately. There is currently a flood.
I can talk. My body's... What's happening?
The people finally react. They look at each other excitedly, a red light illuminating their faces, like the dazzling courtyard fires beneath the festival walkways, or the strip of light that appeared in the river before. Their divine wishes have been granted.
Wait,
Yes, you know this. You are human again.
My body is back?
Yenisei almost leaps into the air to embrace Besmart.
Junangzi, she jumped over the bridge. She jumped over, in the human form. She didn't fall. I'm not sure if I saw it clearly. I think for an instant, she turned into a real Lushu. Is this the power of the divination? The magic of Ask in the Choir? Oh wait, the people in the city have come back. So maybe...
Everyone is fine, including the jerks, I'm sure. A voice now long unheard also sounds from beside them. What the... He could have stayed a horse. I don't think anyone would have minded. He could have stayed a horse.
What's going on? My head hurts.
Mr. Krulik!
In the crowd, all the companions they once had lost are now returned to them.
Oh dear. I had the strangest dream.
And Mr. Yurian! Everyone! They are over there! Madam, let's go see them!
Without waiting for an answer, Yenisei waves from a distance and immediately runs towards them.
Here! We are here!
Bai Zai Nun Feng Sai Jiao Chan. It's indeed a rare occasion.
Now, what did she wish for? Could she have wished for her eyes, maybe? Or is it just going to end here? It might just end here. To be continued. There's another chapter? There's another chapter. We go. I assume this will be the last one, though.
Previously, we were at...
陆蛇, the Xiangrui came to the human world to go through the gods test, but she repented.
Exactly. She had been troubled by the repentance until the New Year's Eve. That night, her tutor straightened her out, and she was very grateful. After that, she bid him goodbye and went to the broken bridge alone. However, ladies and gentlemen, the Shoru this year happened to be the beginning of spring. Such a coincidence happens only once every 100 years. On this particular day, the thunderstorm was raging and all the strangest things happened. The cliff was shrouded in confusing fog, and below was a bottomless abyss. No one had ever jumped over the bridge successfully. Yet, the Lu Shu decided to make an attempt for the sake of the
I'm
people
just
who
going
believed in her.
to scroll up and chat so I don't see any of what you're spoiling. Because I'm literally going to be watching it in a few minutes. Stop mentioning names and games, please.
You've told this story for many times and still getting it wrong? You have to admit you're not young anymore.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect story. Adaptations are always allowed, right? Please, pretend you didn't hear me and forget about it.
Give me a break. He's telling that story again? I thought he'd be done with it after last time. I even bought a ticket.
Last time? When? Last year? Did you sleep for a whole year?
I hear you, gentleman in blue.
Now he's listening.
You know, you are part of the story. Just like me.
Me? What do you mean?
Listen and you'll know. So, the Lu Shu jumped over the bridge, awakened the Yuan Temple, and revived the Pei Lin River. As a result, more and more people come to the Pei City at festivals. So I start telling stories again. As for you, the Lu Shu took over your tavern and turned you into her kind because you were an unscrupulous profiteer. You gave short weight to the people. That caused the decline of your business. Yet, you blamed it on the poor harvest. But I think the Lu Shu saved you from the plight. She ran the tavern for you, and you had a good sleep during that time. In a word, you did nothing good. But things ended up well for you.
What? No way! I want that too. If only somebody could finish my essay when I fall asleep.
Already writing a political essay at this age? You have a promising future, young man. But I think you should go home now and get some sleep. You need to rest well so you can continue with your studies tomorrow. After all, the essay matters much more than the story, right?
Well, I wasn't expecting that to be the last chapter, but here we are. Oh, there is more with the actual characters. Okay. Amidst the festive hustle and bustle, a farewell brews in front of the city gates. This is the place from which people come and people go.
I have so many things to write about this time. Enough for me to write a travel note. What should I call it? Travel in the East? Journey to Pei City?
Neither of them sounds good. There are already too many travels and journeys. I think you are different from those others, madam. So...
Getian escorts the group to a spot near the city gate, where the road splits into two. On one side lies the road up the mountain, on the other lies the road down. He slowly descends to the ground, standing still, stiff and slightly uncomfortable. The human companions of the two arcanists retreat in caution and fear from the strange bird creature.
Indeed. Unlike others, the two of you have experienced it in its entirety.
What do you mean?
There was a beginning, and now here is an end. Forget not where you came from at the end. This is the entirety. Thus, happiness is found.
I'm sorry that I still don't understand your riddles.
That's no matter.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can we go? I really want
This man is a broken record. Granted, now it's a little more understandable since he got turned into a horse, but still.
Please wait. There's one more thing.
Certainly. Please.
The questions you asked, have you had the answers?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
When Nengse jumped over the bridge, Yenase saw a pattern being formed where I wrote my question. We didn't understand it. It didn't bother us either. Perhaps because there was no answer to my question.
A question is asked, and a divination is made. What you saw might be a hexagram, not the interpretation of it.
Okay.
Do you still remember what it looks like?
Inase thanks for a moment and uses a rock hammer handle to draw a crooked and twisted line in the sand, with occasional breaks in the middle of them.
Changed a little. And ended up like this.
The hexagram of water and fire. I'd assume this belongs to an elderly person. What about yours?
Inase is stunned for a moment, then draws a few more lines. By the end of it, her offering is already rather messy, so much so that she stretches out a section of it. Fortunately, Getian can still read it.
This is Xu, the hexagram of waiting, though I don't know what could be derived from it. The interpretation is simple. Above is water, the stranding dragon, advising patience. Below is uprightness, which means you will smooth away the obstacles.
Which means...
You will find your water. All you need to do is wait.
Yes, thank you. I didn't know that.
As for your hexagram, you have gone across the river. A decision has been made.
I see.
Turns out the divination doesn't help at all.
It does, if you believe in it.
No, I know what you mean. It is exactly how I expected it to be. Thank you, Mr. Gutian.
No need.
And what about you? Have you learned your answer?
It told me to let things be. Since I have left the mountain, I should follow what's inside my mind.
Getian turns his head and points his wings towards the path up the mountain.
I remember that at the end of the Peiling River, where the lanterns float, stands a great building. It might be real or illusional. I have seen it many times, yet I have never thought of going there.
The two of them look in the direction pointed out by Getian, only seeing the jungle into which Zhu disappeared and nothing more.
There's nothing there.
I will go anyway.
Then... what about Junongsi? She jumped over the bridge. Is she never coming back?
Probably, after what happened. Getian doesn't answer, he only shakes his head. All Yenisei can do is glance over to Getian, filled with unspoken inquiries. Besmart turns towards the distant cliffs and jungle, standing without speaking for a long while. Until at last she breaks her silence. We aren't going home, we're going on an adventure!
Perhaps... perhaps we will meet again. One day.
And one more chapter! This one just keeps going. The party journeys along the river for a long time, but night never falls. Most of them are in a hurry to leave, the same desire as before, but now much stronger than ever before. More than enough to bring the long-awaited harmony of common purpose to the team. And no one dares mention their experiences for the rest of the trip. Don't blame them.
Let's make camp after we get out of the forest. What do you say?
I'm fine with it. How are you feeling, Mr. Jurian?
I'm fine with that.
A few still harbor a lingering curiosity, one they endure for a long time, and until unable to resist, they turn around to see if the ancient city on the mountainside is still in sight. But while this is not a story where those who look back might turn to pillars of salt, there remains no trace of the strange city that should have still been in view. And as they walk onward, the revered river known as the Peiling, too, has changed its appearance.
Madam, the river!
The once wide river invisibly spills into slender tributaries behind them, spread out across the lush spring meadow like a rope net. Even if they wanted to find it, they may never distinguish the one that would lead them back.
What is it?
The compass is working. Great!
Their fellow traveler excitedly raises his hands, briefly blocking Yenisei's gaze from Besmart. The girl takes advantage of the situation and withdraws the words she cannot say. She only gently shakes her head.
Nothing. Let's move. The compass is working, which means we can rely on the map again.
Oh, that's good. As for the book I'm going to write...
Yes? Have you decided the title?
It's going to be the name of the event, I am sure.
Yes. I will call it... Notes on Shuaru.
Roll credits!
Notes on Shore. Yes, that's the title.
She flips over a page and continues reading.
The title is actually not a good choice for a book on geographical discoveries. On one hand, there is no doubt that Shuaji is a difficult word for the target readers of this book. On the other hand,
The word notes, in most cases, is used to describe the collections of informal essays. They usually record the daily talks of professional writers, and thus include a variety of ideas and inspirations. As a geographer, however, I don't possess enough knowledge of literature to write the real notes, nor does the assistant who takes dictations from me, unfortunately. Even so, we have decided to use these words for the title. Postscript. The title has also been included in the first draft we sent to the editors of Motherland Documentary and the Department of Publication.
Thanks for the follow. How you doing? Welcome to what's basically the end of the stream.
Let me see. Oh, found it. June 4. Sunny. I never knew the journey back to Omsk would take so long. My assistant and I set off from Yekaterinburg last year, and we didn't arrive until now.
I don't know. Oh, you were lucky. You got 2 and 1. That's nice. That is very nice. I've had a couple in different gacha games where it's like, oh, I got this one character twice. We accept it and we move on. One of those times actually happened on stream. It was one of my Pinsura streams.
In Omsk, we met the governor again. I left him some drafts of this book in return for the help from the local Scientific Research Association. Those drafts have recorded the steppe ecosystem around the Om River in detail. For example, before we arrived in Omsk, we followed a herd of sheep across the river. The wool on their tails was apparently matted. I recorded this detail because the way they crossed the water was almost a miracle. It is known to all that sheep can be easily drowned because their thick wool holds them back in
Cool.
water.
You gotta love it when that happens.
Things seem different for those sheep.
That's what happened last time I got like a double character in the pool that I was wanting. It's like, okay, we've done all of our tickets. I'm going to use all my crystals to specifically get this one character, and I got her twice in the same pool.
With one slice missing.
Burton?
They climbed out of the water with their little cake hooves, shook themselves dry, and continued on to the next pasture, never hesitant to go forward, never looking back. Seeing all these, I hope I would be as determined as these sheep in my future journey. Today's article was an extract from a geographic manuscript from St. Pavlov Foundation Far East Branch, recorded by Yenisei. Next is the news broadcast.
Hi, radio.
Miss Radio? Yes, I'm here.
What time is it now?
Yes, Burton.
15 p.m.
The nap went on a little longer than I thought.
Yes. How are you feeling?
I think I had a dream. Many animals were jumping over a broken bridge.
I read you a story which has zebras and sheep in it.
I see.
Zebras and sheep? I don't remember that.
Excuse me? Is Timekeeper in the room?
I am.
May I come in? There is something I need to confirm with you.
Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, I have, Lilia. I have... I wish I had 6. 6 would have been nice. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who's that?
It's me, Sonetto.
I might have taken too long a nap. Never mind.
Please, come in.
So what is she wanting to confirm? Is my theory from the beginning of the stream going to be confirmed?
You look very well. Are you alright?
Yeah. So far, of the 6 stars that I have, my favorite is still Voyager. I just like her theming a lot.
It's okay. I had a weird dream. What's going on?
Oh, it's a letter from the Foundation. A colleague from the Russian branch was transferred to the headquarters today. She has shown a strong willingness to perform long-term field missions. Thus, the headquarters intends to transfer her to the Timekeeper Squad.
Oh, cool.
Would you have a meeting with her? It is said that she is experienced in geographical exploration and survival in the
So when Yitin said, "You will find your lake eventually," it was the lake where we do all of our summoning.
What's her name? Please hold on. Let me check her file here.
I sort of figured that was the case.
Yenisei.
But still no confirmation on if Vesmert is Verton's mom or not. Maybe one of the next parts of the event will tell me. Yeah, no. No. We're stuck here. Yeah. Well, because it has almost been 7 hours and I am hungry, I'm going to call it here. I will post in Discord of any cool polls that I do as per usual. So yeah, I will see you later. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye.